If there is water, it doesn't matter is it here or 1,000 kilometers or in the lab.
So what would be your number one proof? You're at a dinner party, someone says, what's your number one proof, scientific method of Earth-like planets existing in the galaxy?
So far, we know they exist through transit techniques. This is our... These are not like you have a curve there. This is not a direct detection of a planet. It's indirect, means that the planet transits across the disk of the star, and then we see this dip. This is not water. This is just a presence of a planet. And by amount, how big is this dip and how much it lasts, we can say whether it's small planet, big planet, on which orbit it is, And through that, we know that there are these kind of small planets, yes.
Okay, great. I have a couple of questions about the moon. Mm-hmm. I'm sure this is just an error with NASA. This is a famous image called Earthrise, but there's a problem with it because the Earth's too small. Okay, moon viewed from Earth is this size, and Earth viewed from moon should be a lot bigger.
Well, moon size also changes through month and through years, because orbit of the
apogee, perigee.
Yes, orbit of the moon is not exactly circular.
Sure, but the Earth should still be a lot bigger than it is in that very famous image.
I didn't compare it, but we have to. I mean, in principle, one has to calculate what was exactly distance at that time of the picture, and then calculate the size of the Earth from that distance, angular, and then...
I've had some physicists do the maths on it, and they said it is a big error.
I see.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Well, this is like to the stories, maybe they were not there.
This is interesting. Some people I know were measuring the moon. They're interested in space and the sky. The moon was photographed at the same time in Australia and Florida. How would that be? How's that possible?
Okay.
And this can be repeated in different sides of the globe, shall we say?
Yeah. Well, they are definitely upside down, so that
it's rotated.
Yes,
yeah.
You can. I mean, with respect to each other.
But the same phase.
Oh well, it's the same phase. Yes. Why should it be different? Because the phase of the moon depends on the sun.
Because one of these locations shouldn't be able to see it. So on the globe, say the moon's here in Florida, the guy in Queensland shouldn't really be able to see it.
But this is a full moon, close to the full moon.
Close to full moon.
So this means that there is an angle at which it's seen. So full moon means that the Earth,
opposite.
Yeah, the moon is opposite to the sun. Yeah.
But still, with the globe, with the Earth being a globe, it shouldn't be able to see them both at the same time. And this is being repeated. This is an anomaly that some people can't work out.
If somebody does it, so it's possible. For me, it's like this, You cannot say me impossible if somebody does it.
Sure.
So then I say it's possible, and then you can ask why it is possible. Then I do calculations.
Yeah.
So I would say you cannot argue. If this is not a fake news,
I can verify this.
If it's not a fake news, then you have to say, okay, interesting, it's possible. I would like to understand why, and then maybe it's possible only a few times a year.
It can be done daily.
Daily, okay.
Even with just after new moon.
Then it's fine. Then it means that moon is far enough from Earth that in close to the full moon, you can see it like from the front and from the edge.
But in the model, there's a model software called Celestia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know Celestia?
I don't know. Yeah, there are many.
It's a mod. Yeah, there's many. It's a 3D model of the solar system. Yeah. When you put this date and time in, you shouldn't be able to see the moon from both places. So there's a problem somewhere.
So probably model is wrong. I'd say. This is for me, as a scientist, we're always like, okay, there's a puzzle, there's observation, which is true data, and there's a model which cannot confirm the data. Then I'm sorry, the model is wrong. So
you would say direct experience is the king.
Yes, absolutely.
I agree with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
If this is possible,
the data has to match.
Yeah, then the model is wrong. Then the program probably.
Because that's science.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, with the moon, it does this other strange thing. On a solar eclipse, where coincidentally the sun and moon appear the same size, which we're saying is a coincidence, The moon does a shadow on the Earth, Now this shadow is 100 miles wide.
Yeah.
This is the only phenomena in our experience here in this reality where the shade is smaller than the object's casting it. So you can do a million experiments with shadows. The shadow's never smaller than the object casting it. And here we have the moon. It shrinks its shadow. The people I speak to just can't work out why this can be. Why? It's something I can't get my head around either. Because it should be
this is
thousands of miles.
This is a parallax, yeah. So this shadow and the toy is long way from the light. Okay, the shadow is decreasing.
No, it's not. It's always the same size. It can't go smaller than the object casting it. It says tiny shadow. This word here should really say same size shadow.
Yes, it can. If you do it from the top, then the shadow is very small.
There's another image somewhere. So think of sun and clouds. The clouds will always cast a shadow bigger or the same size as the cloud. There's no phenomena in this reality where, say, my pen. Can we get light? My pen, and the light comes on my pen, the shadow can never be smaller than the pen. Or my bottle. Say the sun's out today.
Yeah, but look, if the sun in the zenith and you are standing under the sun, your shadow is much smaller than you. Because it's from the top.
Okay, say the sun was right above my head, like the solar eclipse.
Yeah.
The shadow would not be smaller than my head. You with me?
Yeah, the cross section. Yeah.
It wouldn't go smaller than my head. So say I was 50 meters up in the sky, and the sun was right above my head, and it went on me. The shadow on the ground would be the same size or a little bit bigger. This is the only phenomena in our reality where something creates a shadow smaller. This is a problem.
I don't think it's a problem. Maybe you caught me on a spot, but I have to think about it. Yeah, some of these questions are I don't solve every day.
Sure. This is why
I have to think about it.
But this is science. This is why we question things.
Absolutely. I mean, this is I don't think this is unexplained. I'm sure it is explained. I have to think about it.
This is a quick question a friend wanted me to put in. He said, with the lunar lander, there's one rocket. How would that land with one rocket when the spacecraft is asymmetric? Like, we haven't seen on Earth a craft landing. I mean, the SpaceX one, they say lands, but that's very symmetrical. So it's a very asymmetric lunar lander.
Yes.
Surely we'd have seen that being tested on Earth, or we'd see things now.
It's jumping, yes. Did you see the movie of First Man, it's called? How he practiced, in the movie, he practiced landing on this. Okay. And it was jumping like hell, like this. And he said, I will practice until I make it. So it's probably some also human skill involved in there.
Maybe a bit like when they did a manual docking with the ISS.
Yeah, it's all, this Apollo 11, it's all manual. If you go to Smithsonian, it's shocking. They use the calculator smaller than we use in our...
4 kilobytes memory.
Smaller than we have in our telephones right now. It's all manual.
Yeah, and they had when the lunar lander took off, they filmed it. You know that piece of footage? The lunar lander takes off from the moon and they created a film. It was like a 10-second film of it taking off. And my friend asks, who filmed it and who... How did that...
They left probably cameras there, that's fine.
And then went back to get them?
No. They get through radio, pictures through radio. Yeah.
So in the 1960s, they sent videos, digital videos, back across space.
Well, it's radio. So let's say they can take pictures.
But they only had a 4K memory lunar lander, and now you're saying they have like a 20 megabyte ability to capture video. This is a strange one.
Come on, we have pictures from the missions.
But as scientists, we can't take pictures as proof, can we?
I don't know what was the technology, but in 1960s, this is 69, okay? So there were already missions to Venus, Mars, also lunar orbiters existed. They all sent pictures. Pictures from the side of the moon were sent before.
I, as an independent journalist, I can't use pictures as evidence. Because we can watch a film, a science fiction film, and they've got great pictures of space.
No, come on. Pictures is data. Pictures is data. So of course you can fake pictures. In our time, 21st century is unique. We fake everything. So I don't think in 20th. Well, of course you can fake also all the times, or in 15th centuries as well. But if somebody, I mean, this is unethical again. Yeah. So I mean, first approach should be like, okay, you have picture. This is data. I look at it.
Yeah.
And if I have questions, I will ask, how did you get this data? Yeah. And the person who claims that this is a data, he has to provide all the materials.
That's
to
true.
Prove that this is real data.
That's true. And with the moon mission, they said 2 years ago they've lost all the data. You remember that? They said they've lost all the data. Because some people went to say, oh, can we study the data? Because they had some questions, like I have. And they said, oh, we've lost it all. Can't find it.
This is also, this is another force called government, okay?
Things get a little shady sometimes.
Yes. Sometimes governments want to hide things, we know this. And they can say we lost it instead of sharing them, for instance. I don't know. I looked at pictures of the lunar orbiter, for instance, of the surface of the moon, and there is clearly landing sites there. You can tell me that, oh, that picture was faked, and that's why when you look at the data, the landing site is there. You can tell it's possible, yeah, that somebody faked that. But it's also, then, of course, in this case, I can say, all right, some data faked. What can we trust here in this universe?
You would say it's healthy to trust photos and images from bodies like NASA?
Well, I mean, what can we trust then? I don't know. I mean, if we question everything,
then we end up crazy, maybe. Yeah,
we should hold on something, And NASA, I think, safeguard its reputation. I would say, trying very hard, and all of us, all scientists, do that. But when the government is involved, I don't know what happens. So that I can imagine that there are forces saying, like, we don't want you to share this data, and then the scientists are constrained, and then you can call it unethical. From our outsider point of view, but for those people who work there, this is maybe a threat of life,
Sure.
And so it's a controversial thing.
Yeah, because NASA is a government agency.
Yes, exactly. So I don't know what they hide. I cannot prove or disprove because I'm an outsider.
Sure. Two questions about the space station. I think a year ago they had some cracked glass on the space station due to space debris. This was put all over the internet and mainstream media, but yet they still did spacewalks a week later. Would you think that's a bit dangerous to do if you're getting the screen cracked by space debris? Surely if you're an astronaut, you'd be like, hey, I'm not going out there next week because my spacesuit, I'm going to die. There's a good chance of dying.
Well, this space debris is being tracked. Not everything is known, but there are telescopes on the ground which tracking these little specks in the space and calculating their orbits. There are catalogs of this space debris, and they are like not homogeneously distributed all over. There are like packs of them, like in that, remember the movie Gravity again? Like they say, oh, it's coming, like this is space debris from particular mission, and it's true that they are distributed unevenly. So there are some dangerous times and there are not so dangerous times.
Do you think they're just brave astronauts?
Oh my God, it's another force. You have to do things, it's your job. And of course, I'm sure the government takes all possible care that people are not damaged there. But if it's a job, you just do your job.
Yeah.
You given the order, you do your job, I think this is
military style. Yeah. Going on to something a bit interesting here. This is recognized all around the world as the spherical trigonometry of the curvature of the Earth, yeah? So, do you prefer kilometers or miles?
I prefer kilometers.
Okay. So, if we were to look, let's try and make this brighter. If we were to look 50 kilometers, there should be 195 meters below the curvature. It's 195 meters drop. Does that make sense? So if I walked in a straight line 50 kilometers, I would have dropped.
Okay, because of the curvature.
Because of the curvature of the Earth. This is, how much is that? 195 meters.
Okay.
Yeah? So for 20 kilometers, there will be 31 meters drop. This has been verified through universities and astrophysicists. What if I told you I knew some people who, over 4 years, have done about 50 to 100 experiments, and they can see lighthouses and have done laser tests over between 30 and 60 miles. So like a laser hits a mirror across a long lake, like Lake Constance, near Constance, near here, and seeing things like Chicago's skyline from across Lake Michigan from 50 miles away. And they factored in the height of the person and all the maths, and that these people actually cannot find the Earth's curvature. For instance,
I didn't understand what they see.
For instance, I have a video here. I just want to show you some tests. So this guy has done some tests. Where are they going to be further on? And there's many using the P900 camera. Have you heard of this camera? It's 86 times zoom, and it's only come out recently. These people have done tests over 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and they can see torches, mirrors, lasers, where they've done the maths, and it should be 10 meters below the curve or 20 meters below the curve. And this is getting really strange really quickly. He's saying here, he's done the maths, I verified some of it, so this should be 21 feet below the curvature. This is only over 7.53 miles, so this is 10 kilometers, let's say. He's factored in the camera height, and there are curvature calculation tools, and he's seeing lasers and mirrors. And there are people I know, especially in America, who are doing loads of these tests, and they can't find this curvature. What would you say to these people?
They have to take into account the height at which they stay.
They are.
And the height of the mirrors.
They are. Even if it's 50 centimeters, they're putting that into their calculations.
How do they measure the height of their own height on the Earth? They have to know it very precisely. If they want to measure 20 feet.
Sure. What they do, they're actually generous. So say they set up a tripod at 1 meter, they actually put into the calculations 2 meters.
No, I mean height, like relative height of you, because Earth is not really round. Yeah, it has bumps. That's what I mean. How do you take bumps into account?
There's an oil rig one. This one's quite far. This is like 20 kilometers.
Yeah, you have to take the profile of the Earth.
So you're saying saying they're just finding a. So this is really interesting. This is 3 oil rigs, and the furthest one is 26 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see it. I mean, we can say the Earth is flat in some places and more curved in others, but these guys have done so many tests. This is 26 miles away. And the horizon's behind it. Now, they say in mainstream physics, the horizon's 12 miles away. With this new camera, the P900, they're seeing things 20, 30, 40 miles away. And this is getting pretty crazy.
I don't know. This is, again, like the facts you bring. I don't know what these people are doing. First of all,
they're testing stuff with their eyes because they don't trust the governments. These people.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I don't want them to talk about this. I'm sorry.
Why don't you want to talk about it?
This goes crazy.
But this is science, right? You're a scientist.
No,
you're a scientist.
I don't accept this.
How can you not accept it? It's right in front of you. The oil rig's 21 miles away.
No, I don't. I want to have.
This is a test. It's a scientific test.
Who did this? Can I trust those people who published this picture?
I'm verifying these people. I know these people.
Well, okay, but this doesn't tell me anything.
Okay, how about you and I go to the lake one day and we take a P900 camera and I'll show you something really, really crazy.
Well, again, there are forces in the universe, yeah? So there is atmosphere, you have to take refraction into account, you have to take geographical profile of the surface. It's not that, I take a camera. I have these people visiting me sometimes.
But they're not doing it, but they're doing lasers as well. You know there's lasers that cost $2,000?
I know.
And there are people who've done 25 miles, 30 kilometers tests. I can see mountains 40 kilometers away.
Yeah, but they're
high up.
Why do you claim that this is not high up?
Come on, you're smarter than this. Say you have a lake, 30 miles, water's, and you have a person here firing a laser, and you have a person here with a mirror.
And why do you claim it's on the same...
there should be curvature. With the official size of the Earth, there should be detectable curvature of about 30 meters in some cases, maybe more. And people can't find it.
There are other things to be counted. Not only just claiming, oh, there's no curvature. You have to count shape of this thing, where the water is, how it feels, what's the gravity there.
The gravity there will be the same as the gravity everywhere.
Refraction of the atmosphere.
Okay, there's a test where a guy went back every day and did the same test because of different atmosphere, different atmospheric haze.
This refraction is on average always the same.
But refraction can't make a human being jump up 30 meters.
You can see light of the sun from below of horizon.
Sure, this is like refraction, I understand this,
yes.
But what they did in one test, he proved that it's not refraction because there was a tree above the person here, and you could see the tree and everything. He said, well, where does the refraction start and stop? You know, like a mirage.
Okay, so for me, it's not science if somebody says it.
But there's tests.
We have, in science, we have a system. We don't believe everything what people say or what they measure. They are publishing results in scientific papers. There is always peer review to that. Sure. And if there are questions to the results, they have to provide all the data, all the measurements. And even if it's published, it's not, if it's just somebody published this and somebody repeats it and cannot reproduce it.
This has been repeated. I could show you 50 different people.
In which journal is published?
I could tell you for a fact that mainstream science is really not happy with these people and is shutting them down. And I could tell you another thing for a fact. The governments and government websites are also not happy.
What are you claiming?
I'm just not claiming anything. I'm here to ask questions.
No,
I don't have any conclusions.
That these results prove that Earth is not curved.
I'm not saying that. I'm not making any claims, and I don't have any labels. What I'm saying to you is, this is strange. What do you think?
I think these measurements have to be verified by scientists. It's like claiming.
But everyone's a scientist.
UFO. No, not
I
everyone.
Disagree.
We are trained. We are trained as scientists. We are trained with the analytical skills and scientific judgment. Even if we don't know something for sure, we can judge based on the lots of knowledge of scientific facts.
Okay.
And not everyone can do measurement and say, look, I measured this. How do you prove it? I had one crazy person visiting me, taking pictures of dark places with the flash. And she was claiming there are these little dust particles which she sees on the flash picture. These are UFOs.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay,
but this is the fact.
Sure.
She took a picture of the dust particles, scattered light. Sure. But her interpretation was, these are UFOs.
But if 100 different people have done this test with this new camera, 86 times zoom, at lakes, all around the world, peer-to-peer, there's a place peer-to-peer in England, and they're getting the same results of missing curvature, that's scientific method, observable, repeatable, measurable. That's the scientific method. And you replying the word refraction isn't the scientific method.
It is? Refraction?
Well, where's your results that show refraction explains these tests away?
I can see sunlight from the behind of the horizon when the sun is down.
That doesn't mean that humans can jump up 30 meters.
What do you mean jump?
Okay, so say this human and this tree should be 30 meters below the curvature. You can't use the word refraction for them jumping up 30 meters, the tree and the person.
Why do you claim that your calculations are right? I'm not verifying right now.
I'm pretty smart. And I verified.
I have to trust you. I see you first time.
But that's what I say to you. I could send you some data for you to do some.
Thank you.
But that doesn't make you a scientist.
No. It means that I don't want to do this particular project because I'm interested in many other projects.
But you're coming to conclusions without doing tests. That's not very scientific.
I'm not making a conclusion. Any.
But as an astrophysicist, surely you'd want to look at something like that.
No.
Why not?
I'm not interested.
Why would that be?
Because I'm busy with many much bigger questions than.
And you think this is nonsense?
I think it's nonsense.
The detectable curvature.
Yes.
Why? What would be your first reason for this being nonsense?
Because it's proven curve is round.
Could you show me the scientific methods experiment that did that?
Oh yes, it's done in 2,000 years ago.
Which test was this? Is this the sticks in the ground one?
Sticks in the ground, ships on the horizon.
I could show you with this camera ships. You know they go over the curvature. I could show you them coming back.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Reappearing.
So it works.
Huh?
So it works in your case?
What I'm saying is the human eye has a vanishing point in these tests. I'm not making any claims. I'm just trying to find things out. The human eye has a vanishing point. That's not curvature, it's the humanized vanishing point. Ships go beyond the vanishing point, and people say it's the curvature. I can prove to you today, if you want, with this P900 camera, the ship comes back.
I didn't understand that.
Okay.
It's okay, fine. I'm not going to talk to people who claim that Earth is flat.
I'm trying to find answers to some very interesting
things.
It's
just enough for me. I don't. It's enough of nonsense. That woman was coming to me 3 times and always.
But you can't project her onto me. I'm a completely different person.
I am sorry. Do you say this picture is the data? She claimed exactly the same.
No, but this is the picture. This is video. This is video.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So if I showed you 1,000 videos...
It's interpretation.
Okay, if I showed you 1,000 videos of PhD scientists doing this, these aren't a bunch of idiots, these are scientists, a lot of them are PhD scientists. If I sent you 1,000 videos from PhD scientists doing curvature tests, you would still say it's nonsense.
PhD science in what?
Many different, some are civil engineers, some are all sorts of different things. Some are astronomers.
Well, let them publish this. I want to read that paper.
But when they publish it, do you know what happens? It gets shut down.
Yeah, I want to read that paper.
The paper's not allowed to get out there. You even put a video on YouTube, they turn it off.
I'm talking about this. This goes into a direction I don't want to talk about.
But this is science.
No.
Because it's measurable, repeatable, observable.
It's not science.
Why would you say that? Why would you say this isn't science when people are doing tests and capturing data?
Because of that woman I told you. There are pictures. These are data.
But as a scientist, you should say that was her and this is something different. No. You can't project an old issue onto a new issue.
I'll give you an example. By exclusion. Exclude that picture was, you claim that every picture is a science. It's data, I agree. This is data, somebody recorded it.
Yeah.
What comes after data is the analysis of the data.
And that's what's happening in these videos.
How the analysis is done, and after the analysis, there is interpretation of that analysis.
I can show you hours of this. This is the data, the curvature model that every university in the world goes with.
Fine.
And this has big problems.
Make these measurements on the moon.
How would we get to the moon? They said they lost the data recently.
And you will go to the moon yourself.
But we can't go to the moon.
Yeah, so what can I do?
But NASA said that last year they can't go to the moon because they lost all the data.
Well, sorry. We live on the planet with the water and the atmosphere and gravity and uneven shape. And if somebody measures something which doesn't fit exactly the circle of the Earth, I'm sorry for this person, because this is idealistic model.
You think they just got lucky and found a flat area?
I don't know what. It's probably just whatever. It's randomness. They have to make, in order to prove that Earth is flat, they have to take million measurements at million places.
I would say there's about 500 measurements of lack of curvature that are very well done with calculations.
It's your judgment.
No, it's not my judgment. This is not my judgment. They exist. These tests exist.
They are claims.
No, they're tests.
Claims.
They're actually tests.
These are claims. If they are not verified, these are just claims.
But you're saying they have to be verified by the scientific community?
Yes.
What if the scientific community at a high level is just shutting this information down?
Well, I can tell you. You can go and collect leaves, for instance, yeah? Because it's interesting. It's biology. Yeah? You collect leaves, it's biology. You come to the biologist and you say, look, this leaf is a little different than this one. How would you explain this? And he says, well, it's just natural variations. I'm not interested in this. And you say, oh, you are a biologist and you're not interested in this interesting thing. Why this leaf is different from that? It's biology, it's science, and you're not interested.
These aren't like different leaves. These are the same different tests of the same thing coming with the same results. That's highly scientific.
I should have asked your credentials before I talk to you. I'm sorry.
Can someone send me that interview again, please? With that astronomic intellectual woman? Thank you, brother.
Is it nap time? Like 20 people up here, nobody's got anything to say?
Well, I got plenty to say, but what do you want to talk about?
I don't know. Anything. I'm seeing all these people. I came from the chat downstairs and chill. There's only a third of the people here, and that chat's going. Somebody's got to be talking about something. Yeah.
You know who I haven't heard from yet?
Who's that?
Flat World Logic. And I have a sneaking suspicion I know who it is, but I'd like to hear from them.
You think it's one of the YouTube trolls or what?
No,
No?
I think it's Nathan Oakley. But I could be wrong. Been wrong before. Flat World Logic. Now I'm giving a shout out because Flat World Logic's Instagram are 85% awesome flat Earth posts. So yeah, big ups. But I have a sneaking suspicion. I'm just looking at the style and the way Flat World Logic does things, and I have a feeling it's Nathan or someone on Nathan's team. But I mean, either way, glad to have you, Flat World Logic. Would like to speak with you at some point. Seen you around a few times. Yeah, other than that, I don't see. Oh, Earthball. I haven't talked to Earthball yet, but valued flat earther. I mean, okay. Hello, Earthball.
I'm here probably roboting, so I can't continue.
No problem, Dave.
Earthball did light up there, though, when you addressed him or her.
Alrighty. I've also seen them a few times here. What about Fadi just joined? Fadi, there's nothing about you yet. Wow, that's
except for those great sneakers.
I was gonna say those sneakers are pretty dope. Hope those are yours. The socks don't go with the sneakers, but the socks are cool on their own. So, man, that's cool though. About you? Well, there's nothing about me yet. I think that's clever. I think I'd like to speak with this person if you're there, Fadi. No roles though. I don't see them VC verified or anything. Someone could perhaps unmute them. Other than that, doesn't look like we got anybody new here. So really good to see everybody. Hope the YouTube chatters are also enjoying themselves. I don't know if they can even chat without the live stream being up, but yeah, I don't think they can. But whoever's listening, we love to tell you about how the Earth isn't a globe. Come on in.
What do you mean about the live stream? Like, is it down right now? What's?
Yeah, Helio got a strike again. And let's say the stream got a strike. Helio didn't get the strike because one of us was stupid and popped off with something we shouldn't have said one too many times.
Was that last night or what? Or when?
A couple nights ago. And it's on his backup channel now, his personal one. Morvis, if you could post that, then please, that'd be lovely. Somebody. But yeah, it's
okay. I was aware of the strike a couple of days ago. When you said again, I thought maybe it happened again since then.
No, that'd be technically impossible unless they really just want to fuck with us.
I don't know. I don't think it would be technically impossible.
No,
I think they can go back and go back and strike previous videos that they just haven't struck yet. They can go back 2, 3, 4, 5 years if they want. Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
They did it plenty of times. There's lots of channels out there where they were getting strikes on videos that have been up for like 5 years.
Sneaky little fuckers. Well, it just goes to show you, man, from, everybody, including myself, got to watch what we talk about. That's okay, too, because if we just bring it back to the fact there's no earth curvature, we don't have to talk about much else. We don't have to get in trouble talking about anything else.
What is this censorship y'all speak of? I don't know what you're talking about. You can say anything you want.
We're not allowed to talk about. We're not allowed to talk about that topic.
We're not allowed to talk about the fact that we're not allowed to talk about stuff.
So we can't talk about what we can't talk about. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Are you trying to get us a strike?
Yeah, Dave, what are you doing right now? Come on now. This is worse than mentioning stuff. Any other stuff. I guess we're just going to keep getting in trouble, guys. They won't even tell Helio what, who did it and how, who said what, when, where, and why. They won't tell him.
Okay, play it safe. Back to Earth's curvature, the lack thereof. Continue.
I'm saying, it just seems to be, and what's strange to me is that Flat Earth hasn't become yet one of those topics you can't talk about. On the one hand, you've got the YouTube representative talking to Congress saying, we're going to censor Flat Earth. Okay. Then, on the other hand, you've got Flat Earth surviving a lot of this cancel culture going on with conspiracy theories.
Yeah, it is a bit of a conundrum to me too, man. Friggin', but I think they're kind of in there's sort of a catch-22 there for them. Yeah, they talked about wanting to censor Flat Earth and other things that they deem as misinformation or whatever. But see, a lot of the topics that they have been successful in censoring completely away are they've been able to say that it was like an attack on somebody or something like that, like hate speech or whatever else.
Yeah.
Whereas Flat Earth, we're just discussing the nature of reality. It's kind of they don't like the topic, but they don't really legally have a basis to stop it. So instead they shadow ban it.
Well, it's funny, yeah, you say that because, freedom of speech is being hindered all over the world, especially in Western culture these days. You got your Jordan Peterson nonsense. So it just makes me think about all that going on too.
That, and I also, the conspiracy theorist in me tells me the reason it's a limited hangout. They allow us to sit in our little room here, conversing with each other while they monitor everything and freaking benefit from it with intelligence.
Yeah, and shadow ban 90% of it. Yep. What was I going to say? Oh, so it's like they don't want the bush to be overgrown. They got a bush in a box, and the tentacles keep trying to naturally grow outside the box and do its own thing, and they just keep chopping those fucking things off. So the bush that naturally grows stays in the box, naturally growing the way they want it to. Almost like bonsai tree nonsense, right? Even though that stuff's supposed to be really peaceful and such. But that's what's going on. We're being trimmed so we can't reach our full potential. Hey, they're gonna be off in their own little corner, right? And they're gonna be just drooling over this one truth, and that'll be enough for them while we do all this other crazy shit, that just no one's going to care about, because we gave them that one big truth that, you know, it doesn't affect anything unless they do something about it, and they know we never will. So,
Dude, the bonsai tree thing, like, yeah, it's supposed to be some Zen thing, like you said, but when you think about it, like, it's basically torturing and tormenting and twisting and peeling the skin and, like, you know, the bark off and dude, it's just and yeah, in order to keep it in that little box for for as long as possible. Like,
yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty metaphor there.
It just came to me. I don't know, man, but it seems to work. I'm going to do it, though. Again, going right back to the flat earth truth. Realizing it's not a globe helps you understand the rest of it real quick. Just kind of flips a switch. You're like, no shit. Okay. Because it always did smell a little fishy now. You know, and that's called critical thinking. I don't know. Call me crazy. Be right back.
What the fuck is an Einstein ring? I mean, it's a beautiful picture and all. Timbo, explain. What else do you know about this thing? Is he even in here? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Hey, did you guys know that all you got to do to see billions of years into the past is look up? It's crazy. Ooh, Einstein ring, 12 billion light years from Earth. Okay, real quick, general public, just out of context, doesn't that sound kind of unbelievable? 12 billion light years. How do you think they found that out? What do you think they did to go there and see that? Do you really buy it, or are you just going along to get along? Like, I don't know, man. Not anymore.
Are you calling into question the preciseness of astronomical science, sir?
I am calling into question, direct question, the preciseness of astronomical science. Absolutely. And come at me, bro. Come at me. Yep.
Well, throwing a huge number on something is science.
It's
I mean,
the
you
only
can't
way to
question
truly
that.
be sure. Yes. Throwing a big number is the only way to truly be sure. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Hey, and how about we say the effect of something is good enough to say that something exists? So, like, I could go into a room and say there's been an apple in here because it just feels like it. And someone will say, well, where's the apple? How do you know it's been in here? Oh, I see the effects of an apple. Yeah? Is that right? You see an apple seed? Yeah, there's an apple seed right over there. So does that mean an apple was in here or a seed was brought in? Oh, well, I don't know. Yeah, so you don't know. So even though you see the effects of one thing doesn't mean the other thing's happening. Uh-oh. You can't just assume the first thing that comes to mind. What's crazy is people don't get that relative density, buoyancy, and such, things finding their equilibrium within the medium in which they reside. It's while it's more complicated than things go down 'cause down. It feels good to not have to sit there and come up with a different explanation than what we observe in reality. It feels good to not have to lie to myself and invent gravity every time I see something move. But anyway.
He said feels good. Made me think of that Gorillaz song. Feels
Dave,
good.
I love you so much, but I cannot hear you. You sound like you're 2 cars over. You're in a different car than the one your phone's in, and then you're breaking up pretty bad too.
Back on mute.
No problem, brother. No problem. Maybe I can fix something on my side. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I got you turned up pretty good over here. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that field trip I took in school where we measured the Earth curve. I do not remember that one. You were just told it was a ball.
I too was told that it was a ball. I've never even tried to check myself, but I hear it's not easy. So myself personally, I'm not going to make any claims. Right. Go ahead.
Right, yeah. Apparently it's too big to measure, but someone did it like thousands of years ago. So which is it?
Well, we're coming to find out that they had some pretty amazing technology back in the day. So maybe the only part of the story they got wrong was the method. You know what I mean? They could still have gotten that circumference, radius, diameter. You know what I mean? No, I'm just kidding. I can't even go forward with that. The rest of that, no fucking way.
As an elementary school kid, yeah, they don't really give you any details. They just take you on a field trip to a planetarium where you look at a fucking projector on a dome ceiling.
Yeah. Funny how that works, right?
No, they do that to simulate the curvature of what we're looking at from the ground.
Well, what's pure comedy to me is all of the planets are in a perfect plane with each other. Like, I'm I don't know. It just seems a little unrealistic. Like,
A little?
yeah, like perfect orbits, and I mean, and people just swallow it like, oh yeah, looks perfectly sciencey to me.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's
you couldn't
hilarious.
write it.
They laugh at the idea of a flat Earth, but then believe in a flat solar system and a flat universe with a fucking edge.
They believe that
Yeah,
Kansas,
yeah.
which is 400 miles from west to east, right? Kansas, 400 miles to west to east is flat as fuck. Like it's a big thing here in America to say flatter than Kansas is flatter than a pancake, derp smurp herp. Okay, how can that exist on your ball? It can't. 400 miles of flat, it can't exist on your ball. Game over.
Well, it's gaslighting to tell someone that they wouldn't notice the difference between a flat Earth and a globe. Like, you'll be able to.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not good at observing shit in the first place, okay? So you wouldn't even know, all right? Let's take it from the experts, okay? You go watch your football. We got this covered.
And that scientist lady was like, well, if it's not peer reviewed, I don't want to see it. And then it's like, well, the problem with that is if it doesn't conform to what everybody believes, it's never going to get peer reviewed. Well, and yeah, she just was trying to get out of that conversation. I mean, she wanted none of that.
Well, check this out. People need to realize that even if it's quote unquote peer reviewed, that's still just another bias or set of biases. Like that's all it is. It's not a better way to prove a thing to be closer to a fact or what the fuck ever. It's just more minds on it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a better product than if the minds weren't on it. Well, you know, I don't know. Proof's in the pudding,
Yeah.
not in the fucking how many eyes you got on the thing, because there are too many cooks in the kitchen oftentimes. But, you know, sometimes there aren't. It's just how it works. Yeah, peer review doesn't necessarily mean more correct than if it weren't peer reviewed. And that's a misnomer. People need to disabuse themselves of that.
Yeah, just because you can replicate a test, I mean, that's what makes something scientific, because it has to be repeatable. I mean, so like, I mean, you don't have to be a flat earther to go out there and do a test showing the earth is flat. I mean, you can reject that entire test, but you should still be able to do it and show that this is repeatable. But these Globers won't even do that.
I think a big problem is the scientific community is not given a solid reason to prove the Earth to be a certain thing over and over and over. They've got the public so immersed, so entrenched, enmeshed in the belief of it all that they don't have to even try to prove it ever, really. The story is so good. You know, it's good enough, at least good enough for human beings to buy it hook, line, and sinker. And if you sell someone a culture of the lie, they get a lot more from it, what they think they do, from the dopamine hits of fitting into a group and appreciating what new ideas and progressive thinking and bop-bop-bop-a-doo-doo-doo. They get you with that nonsense, and they say NASA is, you know, space exploration is one of the best ways to expand your own personal universe, and all these wildly poetic things that they can say that have nothing behind them, like fiat currency. It's just concepts out there ruling the world. And these people around us couldn't get enough. They can't get enough of it.
Yep, they're addicted to it. It's a drug to them.
Yep. You know, and it's funny, it's people frown, thumb their nose up at like drug addicts and alcoholics. It's like, y'all motherfuckers are the exact same. You just do it with information, beliefs, concepts, and what the fuck else, whatever. You can be religious about a peanut butter and jelly sandwich if you do it right.
Yeah, I love Glober's reactions. Once I'm in a like server talking about whatever, and then they read my bio that I'm a flat earther, and then they come at me with that, like they're expecting me to like shrivel up and just go away. And when I don't, they don't know how to take that. So they kind of get quiet.
Yeah, isn't it strange that a dummy flat earther has so much confidence and knowledge on the topic? You disarm them with that. They're like, oh shit, fuck, what do I say? What do I do? God, that was surprising.
Yeah, then they're like, oh, you're a troll. We're gonna ban you. It's like, hey, you brought up flat Earth, not me.
Right. You didn't know I was someone who actually uses their senses every day more than you do to notice the reality around him.
Yeah, this is gonna get awkward.
How can a place that has built their are you talking about just like general like science servers or like anti-flat Earth servers where they're Glober servers? Like, how are these people gonna build a freaking server specifically to talk about what we talk about and then say that you're a troll?
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they do that because, like,
dude, it's like this. It's like going fishing, and then when you get the fish in your hands, screaming at it like, "You stupid fucking idiot!" Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Oh yeah, anybody who doesn't conform to the consensus is a troll. That's how they see it.
God, I know, and it's a good word, right? Troll, because we all grow up not thinking about trolling. Again, with fishing, it's a fishing term. You troll the water for fish and such, plastic bottles, whatever. It's not a hey, troll lives under the bridge. That's another kind of troll, and that's a metaphor. But either way, we learned about, or at least I did, growing up, a bunch of troll stories. Living under a bridge, ugly, got warts all over its nose. It'll eat your kids unless you do these things for it. Ba ba ba, like. And so there's this subconscious thing that even when I hear troll, it's like, yeah, I don't want to be that. I don't want to know anybody who's a troll. And now I got to look into what the rest of the world is saying a troll is. And wouldn't you know it? A troll is a piece of shit person. Well, there we go. I don't, it's Wikipedia and Urban Dictionary now, motherfuckers. Let's go. 2023.
Yep, cat's out of the bag now.
Whoops.
See, it's quite a conundrum for YouTube because if they ban the flat Earth topic, a lot of their shills would be out of a job.
That's not the worst of their worries, dude. We'll actually start to try to change the things that are wrong with the system because of lies like Globe Earth. You feel me? We won't be in our corner over here, distracted by this. Okay. I think you know what I mean would be happening in place of that. That's why we're here. They knew we would come over here and talk about this. Most of us are pacifists anyway, right? Unless someone's given a real reason to become the opposite. I believe everybody's born a pacifist, man. And they want to play into that, so they're like, hey, no, they want to go over there and talk about that? Oh, let them. Oh, yeah. They'll dig that hole forever. Mm-hmm. We can go over here and do these other things while they sit there and yell about that. Mm-hmm. We'll take the smartest motherfuckers, the most, critical thinking. I mean, I overuse that term, but that's what it is. Street smart ass motherfuckers who can also get the book smart stuff if needed, right? We're going to put them over there so that they can critically think about this one thing. And they're empaths, so they're going to want to try to share it with everybody, and they're all going to fucking get backlash from that, and they're going to be like, no, I can't have that. I got to love my fellow man. He's got to learn this stuff, and they're just going to keep, lashing back harder and harder, and they're going to be over there busy with that while we do these other things.
Yep. It's funny. I recently joined a bunch of so-called science groups on Facebook. A lot of them post, astronomy, images, and all that. And I was surprised at how many people are skeptical of the images they're being shown. Like they don't buy into it really.
Right. Yeah, it's, people are smart enough. They just don't care, man. They don't care.
Yeah.
How often do we hear someone come in and say, "Yeah, well, okay, it's flat. How does that affect my life?" I think that's the worst way to be thinking about anything in life, right? And they immediately jump to it, like, "Well, it doesn't affect my life. I can still go get hot dogs." Like, okay. I mean, and that's the thing that people don't want to think past towards the implications of a fact, even if the fact, the implications of that fact can explain a lot, for them. You're taking away illusions from people that they live their life based on these illusions. They go up and down the same stairs every day. They're comfortable with what they do. So then you don't want to wish that pain on anybody, right? But unfortunately, that's the price of doing business if you want to figure some things out and be honest while you're alive. Yeah, instant effect, Cuddy. The dopamine, it's the instant effect. And then the dopamine, check this out. The more dopamine that comes from an individual thing like drug use or being in love with someone or something or whatever, it eventually starts to release oxytocin, which is it's a deeper love drug. It's what female humans produce, and probably a lot of other animals produce so that their children grow. It's like the human being hormone on steroids, right? It's the thing. So more dopamine is released than oxytocin gets released, and so even though it's based on a lie, they'll come getting those. They'll want the dopamine hits. Here, I'll put it to you this way: every living being is like this in some way, shape, or form. They did a test with rats or mice. Probably both would do the same thing. And that's not to say there's any, in my opinion, a link between a rat and a human. Get the fuck out of here, bro. But anyway, I don't know about all that. So what they did, though, was they took two rats, two different rooms, cages, and they gave both the rats food, but then they gave one of the rats cocaine as well. And so there was an option, so they could hit the lever and choose when they get fed, and then when the other one gets the cocaine or food. So one's got a choice between cocaine and food, and the other just gets food when it hits the lever. Okay. And so we'll go left to right. So the left guy only has food, the right guy has cocaine and food. So the guy on the left is hitting his lever only when he's hungry, right? And he eats and he's normal. The guy on the right with the cocaine and food starts to eat food first, then tries the cocaine and says, "Oh, this is kind of dope." Get it? And then he starts eating the food and having cocaine, and then eventually all he's doing is hitting that cocaine thing over and over and over, lose weight, and then he eventually dies because he's not eating the food, and the food sits there and rots. Everybody's got that kind of thing going on inside of their brain, okay? It's just how things work. It's how the physiological makeup, if you want to call it a design, that's how she rolls. And so bringing this back to the anti-flat earth kind of thing, huge dopamine hits over and over and over every day in the palm of their hand, at home, what have you. And they're always thinking about rebuttals, right? Oh, that conversation I had with this guy and this motherfucker. Oh, he got me there. I'm going to get him, though. Like, right? Those dopamine hits turn into this physiological monster of sorts. And that's, I mean, like I said, there's no way around it. But recognizing that that's happening with behavior that is detrimental to one's soul, that's where the work lies. That's where people stop and they're like, fuck it, I'll just continue to make fun of these guys because everybody else is doing it. And I don't know, I'll just say, I don't know what's right and I don't know what's true. And hey, because it doesn't affect my life, right? One way or the other.
Well, NASA is in a conundrum because a large percentage of younger generations really don't buy into the moon landing. Like, yeah, they may think, oh yeah, the Earth's the ball and outer space is real, but they're skeptical of like stuff like that, like the moon landing, uh, different events that have happened. So like NASA does feel pressure to go back to the moon in a way. Um, but if they do, that's a huge risk that you know that will expose them for being a fraud. So
I think there's other plans in place that I think they've already thought of all that stuff, and it's going to, my opinion, is going to be anticlimactic. Something's going to happen where it's just like, oh fuck, yeah, that figures, ugh, and they're going to buy it, yeah. Okay, well, then we just move past it and just keep, yeah, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's how I feel it's going to happen.
yeah,
It's not going to be this
maybe.
big thing. I don't think the whole world's going to go, why aren't they going back to the moon? They'll buy. Well, after 50 tries to get this fuel thing right, we just can't seem to get it right, folks. I'm not sure. So what we're going to do is focus our attention on Mars instead. People will be like, you know what? That makes sense. If like they'll just say, yeah, they'll go with it. So that's my opinion.
The asteroid belt actually has expanded, and it's not really safe to go anywhere now.
There you go. Yeah. So the asteroids there's just more of them now. And we can't really get through but we used to have that technology. So.
Yeah, and we went at the perfect time back in the 60s.
Yep, the Goldilocks window for literally everything that we said we were going to do. First try. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. Someone's heard about the Arctic and how cold it gets there their whole life. Been training for it, but only training for it in ways that they could do without having to actually get cold. Okay? Right? They've been hearing about it, reading about it, doing the best they can in their environment, but not really ever getting cold. And then for the first time ever, saying, fuck it, okay, well, I think I might have this, and going into a freezing cold environment and trying to, live for an hour. First time, listen, again, first time in freezing cold. Not, you know what I mean? Not just, oh, it's a cool room. I'm talking 0, 10 degrees tops, windy. First time you've ever been in it. You could be as book prepared as you want. You're going to fuck something up. But nope, these motherfuckers never been outside in the freezing cold in their lives. Minimal equipment, hadn't even been tested in the first place, right? And they just go. Oh, hell yeah, made it there and back. Did everything we wanted to. Left some trash. We left our poop up there. And, yeah. What the fuck? People just eat it up. The story, not the poop. Well, anyway.
I did want to speak a little on kind of what Miggy likes to touch on, and it's like people sort of losing touch with reality and not knowing what's real. And in a way, like, I think they sort of do have a point, because so many things are faked and lied about in our reality with, like, events and stuff they say is true. I think people, if you don't examine each individual thing and you don't look into it, you can be fooled pretty easily by a lot of stuff. So, people just accepting what they're told is true. Outer space and all these different events that have happened in the last couple of years. People just accept it. So in a way, like, they're being honest when they say they can't tell if something is real. Like, they don't examine stuff. And they're only critical of things when it's socially acceptable to be critical of them.
What's up, guys?
Yo, can't leave you hanging like that. There's a whole bunch of people listening and just too rude to freaking say hi.
I was just getting ready to go on lunch, just seeing what was going on. Nothing really much going on here. Just working. Are you out? Are you out because of the weather today, or no?
Yeah. We we only have like one more job before we're done for the season anyway, so like no need to go working in the rain and snow and sleet mix that's out today.
Yeah, we got
But
an inch and a half or something.
yeah, I'd say about 2 inches, yeah. Probably about the same here. It's already kind of melting though as it hits the ground. The ground's still warm. We had just a week ago we were like 75 degrees, so
Oh.
yeah.
Dude, the weather's been crazy. It's finally, I think, what I would call winter weather now.
But
About one.
I am getting excited though. Yeah.
Oh yeah, did
Like,
you got your
I
board,
don't know.
man? I still got my board. I haven't used it in years, but it's sitting in my garage.
You should get out with it again, man. You'll enjoy yourself.
Dude, I'm gonna go back and ride in Colorado someday. I'm gonna do it. Probably maybe even this season.
I got just seeing the snow on the ground, like waking up to the snow on the ground. Like I woke up and I turned on like I saw like a suggestion for like urban snowboarding video, like watch some of that, and then I'm like shit, I should bust my board out and freaking get it scraped, because it's about time. Like when I put it away for the summer, I just left the wax on it and freaking
Yeah,
it's about ready to scrape and buff that thing, man.
mine needs a good wax. I usually just run it through the auto ones they got at the lifts or whatever.
Yeah, that works, but I think you can do a better job doing it yourself, like taking your time with it.
Yeah, if you're gonna sharpen the edges and all
Yeah, full tune or whatever. Um, but no, I mean, also like the wax that they use. Like I bought some pretty expensive wax. I mean, it's still just wax. It's not that expensive, but comparatively, but it's. I should go find it. What the brand of it? But it's got the like the highest temperature range that I can find out of any wax. Like it's supposed to be good for like -30 or like +40.
that. Yeah,
It's pretty crazy.
yeah. I mean, shit. At some point, you're like, well, you gonna go board in Antarctica or what?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like instead of like a lot of wax, like I don't know, I had what was the other kind of wax I got? I mean, it works for most conditions, but then if it does get a little bit warm, yeah, it was pretty sticky. So this stuff, I bought the Choco all in one. It's supposed to work. Yeah, Nick, 30. What is that? You got so like snow temperature, I think that's what that is, or like air temperature. It gives you both ratings. So like
Yeah,
snow temperature of like 32 to 32 to Nick. Okay.
I gotta take a call real quick. I'll be in. I'll be listening, but I gotta mute.
Gotcha. Keeps popping in and out. Freaking hate Discord on the phone.
Well, this is just unacceptable. You guys can't have this kind of dead air for this period of time. So I've been called to come in here and make sure that I can perform a filler for the 24/7 Discord here. Right now, 127 west of the Rockies, 377 miles south of the Judgment Scar. Blood always finds its level. Welcome to this day, November 15th, 2022. A date which will live in infamy. Welcome to the end of your consciousness. Sorry, your cartoon religion is bye-bye. And here we are. No trespassing allowed. Make sure when you come in that you wipe your feet. Try to get a ticket before noon next time. It'll be much cheaper to get in here. And if anybody is dissatisfied at all, 100% money back guarantee. Thanks.
And now a word from our sponsors.
If you're looking for the right type of ammunition, stop buying lead. Invest in copper rounds. Much better for killing vampires and werewolves. Thanks.
Well done, EXO.
And here we are, Lou. Always remember also, lighter is better. Speed kills. Make sure your weapons are well oiled and maintained at all times. You never know when we can kick off the next phase of the beginning of sorrow, since we are in Revelation. Who knows? Next week, we could be all on a FEMA camp line begging for some more soup and some moldy bread because they bulldozed your home since you didn't agree with their policies. Coming up. Thanks.
What are you going to do if they make conspiracy theories against the law?
I have no idea. You're going to have to restate that question. The audience
through the lens of misinformation.
Restate your question.
If it's ever against the law, then we'll have been proven 100% correct, and there's no more debating it.
No, well, hold on, though. Are you saying theories are against the law, or conspiracies are against the law, or conspiracy theories are against the law?
Conspiracy theories would be against the law through the lens of misinformation.
Right. I've never been interested in any conspiracy theories, though. I just go off of what they admit. So that would be impossible to do that to me. Plus, I'll just say, yeah. Well, I'll just say I'm a Semite, and it's whatever I do is okay. So I have lineages back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, so I'm untouchable. That's what I would tell him. And if you're wondering where that term comes from, it's actually from the man named Shem. The original term would be Shemite. not Semite. We know that most of you, of course, would have figured that out originally, but who cares? Whatever they do to you, then God is going to allow that to happen. You have to realize that whatever you're destined to do, either you're going to listen to God and you're going to do that, or you're going to ignore God and you'll be cannon fodder anyway. We need NPCs, so we need the people that are going to fall for their lies. And we also need you guys to be the resistance. So it's all going to work out either way. There's really nothing to worry about, to be honest. Why would you want to live on a mountain anyway, eating bugs? Is that what you want? I'm not interested in surviving during some sort of, takeover, to this 1984 style, Mark of the Beast system anyway. Why would I want to live? I'm just going to preach the word, tell the truth. And if they get me out of here or behead me, as it states in the book of Revelation, then good. I'm better off beheaded than living in this dump. Thanks. And if you're just joining us now, this day, this will be the 799th day that our calculations have right now that we know that we've caught the United States government already poisoning its citizens in the mainland of America, and countless government organizations have already covered it up. They're already exterminating you, so no wonder, and don't worry about waiting for when it's going to start. It's already been happening. The depopulation has already been initiated for the past few years, if you didn't notice, when you were told to shut your mouth instead of ask questions. So keep that mask on your face, you lovely Americans, and do what you're told. Let's see. I'll do a quick radio check. Also, we have Amish Exorcist. That's a really nice name. I got to be honest with you. Probably the best name right now in the server. Adam Unsalted. Ball Kicker. Clayandra Seal. We got Crypto. Cuddy. Little G. Alem. Effie Batman. Perham Jeshman. Julius J. Lou Natik. Mick Glover. Morvis. Ordu Seclorum, Platter, some cryptocurrency guy named Satoshi Nakamoto, T-Wood, Timbo, and that's it. That's the entire list that's in the 24/7 live Discord right now. And if anybody else wants to speak, please do so right now, or I will continue.
I like it. I want to hear you keep going. I'm eating anyway.
All right. Well, top latest news in this awakened non-movement would be our latest traverser of the interwebs, Mr. Dude Perfect, supposedly went to outer space recently, and we'll have to thank him for not being able to tell us when the Earth curvature was supposed to be visible. If we could get a claim, that would be really nice, dude. If you could get a perfect claim for when curvature should be visible, that might help your situation. But unfortunately, you showed us the horizon again, which is what we claim, which is what most of these people claim that are skeptics of this outer space mass murder religion that you've given us. So unfortunately, you guys are sending SpaceX rockets up and Amazon rockets up and Kmart rockets up, I'm sure is around the corner. And you keep showing us what we've told you we're going to see. It's amazing. I can predict these things. I can say, you're going to show us the flat, unadulterated horizon when you get your highest altitude, and literally every time you guys do it, you compliment me and you confirm my prediction. It's like I'm a prophet. That must really hurt to be in the chat when I make that prediction, because I'm going to make it every single time. And it's the same thing. It looks like the same footage. Honestly, this looks like the exact same footage that was used 8 years ago by the STS, Jibby Jedi hangouts. When we were exposing this crap 8 years ago, it looks like the exact same footage. Can't you guys use something new? It's just literally just perversely retarded that you're still using the exact same footage showing the exact same concave convexity jello mold Earth as we travel up. You guys got to get some new material. I mean, yes, the pathetic, retarded sheeple will believe it, guaranteed. They're designed to believe whatever you tell them. You could show them a Teletubby cartoon, and they'll say that's exactly what we'd expect, when we launch a rocket into space. But just so that we can continue to play the game without rolling our eyes back into our skulls, literally hoping that a guillotine comes down on my neck, try to increase your special effects department. Thanks. Okay, it looks like oil stocks and oil prices are now at a balance point, slightly coming down in some western parts of the United States, if that's what you call it. I noticed here in southern Arizona, they went down 20 cents. Wow, that's amazing. You guys in California are probably down to about $9 a gallon, so congratulations on that. And if anybody can tell me what it is on the East Coast, I'm all ears. It looks like that you are starting to feel sorry for the Goyim and the people that you're mass murdering, so you're reducing the prices again. How lovely of you, Satanists, to do that for us. We really appreciate that. While you're at it, if you could, try to get some of the maybe police officers and government agencies and the FBI to actually stop murdering us. That would be actually my first choice, besides just lowering gas prices. Try to see if the military-industrial complex being used on the streets can just murder just 1% less innocent Americans, and that would be my first priority over the gas prices. So hopefully we can do that later. Since you're already poisoning us to death, it wasn't bad enough with the chemtrails in the water. You're just going into our homes now and spraying us with industrial grade pesticides and then telling us just to make sure that we go outside for 5 minutes and get a fresh breath of air. So hopefully we can make some sort of agreement soon. I can't wait for talks to initiate when we'll have government agencies talking to militia groups. That might be right around the corner, 2023, 2024. I imagine that militia groups will start organizing in Texas and maybe New Mexico or Arizona, here, Four Corners states. And we'll actually have meetings about how we don't want you to kill us as much. Wouldn't that be nice? I can't wait for that to be televised. All right. Well, you got to give it to the outer space religious department. This religion has done quite wonders for Satanism. Now it seems that since 2016, when a movement of clearly 12 to 25 atheists on the internet started claiming they couldn't trust their eyes because we could see too far, they invented a new religion. I think what they did was they took evolution and they took gravity and they took evolution and gravity, put them in a cage together for 24 hours. And then gravity had a baby now, and it's called refraction, which means we just can say refraction. Every time we see something that we don't like, we say refraction, and then we don't have to believe it. We can actually claim that reality is an illusion. Therefore, ergo, I can't trust the bathroom door. I can't trust biology. I can't trust my own genetics. I can't trust the mirror, and I can be whatever I want. I can be an artichoke or a dolphin or a horse or any sort of furry cosplay creature I want to. Literally, and this is the amazing part, this is what the outer space religion has allowed. Now, people don't realize this. Without the outer space religion, there would be no cosplay people pretending that they're actual animals. I think they're called furries. This is a real epidemic that's been going on for about 8 years now, and it's catching on all over the existence under the heavens. Quite disturbing. But again, the root problem for this religion is the outer space foundation. Without outer space, none of these crimes would be accepted. But because outer space, we can do whatever we want. You got to be tolerant. Why aren't you tolerant? If I want to be a little rat monkey and go around, doing things and following little kids in the bathrooms like these outer space zealots do, I mean, you got to just be tolerant to that. I'm sorry, ma'am, but, these furry people that believe in outer space might follow your kids into the bathroom, and you just have to accept that because we live in outer space. I'm sorry, you got to get with the times. Stop being intolerant. Welcome to the next level of American culture. Here it is, and it's spreading all across this existence under the heavens. What a wonderful time to be alive. We'll call this the beginning of sorrows. Check your Revelation book. That's in the end of the Bible. Yes, we are nearing the end. We're on the home stretch, it looks like. I would tell Little G and God Rockin' and some of my associates like Jay's and Stormfire, and we have come to the conclusion that we believe we're probably around Revelation 3, but also some of the things that are even farther up we're seeing right now happen before our eyes. Everybody knows that the Euphrates River is drying up, and isn't that amazing that it talks about the Euphrates River being dried up in Revelation? I think that's quite impressive. So we're right here. We are front and center. This is the front row to the apocalypse, which is what this is. No, the apocalypse isn't in the future. The apocalypse is now. The apocalypse means revelation. And the reason they've been showing us all these zombie movies for the past 30, 40 years, and it just gets worse. I mean, what was the last good one? 28 Days Later, probably the only good thing that's ever come out of England. Probably the only time you've ever seen talent and, appreciation of skill that's actually, can you imagine England actually accomplished something? They made a movie about zombies and they did a good job. It's probably the last good thing they'll ever do. And that was the last time there was ever really a good zombie movie. 28 Days Later, they did the sequel 28 weeks later, and not as good. But that's it. Anybody watching zombie movies after that, you are now a zombie when you're watching the movie. So they're actually making you turn into zombies as you're watching these zombie movies. By doing that, they tricked everybody to think that the zombie apocalypse was about the undead. No, you're walking around, you're living around the Walking Dead as it is during the apocalypse. So the zombie apocalypse has already been here officially for almost 3 years now. Just ask Jimbo out there. Where's Jim 777 Waterworld? Yeah, he'll tell you he's not happy about it. And if you have a problem with it, the government's going to tell you to cover your face, just like they do in China, North Korea, Russia. Where's the Kiwi at? Where's Jace? Australia. Every single country across the world has the same law now to shut your mouth when you want to know why we're going to force you to take medicine and aborted fetal cells. No. If you don't like aborted fetal cells, you're putting everybody in danger, actually. I'm sorry, but listen, we're going to have to quarantine you people. So I'm sorry, you either agree with putting aborted fetal cells in your body or you're a terrorist. That's, welcome to 2023, right around the corner. It's going to happen. Mark my words. And if you have a problem with it, put your mask back on and get in line. Yeah, so you over there in China and you over there in America. Yes, the entire world has one world government already. So for you Americans out there that are waving that American flag thinking you're going to get Trump back and he's going to save you, you are just as much of a part of this problem than the liberal weirdos allowing furries to take their children into the bathroom. You are just as much a problem allowing this government to let you think that Donald Trump, the golden orange-faced man from Lucifer, is going to save you. You are literally actually worse. You're the bigger part of the problem because you're buying into this system thinking that this system is real. That's what's going to literally lead to our destruction. Go ahead.
You're taking the bait. It's always bait.
Yep, you took the bait and you love your ego. You still wave an American flag and you're a tough hillbilly cowboy and you're a tough guy, so it's okay to just vote for mass murderers. I'm sorry, you failed. Thanks. Yep, can't even get a bag of chips. When's the last time you've been in front of a chip machine and you couldn't wait to get those little people bites, Doritos bites in your mouth? Yeah, I think in the future we're going to find out that the snack food industry is probably where a lot of our, family members go and dogs go. They already found the poisons that they put dogs and cats down with. When your dog's too old, okay, you got an injury and it's 11-year-old puppy and it's too late and you got to put your dog down, and they put a specific type of medicine, or they give it not medicine. They have a certain type of poison that they put your dog down with. Well, they did a study on dog food a few years back and found that chemical is all over pet food. So they're recycling your dead animals, putting them back into your dog food, and your dog is now eating your last dead animal. Yeah. So they've already made Soylent Green for the dogs. You're next. You are going to be made food, and your aunts and your yes, apps 1,000% serious. This is the executive officer of the Red October. Yes.
You're kidding me. They're not going to mince human meat and feed it to you.
They've already done it with dogs. They've already done it because we found the chemical that they put dogs and cats down in the dog food, and we know that they're lying to us about our food. They have already found human tissue in certain fast food restaurants. I'm sure people here already know this. So Soylent Green has already initiated as well.
Food restaurants?
So what makes you think that they're above doing it? I mean, I'm not saying that it's for sure going to happen, but what makes you think that they wouldn't?
It's fucking disgusting. Why would you want it?
I hope not Burger King. I got to be honest with you. Burger King was the only place my dad would take me to, and I got to be honest with you, they're one of the few places that still taste the same. That could be good or bad. I don't know. I hope for my own conscience I don't find out that it's Burger King, because that means that I've been eating people for a few years. Thanks.
Why would they do this, though? Like, what does it do? Does it benefit them somehow?
We could talk about that all day. Anybody want to mention that? Why would they?
I don't get that. It doesn't make sense. Is there something satanic about it that they get like a jolt off of?
Wow, you just laid out the foundation right there. There are many rituals to the people that are in power. And yes, Satan, the god of this world, wants to commit as many perverted acts onto God's children as he possibly can. This is what disgusts our creator. So it's not just about making us sick. It's actually Satan's attack on Elohim himself. Is what this is about. This is a war in heaven. This is a holy war outside of the throne. This is a spiritual battle, not just physical, not just principalities here, as we know, as Romans tells us. So this is beyond what I could even explain to you. I can only tell you about the surface level of it and how, people sell out, right? How many movie stars and rock stars and athletes do you know have sold out? How many actors do you know have sold out? How many people do you know that get paid millions of dollars to be put on the big screen are actually prostitutes for the elite and for the people that run this thing? That's what they all are. Almost everybody in Hollywood, when you see their faces on a screen all the time, that usually means they are a prostitute. Because if you don't conform to their system, they're not going to give you the riches. They're not going to give you the money. They're not going to put your face on the silver screen. You have to sell out. So this isn't just one little part of it. It's the entire system. So when it comes to the food industry, it's the same thing. Where can I get the cheapest meat? Oh, well, how about a bunch of dead dogs and people? I bet that's a real good cheap rate right now. I bet that's a really good, because usually you just bury them and get rid of them. So I bet they'll be cheap. And that's what these companies do. They want to get a bigger yacht, a bigger mansion. They want to have more hookers. They want to have a higher, amount of cocaine in their body. Whatever they want, they will do anything because it's never enough. Once you sell your soul, you'll never be happy. You'll need more hookers. You'll need more drugs. You'll need a bigger house. You'll need another Bugatti, and they're all headed there. It's never enough. They'll never be satisfied. As the Bible tells us, a man who loves silver will never be satisfied with silver, and a man who loves gold will never be satisfied with gold. And that's it. They have chosen riches and fame and fortune over love and empathy and compassion. That's why there's only two sides. That's why Jesus says you were either for me or against me. So we have a world that is an antichrist system that's, does not care if they kill 1 billion people. If they killed half the United States.
So we've got Matt Glober in the house. Have you talked to him?
Take it away.
Is Matt Glober willing to speak?
No, he isn't. He's in a crowded office.
Okay. Well, it didn't work out then.
So there is no mystery to this. If half of America's population died next week, all the rich people would say, oh, well, thanks Satan, it wasn't us, so let's go back to making money. They don't care. It's that simple. They care about their lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, and the pride of this life, which is not of the Father, it is of this world. And this world's going bye-bye. So sucks for them. I'd be better off to die in the street with an empty belly and just with the word of God than to have all the riches of the world. What does a man gain to have the entire world and lose his soul? So sucks for them. They got their underground bunkers. They have $1 trillion military industrial complex that makes buildings and bunkers inside mountains, and they are only building their tombs. They are trying to escape God. They hate God. These are the people mentioned in the Bible that are going to try to kill God, just as it was in the Tower of Babel. There's nothing new under the sun. It's the exact same mindset. What can I do to justify my lifestyle? And it goes all the way down to the Satanist that's in the chat right now, trying to justify this outer space religion. That's why this outer space deception is literally the centerpiece of the satanic ritual. It is the foundation of all these evil cults right now to get the population to believe in a lie. And it's a black hole. Literally, everybody worships a black hole now. Oh, bro, did you see NASA? They have a picture of a black hole, bro. Whoa, man, that's cool. That's worship. And it's not just my words. Go ahead.
Bring it up with Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker's in the chat now. He wants to try to offer some of his truth.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, we'll come back to the truth later. Go ahead, Sasha. 3.6.
He's looking for the truth. It doesn't mean he's found any. He's still looking. Give him some time. Just
never let a just dead air. Never let a tragedy go to waste. So, gosh, I feel bad. I feel bad for him. Go ahead.
Who? Sasha?
Yeah, Sasha.
I don't even see Sasha.
Truth Seeker.
Yeah, he's at the bottom. Yeah, he's at the very bottom.
He's busy looking for the truth right now, bro.
He's looking. Yeah, he's looking under the rug right now. Go outside. You probably threw it away. It's in the trash. You know, hurry up and get it before the trash man comes.
He might be busy on NASA's website right now.
His name's Sasha, right? His name's Sasha? I was so confused for a minute there, dude. I'm like, where's Sasha, my boy?
Yeah, the pagan ball. Yeah, the Meligog ball-looking satanic idol thing at the very bottom. That's him. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, the thing that looks like Nimrod. Yeah.
Yeah, bingo.
Yeah, I've been saying that for about a week now. But anyway, did y'all see that Artemis is launching tonight?
No, but my prediction is they're. I didn't know that. I'm just going to put my prediction in here. They're going to show us the flat horizon at their highest altitude. That's my prediction.
Do we think it's do you think it's really going to take off this time? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I mean,
so 1:04 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is expected launch time. They're in preparation right now.
Well, shouldn't we be doing a watch party for that?
I know, right? If anybody, I know somebody in here has like screen sharing ability or live. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't have that for anybody in this room, but in some of the rooms below, like the cinema or chill or whatever, all that's possible. Yeah.
Huh. Wonder if we should go down there whenever they started or whatever.
How long is it from now? Now we're you said Eastern. What was it? I mean, I'm in Central.
1:04 Eastern Standard Time, so just after midnight on Central.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay. They're going middle of the fucking night, huh?
Yeah. I was like, I'm looking at it like, I get this Twitter alert, right? And it says launch is at 6:04 GMT. I'm like, GMT? What's that in Central Standard Time? So
that's Greenwich Mean. So, like, yeah, if you know where you are, like Central is -6 from GMT. So, yeah.
Yep. And they refueled at what time is it? They refueled this morning.
I kind of think it might go off this time, but I don't know. I feel like they still haven't gotten the hype that they want, like, surrounding it. I think the delays and stuff are all intentional to try to get, people that otherwise would have no idea, interested. So all of a sudden, they have the audience that they want. They want people to watch this shit.
Oh yeah.
So the time that doing it in the middle of the frickin' night and all that, I don't know. I think they might
at 9
they might
a.m.
cancel again or whatever. Yeah.
at 9 a.m. they're going to have the first Earth views. That's when they're expected to have the first Earth views. I'll drop the tweet. See if it shows the marker.
So I talked about this a little bit, a month or two ago when they were talking to Artemis. My prediction with this is that sure, this first unmanned one, eventually it goes off and, they, whatever, Glover's come in seeing like, see, we went to the moon. Well, you didn't send anybody there and we don't know if we can trust any of those images. But I think by the time Artemis 2, the manned mission, by the time that one goes off, I think we're going to have another disaster. I think it's going to be another Columbia or, what was the other one? Like, Challenger. I think the crew's going to get wiped out, and they're going to say this is stupid, silly, it's too dangerous. We can do this better with machines, drones, so on and so forth, and you can experience it through the metaverse.
They're going to pay you to find Pokemon. I mean, they're going to make people rich, literally, just to go around, as a zombie. I mean, this is not my claim. They are literally showing us that they want zombies as people, as living hosts to possess. And they're going to go around playing Pokemon Go or whatever, literally as beneficial for credits. Like, you're going to get credited this. They've already talked about the body activity data. Like, you're going to have an implant system that monitors your body activity data. Microsoft has already patented it. And this is what the population is going to turn into. So, I mean, we are going into that level. It's an unmentionable. What was that movie? What was 1984? What was that movie with Sylvester Stallone where they froze him and he came back to Demolition Man? Like, that's where we're going. It's going to be much worse, though, and it's not going to be pretty at all. It's not going to be an action flick. It's going to be mass murder and genocides and populations getting wiped out and guillotines.
Well, that's first, and then all the restaurants are going to be destroyed except for Taco Bell, and then and we're not going to be able to shake hands with anybody anymore. And everybody's going to be like, oh, yeah, we're living in peace and harmony, but we can't touch each other.
Taco hell, you think, huh?
Dude, that was the funniest thing ever. No, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying, but I do, like, there's good energy that comes from the physical contact between two human beings. And I agree with that. I think that they're trying to get to that point where, like, stand 6 feet apart. Don't touch them. Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty weird when, all of a sudden 3 years ago, all these department stores out in front of them have all these dots in front of the store that say 66666666666666666. Yeah, everywhere 6666. Oh, in this store 66. There's just sixes everywhere. Yeah, nothing suspect here. Yeah.
They got everybody to bow down to it, didn't they?
Oh, Almighty Six. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'll stand back. 666. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That depends on where you live. Like, we never had like rules about which direction you can go down the grocery store aisle. We didn't really have places with dots on the floor. I think I might have seen it once or twice, but like nobody used them. Nobody enforced any of it. Even the whole time, like nobody in my area said boo if you decided not to wear a mask. Like, they might give you looks, but it was like, dude, they were afraid of you. I would walk mighty close to them and watch them back away. Clear path, motherfucker.
Right. This first exercise that's been initiated about 3 years ago is obviously a precursor, right? Then the tide goes back out, right? And then everything, it's safe now, and okay, it's over with. And when they do it again, it's going to be a much bigger tidal wave. The next one could be the last one, right? Or it could be the next level. Right. So then it goes back out. Okay, nobody worry about it anymore. But then when it happens again in 2000, 23, it's going to be, oh, now it's this one, and now if you even look at somebody, you'll turn into a Walking Dead, blah blah blah. You'll just whatever they make up, people will clearly believe anything they're told. That's what this has proven, that you're already surrounded by zombies. The zombie apocalypse is already here. That was the first wave. The next wave is going to be much worse. And the people to blame aren't just the ones in charge. The people to blame are the populations, are the normal citizens. They fell for it. They allowed their children to be abused. Cover everybody's faces and put it on your children. It's literally the largest child abuse act in God knows how long. This is absolute insanity that they've already shown their obedience to the system. So they're right on time. They're not worried at all. They know that everybody's going to fall for the next one.
Yeah. Like the worst part is it's they expect us to like when we say no, we're not doing that, and then they're like they expect somebody to step in and take control of that and make you do it. You know what I mean? It's like where's you're all about freedom, and except this. Now you want to take my freedom away. I've broken no laws. You want to take my freedom away?
Well, it was all a trick. See, like they, all of their mandates and suggestions, or all this stuff. It sounds very like authoritative. Like you have to follow this rule. This is a new rule now. But no, they didn't have any legal standing or right to actually enforce it. That's why. Like no, or even the ability. Like the cops they got other shit to worry about. They're not going to go after people about this stuff. They didn't even have the legal standing to actually do it. That's why they tried to put it on the private businesses to enforce it.
Right, because they couldn't do it. So they succeeded in scaring the shit out of everybody, and that in itself, like we don't have the. Like you said, we don't have the standing, the legal standing to make you do it. But, each business is a private business. And if that's the rule they want to enforce, and that's the rule that they choose. And that's what they did. That's exactly what they did. And everything they said, it was always highly recommended, highly recommended, highly recommended.
Yeah, that's how it was here in the United States. But in most countries, they can tell their people whatever the fuck they want. They can make a new law, and the police will enforce it. They're not the United States. They don't have our Constitution. They don't have our, or gun owning citizens.
Right. Yeah, that was the biggest mistake right there. Like when I heard. After incident in New Zealand, and they said they gave up all their guns after that, I couldn't believe it. I was like, no. You can't do that, dude. You cannot do that.
What do you mean they cannot do it, man? They'll do anything as long as we let them.
No. When they just handed over their guns and said and agreed to it, like, no, don't do that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But yeah, no, now I get what you were saying. Yeah, yep. But I don't have anything to say about those. Right? I just wish people would wake up that the globe ain't real. It means a lot more than you think, folks. Lots more. But it's up to you. That's a personal journey, right? That you got to go on yourself. Do you want to know? Do you really want to know? Truth's out there for you, whether or not you want to know.
Jeff, I mean, they're taking your money and they're using it for whatever they're using it for. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. Like they're taking $5,000 and buying a single toothbrush. Like it's ridiculous. Like, where's the money going? And they're giving you a cartoon, like a really, really good cartoon.
It's not even that good, dude. To be honest, if you look at the whole picture, it's laughable. It's kind of gross that people still buy it.
But
once you see it for what it is, it's laughable. But for those that are under the spell, it's it had me fooled for a while.
Yeah, me too. Like with the really cool paintings and stuff of what should be the birth of creation, or what's that thing called? The creative nexus. What do they call it? The pillars of creation, right? Pillars. More penis worship, by the way. Pillars of creation. Get the fuck out of here! And everybody's like, no, it doesn't mean that. What do you mean?
Yes, it's real hard. And it almost had, I went to the military when I was 17 years old. Left home from a place in Arkansas, a little small town. And moving forward.
Check out the live stream, dude. We've all seen this picture before. And we fell for it, dude. We fucking fell for it.
That was the first day. Okay, so your first there, he says you got a roommate. This is Jeff Dahmer.
Yeah, and it's Super Nintendo graphics. I can't believe we buy that shit.
In Germany from 1977.
They're like, oh, well, it's just an artist rendition. Yeah, can we get one photo of that? Can we go out and get one photo of that?
My favorite part is how the vacuum of space will absorb all the light and it won't light up everything. But yeah, we can have a closed system next to it.
Hey man, don't question it. It's fascinating and it's magic, and that's what makes it scientific.
Wait, look at this cartoon rendition, dude. Which one are you on all these artist renditions? Which one did you believe growing up?
I didn't really care. Let's be honest, I didn't care at all. I did not care.
I didn't believe in any of these pictures.
You're special though.
No, but I mean, when I did believe in planets and shit, and wasn't aware of flat Earth and all that, I knew even looking at the best of these images, I knew that it was an artist, that it was CGI or whatever else. It was, they had to tell you that when they showed you the pictures. It used to say down in the corner, this is, artist rendition or whatever else. You'd be really small. Or your teacher would tell you, this is just, a graphic to help you get the idea. These things are much farther apart than what this is showing and everything else. And, this, the scale is off. But I suppose maybe there's some kids or some people that look and they're like, this is space. This is it. That could happen, I guess.
Beat them up.
We're going to be going Godspeed, boys.
That I was stationed recently told me that.
That's why I'm dropping these pictures in the chat, because I want them to understand that everything they've ever known about what they've seen is fake.
Dude, I seriously can't believe I was in a fucking school for 12 years learning this.
I know.
12, you know how long 12 years is?
It's 12 fucking years.
And to memorize this shit.
No, they didn't focus on space for 12 years, though. It's literally you spend, I don't know, maybe a few semesters of your school career talking about it. You pick up the rest from National Geographic and shit like that, or just movies, space movies. Right. That's where you pick it up from.
Yes.
Science fiction is not science fiction anymore.
Like this one, I guarantee this one was a. Guarantee this was in your book or on your poster on the teacher's wall.
Yeah, I've seen something like that for sure.
It's hilarious, man. All you anti-flat earthers out there, we're laughing at you.
And they're laughing at us. They're sharing the one where the Earth is. It's the same picture, but the Earth is a disc right there.
Yeah. It's funny, dude. Like this is this what you think flat Earth looks like? It's ridiculous, man.
In space. With the sun.
We're all out in space and we're on a flat disc. Dude. Oh, this one's funny too. I like this one. Fake as hell.
This is what flat earthers believe. It just simply couldn't happen. Just
Fucking pigeonhole the whole argument, dude. See, the difference is we're not giving you any cartoons. Everybody else, all your little Glovers people are giving you cartoons. We're not giving you any cartoons. That's a good one right here. I like this one.
How's it going, guys?
It's going, man. Who's talking? I'm bad with voices still.
It's Julius.
Hey, what's up, Julius? Yeah, you hardly ever speak when I'm here, dude. How you doing?
I'm just in between. I'm kind of taking a lunch break right now.
All right.
Work, but yeah, I just popped in, see what's going on.
I have to say, this is my favorite flat Earth photo.
Which one? Oh, the bottom one. Thank you.
That one's suspect as fuck right there.
Looks a little bit.
Oh, this one's cool. I like this one. I gotta go with this one, dude.
I have to snag it.
I know. Love your Earth. Love where you live.
Oh yeah. Got some good ones. Austin posted a bunch of stuff the other day.
Did he?
Yeah, a bunch of toroidal field stuff, and then a bunch of stuff about electricity. And then a bunch of quotes from different guys. I'll put them all in there real quick.
Yeah.
He posted all these the other day. So about the ether, I think, is what all those are referencing. They're like all physicists and like
Right.
other various scientists and like. Last quote, the guy says it would be appropriate to call the vacuum ether again.
Oh.
I don't know, man. I think at one point in time we did refer to everything the way it was, and then they just hit it all.
Right.
I think there was a time and place where things were just normal, though, and shit got fucked. That's what I think happened.
Oh yeah. I got some theories on that. I'll save it.
Men got greedy. One thing led to another.
I'll save my speculation for Speculation Sundays. But if you're on there and I'm on there on Sunday, and just remind me what I think happened about the history of Earth, and going back from from the flood, moving all the way forward, dude, I've got a great story that like it all kind of makes sense, but I mean it's all speculation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, check out that video I just posted. I want to do some artwork with that. It's kind of in line with what Austin was talking about.
I like this one.
Check out that video I just posted. I was gonna try and do some art with like electricity and like wood, like just like they're doing there. And then I was gonna stain it, make like a little tabletop, or like an end table or some night tables.
That's pretty cool.
You see what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. So you can do that, and the current will he brushes like a salt water solution on the board before he clamps on the electric.
Right, so that way it doesn't like burn anything and it maintains its electricity.
Yeah. It just gives it something for the current to travel across easier.
Right.
But I was going to do that and then make some end tables and maybe some or maybe some cutting boards or I don't know.
Yeah.
For Christmas or something. Oh, maybe I can do that. I think I just need a battery and and some it should be pretty easy, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just a battery and like a negative and a positive, and just clamp on one on each end and slab some salt water on it, and all good. I don't know how much current I need or how much amps I need. If like a car battery would be enough, or do I need something like, you know what I mean?
You might need to like link car batteries like in series or something. Like,
if this picture doesn't say it all, then I don't know what else to say.
Lou, would I be better to plug in directly into like an AC somehow?
I'm thinking about. I don't want to say like I'd have to look into this actually, see how they do it, like you said. But
I just need to do a tutorial on YouTube and see how people do it, right? Just like see what the hell, get some ideas, right? See how much money I'm willing to spend, or if I can just find somebody that have them do it for me. All you gotta do is just have them put a cramp on each side of the board and just say, "Hey, there, thanks," and then just take it with you and stain it, and then make a table or whatever at home.
Yeah, that look neat. That's cool.
It'd be a cool. I think it'd be a cool cutting board, man. Like for cutting up vegetables and stuff. Maybe do like do that, but then
it'd be something nice and like it'd be something nice and small to start with to like practicing doing it.
Yeah, just do like a polyurethane coat on top, though. To make it real smooth, but you can still get the pattern. That'd be cool. Or you could get crazy and pour that resin in there, but I don't think it'd be deep enough for resin.
Just be careful going with YouTube tutorials. I destroyed a Nerf gun because some 10-year-old fucking trolled me.
That's funny, dude.
Wear your safety glasses.
A 10-year-old trolled you. That's funny.
Yeah, no, I had some Nerf gun sitting around that was fun. I was shooting my daughter with it, you know.
Right.
And I don't know, like a YouTube video popped up about like how to get more distance out of a Nerf gun. I'm like, really? Freaking like take this apart and you cut this little piece off here and then put it back together and then it doesn't work at all.
Right.
Yeah. Learn.
I mean, look at this shit that they fill your head with about like how you should believe what the flat earth should look like. This is some fucking bullshit, dude. It's all brainwashing. You go out there and experience the world for yourself. It's laughable.
Tinfoil hatter.
I mean, I'm just like, dude, like, this is what they're gonna fill your and you're like, yeah, that's what it is, dude. No, that's not what it is. Tinfoil bed. Like, if you want to know what flat Earth looks like, this is what flat Earth looks like.
Oh, I thought it was an ice wall or something. Okay, that makes way more sense.
Oh, the tinfoil hat?
Yeah, I thought it was just a weird model.
Let's get Illuminati.
That one's kind of stupid, but whatever. Threw it up there.
Funny because like stop acting like it's a conspiracy theory.
It's just a conspiracy.
Pretty much. This is right up. What's his name? Flat Earth dude. He says he wants to take the $68,000 write up.
I'd be scared to go on a rocket just what if it hit firmament.
Look at the CGI in that GIF. Literally, like, oh yeah, you're gonna have a flat window to look out of. Yeah, right.
Dude, that's gonna be your metaverse pod. You're just gonna be friggin' wearing VR headset and seeing this shit.
Yep. You better call NASA, son. Y'all see the? I know y'all probably don't watch the World Cup.
No, watching soccer is like one of the worst things in the world.
I'm excited. I hope the U.S. wins this year. I know it's all rigged though. A little side by side comparison. This
Analemma.
Yeah, this year's World Cup logo looks like an analemma. And they're going to be kicking that sun ball around.
Oh man. Yeah.
I mean, that just goes to show, like, they're hiding it right in front of you. You know what I mean? Like, why would they show you an analemma, knowing that you live on a flat Earth? They know. They've always known. Anyway, anybody listening, don't forget tonight at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. tonight, Pacific Standard Time. Tune into that Artemis launch. Watch them fake everything.
Is it Cartoon Channel time?
Is it cartoon share time? I mean, the cartoons that they.
So they're gonna launch some cartoon comic movies, or what is going to happen?
Artemis is launching tonight.
Yeah. So they introduce another CGI cartoon movie or movies.
They think they've mastered it.
That's amazing. Can't wait for those CGI graphics showing me illusions. Or, I mean, not at least illusions, but fairy tales people imagine to be real.
Yeah. But that's what they want. They want to be told that everything they're seeing is real, and everything they're experiencing is fake. We're going to tell you thing. You're not smart enough to understand what your own eyes see.
Exactly, man.
So where they send in this Artemis launch to?
Like, where are they launching it from?
No, where's it going?
To the moon.
Oh, okay.
To the moon. We're going back to the moon.
Yeah, we got to colonize space before those communists do.
Before you know it, it'll be everybody's. Fuck is this mean? After 70 seconds, the rocket will be above 40,000 feet and out of visibility range. So I guess, like, their expected launch is at 1:04 a.m. So that's midnight for me. So you're telling me I'm going to go out there and for 70 seconds, I'm going to see this rocket flying into space if I look southeast.
Yes? Or are you questioning the narrative?
I'm definitely questioning the narrative.
Then you must be out of your mind.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, our boy Matthew learns. I'm sure he'll be real proud of us going to space again, going to the moon.
I bet you he'll be on tonight because I know he's keeping an eye on all of this. So I bet you he'll be here tonight with us.
Yeah.
It'll only be 10 o'clock his time, so I'm sure he'll stay up at least until like maybe 11 or something like that.
Yeah, probably get a couple of Globers coming in to try to brag about their launch or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Actually, what I'm going to expect to happen. What I'm going to expect to happen is they're going to come in and be like, "Aren't you guys watching this?" Like, tons of people are going to be like, "No, why?" And they're going to be like, "Well, don't you think?" That's a funny one. Like, they think that we care all that much about it. No, that's your guys' thing.
It's their propaganda.
In the cinematic stream, we should just stream it. Like anybody that wants to go down there and watch it. Honestly, I'm just interested in watching it fail again. Because we all know it's going to fail again. But I'm right there with you, Lou. I think it's gonna. I think they're gonna go up there. They're gonna give us a bunch of CGI, and then they're gonna fail on a man mission.
We're having technical difficulties.
It's too dangerous to go there. See, but if it's too dangerous to go there, then maybe we should just like stop paying NASA, giving them their $24 billion a year. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, if I was giving you $24 billion, I'd expect you to take some risk. Did Truth Seeker find his information, or is he still looking on .ws? I can't believe I missed that. Just taking a nap on my flat Earth. How many's in the live stream? Or not live stream, but YouTube.
if the moon is approximately 50 feet, I think, 30 to 50 feet from here, this would be, to this scale, a mile away. Show us where the International Space Station is, Hubble, etc.
Okay. So if the Earth were actually this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. And then I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
You did.
But I don't want to be a spoiled, curmudgeon or anything. I just wanted to put. There's so much to actually be impressed with in the universe. I don't want you to be distracted by things that are not. That's all I'm trying to say.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I hold it?
You can hold it.
Can I hold her?
It's flat. Yeah, we know that stuff is flat.
Does anybody know if Neil deGrasse Tyson has had a different position on when he can see curve, like earlier in his career?
Good question. Let's see what YouTube says.
I would bet you could probably catch him saying you can see Earth curve from a plane.
Wow. I typed in Neil deGrasse Tyson Earth curvature. And the second video that popped up was that video I just played.
Yeah. That's damage control right there.
Pretty much like oh yeah, see we play that video too. Right in front of your face. And then every video after that, Neil deGrasse Tyson slams flat Earth. Neil deGrasse Tyson explains the edge. Neil deGrasse Tyson shutting down flat earthers.
He's the man. He knows what's up.
Neil deGrasse Tyson on God.
Yeah, he's a subject matter expert on everything spacey.
Except when it comes to gravity, he has no clue what that.
Neil deGrasse Tyson on the afterlife origins of the Earth, extreme weather. Ooh, Neil deGrasse Tyson. If Earth stopped rotating for a second, do we want to air it? It was 9 years ago. It was Larry King on Larry King.
Yeah, if the theoretical spin stopped. Uh-oh, what would happen?
Can I play it? I need 2 yeses. At least 2 yeses.
Yes.
I got 1 yes.
Play that. Play that.
I got 1 yes.
Go for it, man.
Yeah, play it.
4 minutes long.
At Johnny Basher via Twitter wants to know what would happen if the Earth stopped rotating for a second.
Oh, yeah, that would be disastrous. Disastrous. Because right now, here in New York, you can calculate at our latitude, we are all moving with the Earth at 800 miles an hour due east, because Earth is rotating. If you stopped Earth and you weren't seat belt buckled to the Earth, you would fall over and roll 800 miles an hour due east. It would kill everyone on Earth. People would be flying out of windows, and that would just be a bad day on Earth. I'm just saying. now, if somehow we all slowed down, so anything not bolted to the Earth would fly due east, 800 miles an hour. That's what happens to you in a car if you hit a brick wall and you're not wearing a seatbelt. You keep going. That's why you get hurt in those kinds of accidents. But if somehow we all slowed down with the Earth, then okay, that's fine. I mean, people think, well, somehow we'll be weightless or we'll lose our atmosphere. No, it's just that you'll have really long days.
At Skiboot1 asks, what's the thing that has surprised you most in the physics world?
In the physics world, I'm surprised. Can I give a cop-out answer there? I'm surprised that the United States could lead the world in particle physics for most of the 20th century and then just abandon that leadership. And now the most powerful particle accelerator is in Europe at CERN, the Center for, the European Center for Nuclear Research. But if you spell that in French, it spells CERN.
They're ahead of us.
And it's that particle accelerator that found the God particle, the famous Higgs boson. And we're just looking over across the pond saying, oh, can we a few of our scientists are on the project, but we're not the leaders of it. So you ask, what surprises me in physics? That we could, by vote of Congress, cede that leadership that quickly. And I'm astonished. I wonder, what country am I living in? It's not the one I grew up in. It's something different. I know it's a cop-out answer, but that's how I feel.
Danger Dave 723 tweets, what obstacles do we have to overcome in order to facilitate interplanetary travel?
Oh, okay. You know, Voyager just left the solar system. The Voyager spacecraft, it was in all the news a few weeks ago, traveling fast, all right? And it's at this boundary between the sun's influence and the galactic influence. And so you can say, well, if you hitched a ride on that, how long would it take you? Because that's been going for 40 years. How long would it take you to get to the nearest star? The nearest star in a galaxy that has 100 million stars in it. 100 billion stars in it. The nearest star is 40,000 years. So the question, what does it take to become interstellar space? We either have to figure out a way to live a really long time or send a crew of astronauts that are really fertile so that the 80th generation down the line is the one who lands at the destination, or we have to find out something new about the fabric of space and time so that we can basically invoke the famous warp drive engines that are common in Star Trek, allowing them to cross the galaxy during the TV commercial.
Jean Lacharon tweets, I love that. What can we expect the North and South poles to shift? When can we expect them to shift? And what manifestations will we experience?
They don't shift.
They don't shift.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about pole shifting as we went into the year 2012, or the 2012 hysteria, which was basically a hoax on scientifically illiterate people of the world. And so the pole, Earth rotates, and the pole bobs up and down over tens of thousands of years, and we oscillate like this, the way a top does. When you see a top begin to slow down, nobody plays with tops anymore.
I love tops.
Well, you gotta love a top. I played with them.
I love them.
You spin it, and then it begins to.
I love that.
The official word is precess. We do that, and we do one full precession every 26,000 years. We don't flip.
There you have it.
They're just backtracking like fucking crazy out there. Goodness. Here's the trick. He said, remember tops? You'd play with tops? Well, tops are kind of flat, kind of round, right? They're certainly not spheres. Certainly not a sphere. So what they could say is, well, it's flat where we can go, but I don't know what they're going to do, man, but they have to get rid of the sphere idea, and it started with oblate spheroid, and now Homeboy's talking about spinning tops. Those things aren't even oblate spheroids. They look nothing like something like that. So, I don't know.
Like, here's the weird thing, right? So, someone posted the other night a picture of Saturn, and they actually, did a good job making it look like an oblate spheroid. Like, I gotta give them props, right? Let me find it real quick.
I was talking to KJ about this, and we were talking about our eyeballs oblate spheroids.
Right. Like, that looks like an oblate spheroid that I just posted, right? That looks like an oblate spheroid.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like an oval.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like what an oblate spheroid is, right?
Right, I guess spheroid, because it's 3D, but it's ovular.
Right. Well, no, I mean, I know what you're saying. As far as like an oval, yeah. It has an ovular shape to it.
Yeah.
In a two-dimensional thing. I understand what you're saying. But, like, nowhere do you ever see a picture of Earth looking like that, having that ovular shape. Never.
I just can't believe people think that shit's real. I can't even believe it.
I know.
They're like, that stuff's right out there. Yeah, that thing is go-toable. You can visit that someday. Sorry, I just can't get over how stupid it is.
Here you have an ovular Saturn, and then tell me which one of these pictures of Earth looks ovular.
Yeah, I noticed I didn't hear Neil deGrasse Tyson say, well, if you stop spinning, I mean, we only spin at one revolution per day, so it'd be barely noticeable. Like, he actually said, oh yeah, it'd be a bad day. So I guess it is a big deal going at 800, 1,000 miles an hour.
The 800 miles an hour, yeah. They say at New York it's going 800 miles an hour. But at the equator it's going 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but like I've learned this about tires. The bigger the tire, the longer it takes to get the revolution. So in appearance, it looks like it's spinning slower than a smaller tire. So you'd think that if you were, higher up, you'd probably be spinning faster, not slower. I don't know. That's just how it makes sense to me. All these new emojis, huh, Spake? See, it's like a red bloody poop and person holding their heart in their hand. Goat. See the goat. Oh, you got the left eye. Peeking through his left eye. And then the don't look sign. Yeah. Mm-mm. No. Hey, did y'all see what was in the news the other day? This was in my local news. I was watching TV and I had to pause it. I was stunned. It's snowing on Venus.
Yeah, I bet it is. In green screen. Just wait, bro. They're gonna activate the weather changing technology real soon.
I know. That's gonna crack me up. We're gonna get like some weather alert from Mars or something like that. Now, and at this point now, like maybe I'm just going through my phases of grief or whatever. But I'm not mad that they're lying to us. I'm mad that people are believing it. Like,
believe what?
Believing that the Earth is a globe and that believing the lie.
Are you trying to tell me we've been lied to this whole time, our whole life?
You know, right?
By the people that say they don't lie to us? We pay them?
We pay them to not lie to us about lying to us. Why would we lie to you? You give us a lot of money, and the least we can do is tell you the truth. Anyway.
Has anybody here found curvature yet?
I have.
Where?
Where?
Yeah.
I got it. Hold on. I keep telling everybody I have, and nobody will shut the website down. Who's talking? Is that Julius?
That was me just now. Satoshi Nakamoto.
All right, Satoshi.
I just saw a link of the flat Earth with the sun and the moon rotating or circuiting around it, and there's a fucking tinfoil hat on top of it. It's hilarious.
There's curvature, dude. Shut it down.
Just wait until police officers have the fucking globe on the side of their car.
There you go, Satoshi. Come on. Shut it down.
Shut it down.
I showed curvature.
Yeah, that's the Whore of Babylon.
That's curvature.
Yeah, but it's the Whore of Babylon, so you know it's deception.
But it's curvature.
Okay, yes. Why did you delete it? Is that not allowed in chat?
I saw some strikes that went up or whatever. They've been cracking down on images, and so
why?
I'm just trying to be a little more respectful.
It's not really that bad. It's just a picture of some girl, bro.
Oh, a girl's butt. I know.
Yeah, but it's not like you see anything.
But do we know it's a girl?
Oh, you're right. You didn't ask it what its gender is. You're right.
Are you a biologist?
Do you know what a dog is? Can you tell the difference between a dog and a cat, or a human and a dog?
No, I don't know. I'm not a biologist.
Okay. What are you then?
A paramedic.
Are you actually a paramedic?
Yeah.
Do you like your work?
No. I used to.
One of my old friends used to, or he does it. He's a paramedic in Toronto, and he says he deals with a lot of drug addicts sometimes when they get overdosed, and they're like all like messed up.
Yeah.
Have you read the deal with that?
Oh yeah, all the time.
What do you do with them, bro?
Take care of them.
How do you take care of people like that?
That's what our society has degraded itself into. People want you to believe what they believe. They don't want to do anything. They're lazy. They want a miracle pill for everything. And you're not allowed to make fun of them. And, oh, yeah, by the way, if they overdose, clean them up and then let them go back out into the world.
Yeah, like the U.S. is doing. Give them some free drugs, bro, to keep them on it.
Some places.
Yeah, that shit's not cool.
It's just it's disappointing, man. Like, and all people want to do is continue to watch their TV. That's everything to them.
What do you think of people who do marijuana?
Drug's a drug, in my opinion. I live a sober life, so
That's what I do. I can't stand alcohol.
I used to drink. I didn't like the hangover.
I don't know why. Thinking of alcohol makes me sick.
Like I can drink one beer, glass of wine, or something like that, and I'm okay. Like, I don't like getting beyond a buzz, or not even a buzz. It's not even a buzz. Like, I don't get buzzed off of one beer or off of one glass of wine or something like that, or even one shot. You know, like if I did a shot to celebrate with my buddies about something that was done or whatever, I'll do that. But I don't want to get drunk, man. Like, I start breathing all heavy, and you know, everything's kind of slow motion for me, and I don't like it. And then the next day I wake up and I'm hungover and I got to take a shit like 8 times a day. It's not a good feeling. Now, as far as marijuana goes or whatever, like, you're smoking something into your lungs. Your lungs were meant.
No. I eat it.
Your lungs were meant to breathe clean air. Oh, most people don't eat it.
I don't smoke. I can't. I actually hate smoking. I never smoked cigarettes in my life. I don't like smoking weed. I just eat it.
Your stomach is meant to absorb all kinds of different things. Like, like they say, there's actual receptors for THC, which means that it's a natural thing. So I don't disagree with the edible side of it. It's the smoking side of it that I disagree with. But I mean, like, you know, everything is in its own moderation or whatever. Like, you're not supposed to do it all the time. It's more or less like a treat, like chocolate or something like that. You're probably better off eating cannabis than you are eating chocolate anyway.
Unless you use cannabis for its medical purposes, of course.
Yeah, but even then, it's used. Oh, I'm doing.
I don't do that. People
Like, I
who
know
say that are a joke.
I know it helps with
only like 2% of people need it for medical purposes
and with pain.
I have multiple sclerosis and I use it daily, gentlemen.
Right. Well, here's the thing: like,
a small percentage of people.
You can extract it, right, and drop it under your tongue, or better yet, just eat it. Like, I don't understand why it has to be smoked, because your lungs weren't meant to smoke anything.
So the thing that I'm curious about is that marijuana doesn't leave any residue that we observe with like cigarettes, nicotine staining.
No, it does. It does, because when I was in high school, I used to smoke in one of my friends' cars all the time, and after about 2 years of smoking, like hotboxing all the time, there was like a fucking golden glint.
Oh, damn!
On the inside of the car.
Oh, then I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Alex, you forgot smoking lamp. It's like a Cypress Hill concert in here.
Hey, man. So here's how it works. Here's how it works. It's called carcinogenic plant matter, and if you burn something and then inhale you're inhaling carcinogenic plant matter. Doesn't matter what it is. You could be burning poison ivy. You could be burning tree bark. It doesn't matter if it's carcinogenic plant matter. It's the last time I'll say that. And that's what's going on. It doesn't matter what. No such thing as like healthy smoke. But you're going to get people who try to say that it's worse for you than smoking cigarettes. I think smoking anything isn't really the way to go.
Right.
But I also think that if people, it's in the way that you use it, man. If that's what you want to do, and you can find a way to be healthy doing it and happy, no roadblocks, no bumps, it's legal. Fuck it. I don't care. It's in the way that you use it. Everything in life.
One of the
especially
hardest. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, that's all good. I was just going to say, moderation is key. Awareness is key, as I always say. Right? You can abuse anything. And yeah, I do agree with what you guys are saying. I wasn't even thinking about the fact that burning anything could cause carcinogens, which actually is.
That's how you do it, man. You can turn the healthiest stuff into not healthy shit by just burning it and then putting it in your body.
But it's organic.
I never experimented with marijuana until I was 26. Yeah, 26. And a friend of mine, she's like, I heard people with MS do okay with it. Bake me a batch of brownies, and that was my first time experimenting with it. But yeah, I fully agree that
TV
gotta be
vaping work. If you're gonna smoke it naturally. Don't vape it. Like that's all food preservatives, man. Like you're
No, I'm talking about a flower vaporizer, bro.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Not
You're
the
talking about like keefing? You're talking about like keefing or something like that?
No, dude, we're talking about the OG vaporizing. You put
I
the
have
dry
Volcano.
flower. Exactly. I got a Volcano, $800 Canadian. But yeah, man, those things last forever. I've had them for the longest time. But you put the dry flour into the basket, and then you fill up the bag from the dry flour. As Gizbo is saying, with the vaping, the oils and the extract can get very, very nasty.
Yeah, I'm talking about just an herb vaporizer. That way you don't end up with ash. You end up with product you can actually reuse.
Exactly.
Right. I got.
Like cypress cancer here.
But so I mean that was just my whole thing on it. Like if you've ever cleaned out a pipe after smoking for a month on cannabis, like it's all tarry, right? Like if that stuff's inside the stem of your pipe, that stuff's in your lungs, dude.
In your lungs. Clearly stated.
And I just want to say this on vaping, like the whole vape pen thing, like not what you were saying, TV, but like we know what a vape pen does. Dude, I've seen X-ray images of people who've been vaping for 3 or 4 years. Like, we're talking kids that started vaping when they're 15 and 18 or 19, and their lungs look like glass, dude. It was so crazy. So if you're out there vaping, stop. I'd rather you smoke a regular cigarette than vape, man. Honestly.
Damn, son.
Not that this is medical information. I'm not telling you to smoke somebody out there. He said I could smoke cigarettes. I'd rather you smoke a cigarette vape pen, but
That's what the doctor said like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Trust the science.
Trust the science, bro.
Trust the science.
Wasn't it at one point the vape pens were there was no age restriction on the vape pens?
I don't know what I don't recall.
I'm almost positive. Like it always starts out with no age restriction, and I'm like, none of y'all are seeing this. Volcano on the go.
Yeah, that's what I posted there. The Mighty.
Oh, you got the handheld? Nice.
Thing.
That handheld is sick.
Your hands are white, BB?
That is not my hand. I got some Michael Jackson hand. No, that's not.
Yeah, Mighty's the move, dude. Good shit. Digitally set it and off you go.
Right.
I was just about Cuddy's on it. Cut it.
Do what?
Cut it. Cut it. Did you just add that? You literally just added that.
I've had it. I've had it.
You're so gangster. I love it. I love it. CB Trucker, the gangster. Your price.
Have on your soundboard, CB.
Huh?
How many sounds do you have on your soundboard right now?
I just added like the 300 and like third one recently.
303rd? 303? Drop the 0? 33? Illuminati confirmed? Okay, I'm done. Couldn't resist. This man's got 303 samples. You better watch out he doesn't start sampling the sample.
I gotta give him one just so he feels balanced.
We heard you like to sample, so we put a sample inside your sample so you can sample while you're sampling.
But I agree with whoever was saying about like edibles. Like I'm okay with edibles. It's a different high, so you may not get the high you were expecting to get, like when we were all teenagers and stuff. But like I said, I think cannabis has its its medicinal properties. A lot of people don't know this, but like not poisonous mushrooms, but so much medicinal value. It's ridiculous. Another one that has a whole lot of medicinal value, pineapples. Pineapples have a huge medicinal value.
Bro, they make fun of me at work. They're like, yo, Kill, why you eat so much pineapple, bro? I'm like, pineapples are really good for you. I make sure to have a serving of pineapple. It's important.
Yeah, good for you, dude.
Simple sugars, fiber, water. Great fruit. Pineapples, mangoes.
Mangoes are pretty good. There's some stuff in there from mangoes, but
well, interesting. Mangoes are actually loaded with terpenes. Very interesting fruit.
Yeah, I do love a good mango, but I do like it also when man stay.
But you know what I like better than a mango? A woman. Yeah, I better shut up. Never mind. I almost reversed both of them, and I'm like, wait, that's not right. Oh shit. Oh boy.
hey, CB, I got a sound for you to look up. Remember the old baseball announcers when they would hit home runs and then back. God.
Yeah.
Or you could do the old Lakers one. I don't know if you're a Lakers fan, but the hot dog is off the mustard.
That's a good one. I hadn't heard that before.
Yeah, I can't remember the dude's name. He was like a Lakers announcer for like 40 years or something like that. The voice of the Lakers. I think he died in like 2009 or something like that. But like whenever the Lakers were stinking it up, he'd be like, the hot dog is off the mustard.
Do Lance.
So after you completely... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying to give those points. Stu Lance.
Yeah.
Enter 36 Lakers broadcast, it looks like. Stu Lance.
Ew.
Oh no! I take that back. I'm so sorry. It's Chick Hearn.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Stu's the guy that's doing it now. Stu's the guy that announces them now. Chick Hearn is the announcer that you're referring to now. Because he was the one that always coined all those crazy ass phrases. That guy was crazy. Crazy on basketball.
Chick was a cool dude. I enjoyed watching his broadcast. He was a cool dude. You know, he was like the John Madden of basketball. And just really enjoyable to listen to during a game.
So, oh wait, can I find it? Hold on. Yeah, I stumbled across this new. Well, it's new to me, obviously, but it's not a new channel. This guy's got 163,000 subscribers, but it's called The Truth Is. You guys ever heard of this channel?
What is it?
The Truth Is.
The Truth Is.
Basically, this guy just goes through like all of Hollywood music and just outlines all these celebrities and how they sold out. His latest upload is Kanye West revealed what truly happened to his mom. But he's got all kinds of stuff uploaded. Clean thumbnails. Pretty cool. If you guys are ever want to check out the Hollywood black magic shit, he does a pretty good job covering some of the stuff.
Well,
and by the way, this question goes specifically to CP. Have you heard of this dude named FN Meka? Meka?
Also not.
So FN Meka is that guy. Exactly. I'm gonna read this to you guys, and that was actually a really, really great clip. It fits because I'm gonna read you the description. What FN Meka is. Oh shit. Bitch.
But yeah, ACB, if get Chick Hearn saying the hot dog is off the mustard for like whenever like people just start going off in the weird conspiracy theory space.
Well, you gave me an idea for like, say when someone gets absolutely flat smacked or something.
That ball is absolutely crushed.
So FN Meka is a fictional rapper avatar. So this dude is completely just CGI character. But there's a real life person that raps. So he acts it out, he's the actor. Real life person puts in the lyrics. Capitol Records signed this guy. And then they killed the deal because they realized that he was actually a lot of people were coming through and complaining that he was making fun of black folk, black people.
Mm-hmm.
Check this shit out. Pretty interesting. That's what this dude looks like. Oh no, I obviously posted way wrong in the wrong damn channel. So fix myself. Alrighty.
Or find like one of like the world's greatest rejection, like basketball rejection, CB. Like when like somebody that just like threw the ball like up into the third row or something like that, seventh row.
Sorry, I was reading the chat. Could you say that one more time?
Like get the announcer describing what it was like when somebody blocked the ball and threw it like 14 rows back in a basketball game. Who was that?
Sorry, I overspoke you, dude. I'm so sorry.
No. I'm trying to think. What was that guy's name that used to play for? It was before or after Stack. He played for Orlando, and then he also went to the Lakers.
Dwight Howard.
Dwight Howard, yeah. He blocked a shot one time. That's it, like 7 rows back or 12 rows back or something like that.
Yep.
Or get the Randy Johnson throw when he blew up the bird and the announcer goes, "Oh my gosh, it exploded!" Great analysis stuff.
Yeah, exactly, Cuddy. Like, what the hell, man? Wesh. I signed a computer program. Do this. Yeah, man, the music industry is bloody well corrupt. Holy. You know, and you think it's bad, and you're like, and you see some more stuff, you confirm what you thought, and then it gets even worse than you originally thought. It's worse than I thought.
Hey, and y'all know how we say the Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition? I think Kanye West is controlled opposition, man. My personal opinion. I know he's being attacked on all fronts and all that stuff, but I mean, you can Google search it right now. Kanye West was baptized by Marilyn Manson and Justin Bieber. Dude. I just have a hard time believing anything that's Kanye West. I think all of those people up on stage are there as controlled opposition against us, people like us. They know we're waking people up, and so they got to make somebody look crazy and keep damage control to them on.
Does this mic work? Well, then, that mic.
I love it. You found the family friend too.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Steve Inskeep. A prized possession in the Dutch National Museum is not what the curators thought. Back in 1969, the Apollo 11 astronauts visited the Netherlands, and the U.S. ambassador gave the Dutch prime minister what he said was a moon rock. No doubt it gave a warm feeling to the U.S. ally. But when an expert saw it in the National Museum, he said he wasn't so sure it was real. Geologists have now identified the moon rock as petrified wood.
Hey, that's Space Peanut. He was eating French fries off of that. Fucking funny. What's up? Or what's another good one? Get that Nate Diaz quote, CB. Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss the Diaz brothers. Is it Nate still fighting, right?
He might fight Jake Paul or somebody.
Well, Nick might. I think Nate's still fighting. Or did he officially retire? Nick was the one that fought. The last fight he had was against what's his name?
Robbie
Lawler. Yeah.
Yeah, he was looking old, man. I don't know if they're gonna let him back in there.
He didn't want that fight. He wanted to fight for the championship to go out fighting the champ.
Yep.
And when they took Robbie, he lost motivation. Which I think Robbie handled that well because there was some bad blood on that first fight. That first fight was deadly. Did you ever watch that?
Been a while. I was a fan a couple years after that fight.
He knocked out Robbie, and then Robbie got up and he threw that fake punch, and Robbie fell backwards.
No, I'm not. I'll have to go watch that back.
Yeah. Look up Nick Diaz knocks out Robbie Lawler, man. That was like a huge what is that called? Trash talking fight, man. Huge trash talking fight. Like afterwards, like even the fake punch knocked him out. You know what I mean?
I'll have to watch that back because I don't recall off the top of my head.
Robbie handled it pretty good, though. Big props to Robbie. He's taken some beatings over the years.
I've just been focusing on the chats in the lobby. It's just amusing to me that people will Google something and then automatically turn into an expert. It's like,
yeah,
you just Googled it and you're an expert already. It's like, this guy's trying to tell us about Eratosthenes.
You talking about Truth Seeker?
Let's see. Some dude named Pathetic Bread in the lobby.
You know what it reminds me of? The guy, Satan I Am. I don't know if you remember that person a few weeks ago. Everybody called him Honey.
I might know what you're talking about.
And a picture of a girl wearing pink lingerie or something like that.
Yeah, I might know who you're.
Anywho, yeah, the what people do, like I can tell you the 3 places they're going to get their information from, right? Number 1 is going to be Google, anything on Google. Number 2, sorry, hold on. Number 2 is going to be Professor Dave. And number 3 is going to be flatearth.ws. That's going to be one of the 3 locations that they get all their information from.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is true most of the time. And then also, like, another pet peeve is how they'll start becoming a spokesperson for the flat earth all of a sudden, too. Oh, if it was flat, it would be like this. Like,
right.
Bro, you just heard of flat earth 2 weeks ago, and you're making claims for the flat earth. Don't do that. Oh, it just drives me crazy that how they'll try to tell you, oh no, if the Earth was flat, it would be different for sure.
Yeah.
Like, well, you just heard about this. You're the spokesperson all of a sudden.
Slow down there, Junior. You just got here.
Did you hear about Speculation Sunday, CB?
No.
So, like, one night we were just kind of like speculating on things because otherwise the chat was dead. You know what I mean? And it was after 10 p.m. and it was like a 3-hour talk. All of a sudden, like we were just kind of speculating on like mythologies and like what history could have been like, and like it was like basically we're keeping it simple to the point where like no, we're gonna hear people out on this. We're not gonna like shut people down. We're not gonna let it get crazy, and we're not gonna talk about the things that would shut down the server otherwise. But like talking about giants and cave drawings and all these other different things, and just seeing what rabbit holes other people have gone down. And so it kind of has evolved into a thing. I guess we're like on week 2 or week 3 now, where you come in and you talk about speculations. You can even talk about the Gleason map if you wanted to, but we're not going to ascribe to it. This is just all personal opinions. This isn't like facts or anything like that, just to see what kind of rabbit holes people have gone down, just so other people can go down and do their own research. So hopefully you'll join us one night on a Sunday night.
Speculation. I wasn't familiar with this either, so that's cool. I'm always down for some events. I like
it's unofficial. It's unofficial because Helio comes in and he's like, "Is this like Speculation Sunday? Are we doing this?" And then it just kind of became a thing. So kind of open forum, like no wrong answers kind of thing, Like, let's hear people out, let them speak, and if there's any kind of like fallacy in it, like an actual truth out there that makes it a fallacy, like we all know this to be true, then it's a learning lesson. Like, oh no, that's fake, dude. We know this is fake because where like you can't prove ancient mythology false. It's just an interesting topic to get on.
Somebody just popped into the VC check-in.
Oh, do we need to interview somebody?
They're gone.
And it's gone. That's another one. You ever have that? You ever see that South Park episode?
I don't know. Probably not.
Where the kids are opening up a bank account and they're like, we've just opened up a bank account for $50 in your name, and we invested it into this company, and it's gone. And they're like, wait, what?
What the heck has happened in here? I leave for a little while and I come back, and what's going on?
Did it blow up?
Sonny, what's going on, man? Where you been, dog? Good to see you, man.
Well, I've been doing a study and life experiences, and I guess as far as the experiences go, I probably get an A+. Those are the special, unique experiences. You start out having a great time. It actually crescendos into something that is just fantastically blissful for a while. That's the caveat, the while part. Then what it really means is it ends up being a situation where you suffer almost more than is humanly possible. And what else are you going to do? Get over it. So that's where I'm at. I've been studying on my instrument, though, and I am getting better. And I'm currently working on the entire Led Zeppelin catalog orchestrated with a single electric guitar.
Sick.
And so I'm working on that. That's what I'm trying to get better. I had some time where I wasn't feeling well, like recently, and I'm getting better. And that's kind of I don't know. I don't want to go on.
Well, I'm glad that you are.
I just want to say hi.
Appreciate you, man. The other day I was like, yo, anybody hear from Sonny Verson? So it's good to hear from you, man.
This is not a therapy session.
Thank you. I'm glad it isn't.
So I just love that clip, Sonny. Welcome back, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Hey, man, I'm ready to get back into the swing of things here on the server. I'm just going to hang back and listen because I'm not feeling too well today, but I'm going to go out on the bicycle. I'm fixing a chair. I have projects. I'm fixing my good chair. Actually, the armrest broke, so I had to take it apart, like the fabric, and get to the internal part and screw together two parts that were formerly welded together. But I digress. I'll start talking about my repair jobs. That's not the server's purpose. Bicycle. That's right. And I have my thing set up here right in the studio. It's a Sonny studio, revised, and you might get some electric guitar in this area of the house, if you want to call it the flat. Hey, so what's up in the flat Earth community? Any news? I'm literally like an alien. Just think of me as something supernatural. I come from the metaphysical. I just came into your realm. What's going on with your area?
What state you live in?
I live in San Diego. That would be in the American area. That would be, actually, I'll drop the bombshell. America is actually the old country written in the Bible. But I digress. We'll talk about that on Sunday. But anyway, California.
I'm with you on that, Sonny.
Republic of California.
Speculation Sunday, dude. You got to come in and say hi and see.
Man, America is the old country. It is the old land.
No wrong answer.
I agree with that.
The Mayans were the center of all that. The Egyptians and all that were colonies of the Mayans. They started, all civilizations started here. Yep.
Hey, CB, Sonny, tonight in your time zone at 10:04 p.m. Artemis 1 is supposed to launch.
Oh my God! Finally, and I would come on tonight, right at this time. See, there's no accidents here. I'm glad to be back, man. It's good to hear all your voices. I know you're all there. Gee whiz, I miss you. But anyway, I just I can make some sound effects real quick here. You might enjoy it. I won't be long. But it is only a Tuesday evening, right? It's Tuesday, right? I have no reason to know what day it is. But sometimes I happen to know what day it is. Let's see. Oh. You'll love this. You'll love this. This is my Led Zeppelin sound right here. So you're gonna dig it.
So yeah, for all you out there listening, 10:04 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1:04 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Figure out your time zone. Artemis 1 is launching. It's launching. And then in about, what did they say, 13 hours from now, they'll have their first images from space.
All right. I don't want to damage anybody's hearing. So. Okay. Rambling along, y'all.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
Mike Tyson gets it.
We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet. Only
Telling you, Mike Tyson's not dumb, dude.
No, he's not.
Boy.
He used to be, but
That's some shit. Like,
the man knows how to be honest with himself. So there's that. Hmm.
well, the saying has always been said that it, like, as a fighter, if you like train to be a true warrior, you will know yourself. You will know yourself. You'll know how to be honest with yourself. You'll know your limitations, and you'll know how to grow.
Truly.
Shout out to Mike Tyson. Somebody out there, tell Mike Tyson to come in here and say hi.
I don't think he can do that though.
I don't care. Somebody out there, I would not be surprised if Mike Tyson at some point listens and then says, "You know what? I'm going to come in there and say hi."
Well, to me, I think a lot of people have actually listened and not actually said anything. Like
Right.
celebrities included. Yeah, they've just been off to the wayside.
Yep. Don't heard.
And a lot of the time, according to their current circumstances, they can't say anything not without jeopardizing their careers.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Don't let Kyrie Irving die on an island by himself. Come say hi.
Oh, like Shaq, for example, when he kind of came out at first, he wasn't kidding. But then
No.
later, when he retracted his whole flat Earth stance, he's like, "Oh, I was just kidding, you idiot," or whatever. No, the second part was bullcrap. He was not kidding.
Nope.
Yeah, he was just saving his career. That's it.
Well, I bet you they were threatening to take away his Freemason rank.
Yeah, right. Yep. I mean, because when it comes to Freemasonry, I mean, they're devoted to both aspects.
Yep.
Like half of it is devoted to perpetuating the globe, and the other half is like devoted to like, oh yeah,
The
that
truth.
is true.
Well, they have to. It's all about the hidden in plain sight. Like they have to hide it right out in the open. They can't tell you the truth. You have to figure it out for yourself. But they're going to show you the truth and not say anything. Oh yeah. Ever since coming to Flat Earth, probably about 6 months after coming to Flat Earth, my life, I've just rediscovered a new purpose in my life. My life is just exposing Freemasonry and teaching everybody the truth about Flat Earth.
I mean, yeah, it's like flat Earth is true, 100%. But yeah, it's like I also understand people who say, that there's a controlled dialogue. It's just there. It is. It's like, but I'm not going to say their names, but to me, it's like I can see them a mile away. You'll never catch me actually talking to them. But yeah, they have their own salvation to work out. If they're not scared, they should be.
You know, not to get far off on the whole speculation aspect too, because like we can save all that for Sunday night. But the whole like someone once told me like there's the big G, which is God, the source, the original where everything came from. and then the little g God, which is everybody else. Like everybody is a god unto themselves. So the little g being that, like, self-worship and everything like that. So I'm pretty sure the Freemasons, they self-worship. Look what I made.
Well, I mean, from a purely belief stance, it's like, okay, take it for what you will. Like, we have a God, and if God decides to create something in his own image, they are by default little gods.
Right.
And so, but it really messes things up when they start to worship themselves as God instead of his children. Yeah.
Instead of us being made in his image, we make God in our own.
Yeah. Like, if we were to worship ourselves, that's just a complete breach of what's created.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, that's another one for you.
Backwards.
You got to get some Mad TV excerpts from like Stewart or something like that. Like, look what I can do. For like when we get a Glober that has to like Google their thing. Has to go to Google for their answers. Look what I can do.
We see that a lot, don't we? So that's good. The Google as you go earthers, as I like to call them.
When it comes to Globers, they're a lot of them are really it hurts them to part with their belief. I mean, think about back when we were children and we believed in Santa. I'm assuming many of us did.
Sure.
It kind of hurt to part with that belief. I really believe that Santa went down my non-existent chimney. We didn't have a chimney. Somehow he magically placed presents underneath our Christmas tree.
Right.
But when I heard in school later, like, oh, Santa isn't real, I'm like, what?
What do you mean?
It's real. My parents told me so.
We have a fake chimney.
Yeah, I know, dude. In my house, we had no chimney whatsoever.
But then it was real.
So how did you get in there? Yeah. But it's a lot of the same thing. It's the same concept, where it just hurts to have to part with a certain belief that just doesn't match reality.
Yeah, that's always a good analogy in my opinion as well. It's just funny to see the difference in character. Like you have, for me, when I was young, I was the investigator. So come Christmas night, I did a little creeping down the stairs and I saw with my own eyes. I heard with my own ears the tape and the wrapping paper and so on. So, but then you have other people that aren't very investigative. They're not going to find out for themselves. They're the little brother. Like, you're the big brother. You went and told him, hey, come on, dude, Santa's not real. And he's like, what? So.
And that invariably involves, it's like, well, why would our parents lie? Why would they do that to us? Well, because they want you to feel good. There's that. They want you to know that you're appreciated and cared for. So that in and of itself is not really a lie, but the way they go about it is.
Well, to hear people in one breath say, why would they lie? There's just too many people. There's no way this could be a lie. And then you point them back at something like, well, they didn't stop telling people Santa Claus was coming. They're going to tell people again this year. So, and then the response will be, oh, well, it's just for kids. It's okay to lie as long as it's for kids.
Right.
As long as it was for kids, it's okay.
It's like, but people
like-
don't realize like you're still the kid. They don't see you as a. They're gonna still tell you Santa's coming.
Yes. The aliens are still going to come.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking. If people on the outside will say, "Oh, flat Earth, that's crack pipe crazy. That's so ridiculous." But then you look at a side by side, and you're like, "Well, so which of the two of you, flat earther and globe earther, who says aliens?" Oh, well, that's the globe Earth. Okay, well, who says there's people upside down, antipodal to you? Oh, well, that's the globe Earth. So who says these buildings are moving? That's the globe Earth again. So who thinks the sun goes under their feet? That's the globe Earth yet again. So it's like, to me, one of the two sound crazy. It's not our position.
Yeah. No. Like who has a workshop at the North Pole? Who says that? That's a globe earther.
The elves, Gizbo, okay.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I literally made reindeer food in school. So even the schools, all the malls, all the ads, all the stores, Target, every year, they ain't gonna stop. It's just like with the globe. They're not gonna stop. They're gonna keep telling you, and everybody and their mama that is a globe. So it's up to you. Creep down those stairs, do a little investigating, and find out for yourself. Stop waiting to be told on the TV. They're not going to tell you either.
Were you here for when I was telling?
Oh, sorry, Giz. I'll stop.
I was just gonna say, were you here when I told Jenny about like the lie that was in the teacher's classroom? Like when you look on the teacher's desk, what do you see? You see an apple next to a globe. Like the first lie was the apple, and the ultimate lie is the globe.
It's really deceiving. I mean,
yes.
And someone, I didn't even think about this, but someone put the whole Santa Claus thing into a different light. How it like kind of cucks your parents into getting you to be excited for some random man who doesn't know you, gifting you things, and then meanwhile you bypass your parents for some random stranger. So I never heard of that before, but I like that thought as well.
Yeah, no, that's a good thought right there. Like don't trust your parents, trust us.
Exactly. You see that with current agendas, little I won't even get into it, but you don't need to ask your parents if you want to make your hair purple or whatever. Just do it. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, it even went down a worse hole than that. Then it became like a identity issue at that point, and they were going along with it in some schools.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
sad.
That's a crazy rabbit hole too, because even in the last few years, with the Juicy Juice, they had cases of this same exact thing where they're like, "Oh well, the kids, you don't have to ask, just we'll do it for you." So people saying it's okay to lie to kids. I think it's actually worse. I'm pretty sure the Bible says something about that as well. Deceiving children. It's not a good idea.
Right. No, but I mean, I remember when I was a kid growing up, and it was like in high school, it was starting to change into the whole like, you know, like if you spanked your kids, you could tell your counselor, and your counselor would call CPS on your parents.
Damn.
I remember stuff like that happen for child abuse and stuff like that in the lower grades. While I was in high school, I remember hearing stories about that.
I can't imagine how it is now. Right.
Well, I can tell you kind of how it is right now. The kids come to the counselors with their problems, and then the counselors get the parents involved, and then the counselors tell them what they can do legally. And the parents just sit there and listen. Like, they're like, oh, yeah, no, whatever you think needs to be done, whatever you think needs to be, like, they give up their kids to the state.
Yeah, it's scary.
I don't want to go too deep into that, but I mean, you kind of see where that's going, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Whatever the school thinks, that's more important than what the parent thinks.
But why would they lie? They have nothing to gain. Like, they got all you dummies who just go with every agenda they pour down your throat. You just take it.
Prey on people's imaginations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Prey on their beliefs, and distort what beliefs are meant to be for. Like every human being is created with the capacity to believe. The question kind of boils down to, well, what do you believe?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you believe what you're shown to be true. Like, if you're shown something, you know, shown this experiment to work out, and this experiment to work out, and this experiment to work out, like you're showing all these positives, right? Like, yeah, this is true because this is how it works. This is true because this is how it works. And you're showing the mechanics of everything. And then, you know, like, I mean, when you have like a 95, 98% success rate on all the things that you're shown to be true, or even 100% in the beginning, and then you're shown this globe Earth model and how the solar system works, like everything else checks out, so why not this? Well, then you start asking questions. Well, it's too big for us to understand, or it's too big for us to like show at this level. Like, you have to go into outer space and you have to train for all these years, and
I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to say it's like, you know, when we observe a flat and stationary surface, you know, beneath us, as far as we can see, as far as we can travel, it takes another belief that it somehow occurs. It really does, and so it's like a belief thwarted.
Well, like what do they tell us whenever we say, well, where's the curve? They say, oh, it's too big for us to understand.
Right. Even though they never observed that or measured it themselves or experimented with it. Yeah. It's just circular reasoning over and over.
Like, and then
even though I've never seen that myself, that has to be what it is.
But yet they'll tell you they'll tell you that a ship with a mast that's like 80 feet tall and it's 5 miles, 6 miles away, it's going over the horizon, you can't see it anymore. Oh, we can only see 3 miles, and after that it goes away. But then you get Neil deGrasse Tyson when you're like, what, 20 miles up?
He's like a secret flat earther in a way, I think.
He knows the earth is.
It does make you wonder.
He knows the truth.
I mean, I really can't help but to think that he says the things he does so that he can answer before God, well, I did fight for you a little bit. Despite me
Interesting take.
all these lies.
Yeah, that's an interesting take.
Well, that's especially an interesting take because he's on multiple occurrences basically thrown God under the bus and laughed in the face of anybody who believes in him.
Yes.
But it does kind of tie into what you said about, I think it was you, Giz, who said, in a way, they sort of have to tell the truth. So maybe it ties in there somehow.
Well, that's what we
did the same thing.
we were talking about that like last Speculation Sunday. That like it's part of the karma.
Yeah.
Like, well, we told you the truth. You just chose to believe the other thing, and because of that, so the karma's
Right,
on you
it's
now.
your fault.
Yeah, it's your fault for not believing the truth.
Oh, goodness. No. There's still a certain amount of dishonesty that these guys have to own up for. They are involved with perpetuating.
So
yeah. Oh, man. That's a big thing where I'm not judge enough to say whether it's good or bad, but it won't end up good for them. They keep adhering, provoking people to believe that crap. I hope that made sense.
no, I mean that's exactly how I feel about it. But I mean, who knows? Like like there are laws that govern the reality of this world and everything like that. And I mean, like what the give unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. So like they're perpetuating the lie in order to make money, in order to survive in this world, even though they're telling you the truth in plain sight. Like I don't know. I don't try to speculate on how God's going to judge and everything like that. Like I don't know what that's going to entail. Like I pray that somehow He lets me in to paradise after it's all said and done. But that's for Him to judge. I pray for justice all the time, dude. Like that's the only thing I think that's lacking in this world is justice.
Prayer. Dude,
people pray.
Like not absolutely pray for them.
It's a fruit prayer. I pray for justice.
Real, Gizbo. Pray. Absolutely. It is real, even though that's a positive claim I'm making, even though I can't prove it.
Right.
Yeah. At least I'm honest about what I can and cannot prove. Versus the Globers who will make claims and can't prove it. And say that, oh, our claims are proof. And not believe.
Yeah, that's a pet peeve of mine. The whole
no kidding
pointing back at the claim and calling that proof. That's
just you're big
drives me because they do it with the gas pressure thing.
Yeah,
heavily. They'll be like, "Well, so you ask them, where's the demonstration of the claim?" And they just point back at the claim. So there it is. It's like, no, the claim isn't the proof.
Yeah, they don't like that whole like, well, how do you explain things that fall down? I'm like, well, you raised it to a level where it could fall, and because that object is more dense than air, it there's no buoyancy there, so it's going to fall back down until it reaches to a buoyancy. No. Gravity. It goes down because of gravity, and then you're pointing at the claim. You can't prove that.
Right. It's also funny how you'll be like, well, look at this thing going up. Like, oh, well, that's just density. It's like, but that's my argument, though. It's It's like playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah. Like, let's fill a balloon up with helium. I'm pretty sure that balloon was more dense than the air without the helium in it. But now I put a bunch of helium in it. Now what? I've added mass to it. It should fall down more, right? No, helium's more buoyant than the air. Yeah, that's what I thought.
We could honestly probably write a book on half the stuff that has happened in this Discord, but that'd be a long book.
Well, you could do it like in the style of, you've probably never seen the movie, but Bringing Out the Dead.
I'm terrible with movies, honestly. But
if there's a movie you should see, Bringing Out the Dead, because it's just great. It's a great story. So Bringing Out the Dead it was originally a book in New York City about a paramedic's 3-night shift in New York City, 3 nights overnight from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. He did the night shift, the graveyard shift.
Okay.
And he basically brings all of the greatest stories that he's encountered over like his entire career and puts them all into 3 nights. Right? So it's complete exaggeration of like 3 nights. Like anybody who has worked ever in healthcare, if they experience all of this in 3 nights, like everybody knows like they would have just quit their job the first night.
I think I'm getting what you're saying. So it's like in a similar way, we could be like, so when I went into the Discord on this day and like, you just start listing all the craziness that's happened. You know, Pagus and his sex monster or whatever, sex robot, and
I wasn't here for
so
that.
many funny stories.
Right. And like you could literally like if you, let's say you spent like 4 or 5 hours in Discord, like you could say, well, this happened in 1 hour and this happened in another hour and this happened in another hour. And like you could string all these stories along over like a 3-day period, 4 hours. Right. And you tell these like crazy stories. Oh, we had this 2-hour discussion on this day or whatever. And you did it like over 3 days or over a 1-week period. Even though it didn't happen over a 1-week period, it happened over like the last 5 years. All of these great stories. It's the same thing they do in sitcoms. Like when you watch a sitcom and you're like, oh, these people have such interesting lives in such a 30-minute period. And like in reality, that 30-minute period probably happened over like 10 years. And they just happened that they told the story that way. But anyway, so Bringing Out the Dead is a hilarious movie. It's paramedics night shift, 3 nights, and it's directed by Martin Scorsese. So he's got like a pretty cool grasp on how to like tell a story with the camera and everything like that. Yeah. And the actors got Nicolas Cage. You're like, oh my gosh, Nicolas Cage, you can't watch his movies. But no, so Nicolas Cage, John Goodman, Ving Rhames, Mark Anthony, Tom Sizemore, Patricia Arquette, Clifford Curtis, Queen Latifah. Right? Like, haven't I heard of this movie? And it's almost kind of like Boondock Saints. Like anybody here who's ever seen Boondock Saints will tell you, like, why didn't that movie get more publicity? Because it was so badass. Same thing. Like, why didn't this movie get more publicity? Because it was really it's hilarious. It's a great movie.
Yeah. Check it out.
Yeah. Like when he walks into his job and his boss is like, you've been late 18 times during this month. Right? Like that's enough to fire anybody, right?
Right.
And so he tells his boss he's burnt out at this point, and he tells his boss, he's like, all right, fire me. His boss is like, "Oh, I'll fire you tomorrow. I need you tonight."
Yeah, I know how that is.
Hey, when you're good at your job, you're good at your job. I actually had a stint like that. True story. I was late 45 times in 6 months. And but like when you say late, like even a minute late is late, right? So like of those 45 times that I was late, I was probably late by like a minute or 2 minutes clocking in. And so yeah, 45 times in 6 months. And they didn't fire me. Funny story. Anyway, enough about me.
It's just funny how things are now.
Lou,
go.
You've quickly got down to cinemas for me, thank you.
What was that?
I don't even know. They said something, Eratosthenes, thank you, and then they bounced out.
I'll have to go listen back to what she said. But just ask in text.
I'm pretty sure she wanted me to go down to cinema for some reason. But I'm cooking.
She wanted you to go down to cinema. Let me see if she was in. Oh yeah, it's Izzy. It was Izzy XO that said something. Anywho, so yeah, it'd be interesting because like it's hard to speculate in this live stream. It'd be interesting to hear what some of you older flat earthers have gone down in your own rabbit holes and what you feel works for the concept of flat earth or the concept of history or the concept of time. So please come in and talk with us one night, Sunday night, CB.
I appreciate the invite. Try to remember to be there.
I think Witsit was here last week. Although he comes in and speculates sometimes on his own time.
I don't blame you guys for trying to make an event for it. Maybe because it does get shut down often. I don't really tend to speculate myself, but maybe if there's a time for it, it allows people to open up and talk about some things they've been thinking about. So it's not a bad idea.
10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific.
Does someone click on the event for that, or just?
It's not an official
event. Show up.
Yeah.
See, I think someone should make it like hit that event button so it turns green. You know, like we could really updo some stuff here. I think we could do more events. I've been talking about doing events for a while. Like, I think there'd be so many fun ideas. Like, Sonny and I have talked about doing like Western night and like silly things like that. But there's also like the court idea, which we've kind of done live and on the fly before, that was really fun. Kind of play like you're a lawyer and debate your case and give someone who's a judge and stuff like that. It's actually really fun. And then some of the other ideas, I'll have to think. Game show night would be fun as hell too. Like do a game show. I think you were around for some game shows that we've done.
Yeah. I remember you doing. No, well, it was in a different server. I think we were talking about because you were in there. I know you were in there. We were talking about, or maybe it was this one. Like we were just talking about like answers for the globe, and so like what was it? One question was asked about Earth and all the other questions were asked about space.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, so something like that would be fun. Like, kind of take the seriousness off for a while and goof around.
Yeah.
Allow people to, because you see, especially with new people, they're like, I just randomly clicked on one of those videos on YouTube that's like, we went into a flat Earth Discord. Maybe you've seen them before, but it's the kids that come here that are new they're more inclined to like put on an act than to be just genuine and a real person. Like, they were just like goofing off crazy in the video. So I think people are more, like I said, they're more willing to sort of put on a little bit of an act. So if we do a show, like, it allows people to actually just put on the act without being a troll. You know what I mean? So
right. No, and that's kind of what was I gonna say? I just wanted to. No, I know what you're saying. I wanted to say though, like on the whole, like I want it to be a thing. I think it's actually a cool thing, and I agree with you. I think it should be like a button that you hit, like "Welcome to the event." For Speculation Sunday, if we're gonna start doing that, like I guess, like we need to bring it up to the moderators. I'll take it to the
a moderator needs to just turn it on for you guys. But I like it because if you go to other servers, they have it set up pretty cool too. But
like I want it to be an option for people to come in and talk, and it might trigger some people, but like I think it's important that like somebody does moderate in there and kind of, you know, like, so here's the thing, right? I'm a Christian. I believe, I think you said you were a Christian, if I'm not mistaken, or you follow the Christian scripts as far as you're ascribed to that. Like I would like for someone who is Muslim to come in and, you know, talk about what their perspective is on flat Earth and what their scriptures say. Or, you know, like I remember Tim, the Viking, he was in here one night and he was talking about like what his Norse culture talks about, and it was immediately shot down by like Christian belief, and like we can't have that. Like I think it needs to be a completely open forum and let people hear people out, ask questions. You know what I mean? Like don't shoot it down. Ask questions.
That's probably my biggest pet peeve with a lot of Christians in this server is they think that this is a Christian server and that they have the right to pretty much shout down anybody who doesn't agree with it.
Right.
Not all, but a lot of people.
I agree with you, Lou. I agree with you. Like I know there's people who are Gnostic or agnostic. I don't know what the term they use for.
yeah, you had it right. Agnostic, or you could say Gnostic or whatever. Like some people are just Gnostic.
But they know and they don't know what they don't know. But you know, like let them have the floor too. You know, whenever it's their turn to speak, if there's an opportunity for them to speak and they have questions or they want to speculate on something, and because of the rabbit holes they went down, they're working things out to understand things a little better. And you know, with regards to like not going deep into rabbit holes, but just, you know, talking like, what do they call it? Not reminiscing, but simmering on the story that kind of sounds right to them. So, yeah, no, I'll make a suggestion. I'll do that right now down in the ideas. There's an idea category somewhere. Suggestions. Isn't there a suggestion, chat?
Let me see where it's at.
No, there's playlist suggestions.
FE Lab ideas and information. I think that's where you should post it. There. Wonder what the Globers are talking about right now. The anti-flat earthers have interesting behavior. I think Owen Benjamin actually has a quote on this that seems applicable. It's a little vulgar, but the way the anti-flat earthers behave, try to say this as cleanly as I can. Like, I don't really hang out in other servers that are Globe Earth servers or whatever, you know. But this seems like the people who spend the most time like analyzing or, you know, being around the flat Earth is like the people like the 5 goofballs in the chat every day, and now all the anti-flat earthers talking about flat Earth. So Owen Benjamin has this quote that's like, you know, imagine you're like watching like, I'll make it clean because it's actually pretty vulgar, but like, I don't know, say like actually I'll just say it. He basically says it's like someone who's like, oh, I hate watching like gay pornos, but like you just keep watching it. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, what are you doing watching it? If you hate it, like turn it off, go somewhere. But like, why do you keep going back? Like,
is that what it's like for the anti-flat earthers?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. They're like, this is gay. I don't really. But it's like you're here watching us every day, though. I'm not saying, you know, just for analogy's sake, but. So like, that's not how I behave with these. I don't go to like Gamma Pandas and like hang out there and like lurk around, you know. I hang with my people with like I do what I enjoy, you know. I don't go and watch things that I don't want to partake in. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they do. Like, oh, I hate it, but like you're here. Like, go away.
Oh, that's a perfect way to describe the Globers.
It's facts. I don't know, so that's actually one of my ideas. Is I typed it in the chat somewhere, but having a room. I thought we should have a chat called like Flat Earth After Dark, or you know, Flat Earth at Night, or something like that, where we talk about things that are maybe a little bit not so chat friendly in the lobby, or maybe not here. I don't know. You know, you get what I'm saying? Like Flat Earth at Night. Say some stuff, because like another thing I think would be funny, because you know how it seems like most new people, they don't understand like the difference between a measurement and a calculation. So it's like, okay, so like say you have a chick and she's like, you know, so how big is it? And you're like, well, according to my calculations. It's like she doesn't want calculations, dude. Like, like measure that, like measure it, dude. She wants to know how many. It's not, well, you due to refraction. It's like that's like, you're a nerd, dude, and that's why you're a virgin. So, but you know, so it's like saying like things like that. Honestly, I think would help click for some people. Oh yeah, you're right. I would have to just measure, and then I would know, and then she would know, and then I could prove it. Like, take your calculations somewhere else, weirdo. Yeah. That'd be a funny chat of Flat Earth at night or something like that. Well, R-rated. Sweet.
Right.
I need to just write a segment where I just do grind my gears, because it seems like to be the thing I keep talking about lately. It's just all the things that are like pet peeves that these new globe earthers they apply when they're here. Like, they'll Google something and then read it off to you like they're about to get a Nobel Prize. It's like, we were in the chat with this guy talking about Eratosthenes for like an hour. Felt like longer than that. It's like, dude, we've discussed this so many times. We're not new to this. So don't go to Google. The only reason you had to go to Google is you didn't know what you were talking about. So you had to look it up. And then you're going to read it off like no one's ever heard it before. It's you. It's you who are new to this. So you don't need to read it off like you're saying it for the first time ever. Like that bothers me. Like, don't come in here like, well, you see, Eratosthenes had 2 sticks and 2 shadows, and therefore, it's like, don't do that. Don't be reading stuff off Google like you're the first person to discover this, or you were the only one that took the time to Google it. Come on, dude. We don't even need to Google it to discuss this anymore because we've discussed it for hours. So that's just annoying.
But one more hour.
We're gonna, yeah, seriously, it'll always be another hour because they're constantly underestimating who a flat earther is in general. Imagine if you I'm into fighting and stuff, so you had to you were gonna book a fight, you signed the contract. Hey, we got this guy, we want you to fight him for some money, put the boxing gloves on, yada yada. You sign the contract and you don't know who you're fighting. So because you don't know who you're up against, you don't watch any film. You don't study any tape. You walk in there and, you just expect, I'm going to take the cake easy. But when you get in the arena, like you're fighting like Mike Tyson. Like, how are you going to feel then? But it's just a common trend. Is like they'll get in the arena, but they didn't study any tape. They didn't watch any film. They didn't take the time to like go understand like what kind of moves we're going to put on them. They just come in here with the assumption, I'm going to underestimate this person. Imagine underestimating Mike Tyson. Like, you're going to get clocked. Probably get KO'd. So that's another common thing, is they underestimate who you are as a flat earther, because you're flat, automatically, they discredit you being a thinking person or just being a genuine regular dude down the block. Like, so just that can be frustrating sometimes.
Right. No, that meme that you shared the other day, that was hilarious, dude. That guy got in the ring, as soon as the bell rang, he walked out. That was hilarious.
You know what? I think I meant to add that to the soundboard, because the commentators, the way they were like kind of breaking it down was funny. I'll play that actually, just so we can get
hilarious
an audio on that. But I think it's perfect. I'll post it again. But maybe I'll give you some context on it. But yeah, essentially, for anyone that hasn't heard this before, this boxer, here it is. So everyone's ready. It's like the main event, and the bell rings, and the dude just steps out of the arena, steps out of the cage or whatever, and just starts walking out. So this is what happens often. They don't even get, they'll realize that, oh shit, it's Mike Tyson, and then just get out.
Right.
Start throwing popcorn from the nosebleeds. Well, that's not hurting anybody.
Here's the thing though. Like, I might even try to fight Mike Tyson, but if he knocks me down, I'm not getting up.
There's another good meme for that too, where there's a boxer laying on his back, arms stiffened up, and he's like, still talking trash. Oh, you flat earthers think you're, it's like, dude, you are KO'd on the ground. Let's see.
I'm going to let you know when that man fights FN Ajagba, do not blink. Of his 5 professional bouts, 4 of them have been done in the first round.
That's us.
Two opponents in quick fashion, and Curtis Harper has walked out of the ring. Wait, cannot believe it. I've never seen this before. He walked out of the ring. He walked out of the ring. I've never seen it before. Curtis Harper has walked out of the ring.
Yeah, I need to add that one to when someone like bails or quits. He has just walked out of the ring, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's funny.
Like when Truth Seeker left earlier. Were you here for that, CB?
No, I wasn't here for that.
He's still in the chat. He's got his mic muted, I guess. But he couldn't Google things fast enough, so he muted up. Yeah, go.
You gotta love it. You can always hear the if you don't hear the tippy tappy on the keyboard, you can hear the pause where they're like, shh, let me Google this real quick.
Right.
Oftentimes you can hear the keyboard just click, 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 click. Like, oh, dude. Oh man.
Well,
That's another thing.
I use my phone, so like I'm typing while I'm talking, and you don't hear the keyboard clicking. You might hear like a
Yeah, the thumbs. But
right.
No, but I was just gonna say that leads me to another like pet peeve is they think because you're asking the question that like that's why they're going to Google to copy and paste the answer, or like they're just going to read off the answer because they think that you don't know the answer, but they don't realize that they don't know the answer, and we're just sending them on a goose chase to either look for something that's not there or to like help them learn what they thought they knew but they didn't. So to be clear, like the pet peeve is how they'll assume you don't know. Well, we're asking them, hey, what's the radius? And they'll Google it and read it. Oh, it's 3959.
Right.
Well, I wasn't asking you because I didn't know that. Like, I'm not asking you to give me information. I have the information.
Right. Did you let me finish this up. Here, I'll do this real quick. Message. I'm gonna DM it to you. You can drop it in the chat if you want. But so on the live stream, I downloaded the whole live stream and I cut the clip out of 2 people that like everybody here. You might have been there for a brief moment or whatever. A lot of people were there letting me talk, which I thought was awesome because like obviously y'all have way more knowledge and have a different approach to some of these people, but like for the most part I did the talking, teaching 2 of these people that were asking questions about flat earth, and occasionally, like Elijah would chime in, like, dude, you need to listen to him. He's leading you into the understanding. He wants to teach you. You got to let him teach you, and basically putting it back on track. But it's about an hour long. If whenever you're like doing things and you're not in here, if you decide to listen to it, it kind of gets a little long-winded in the explanation. But if you listen, like, I think I did a good job explaining it to the guy, and so it's my first true like waking somebody up moment. You know what I mean? Like, I'm teaching this guy, and he's teaching him about the black swan, and I'm explaining everything in the picture to him, and I'm piecing it all out so that way there's no excuses for what he's seeing, right? And then I said, "Where's the horizon at?" He goes, in front of the oil rig, right? And I was like, "No, it's behind the oil rig, right?" "Sure, it's behind the oil rig." He's like, "Yeah, it's behind the oil rig." And then there's like a pause, and he goes, Wait a second, dude." And then he's like, "I gotta go, man. I gotta go think about some things." And I was like, "Cool, dude." One of my proud moments. Let me get that off real quick. Where did I put it at? Did I put it at the top? No. Did they remove it? No, that's not it either. No way. No way. There it is. They removed it from my playlist. Anyway, I DM'd it to you.
Isn't life much better when you have a good chair with lumbar support, maybe a little headrest, like arm rests, like so much nicer. Just simple things. And Earth is flat. Thank you, Matthew. Yep, he's right. The ongoing.
Dude, is that you, CB? That recording? Do you have that recording, CB?
Sorry, I'm in DMs. Well, do I need to look at the chat?
No. Do you have the Matthew Learns his?
That's Justin has that.
Justin has, yeah.
I could get it, but I
yeah,
could get
that's
it.
right.
Because he's always in here when it happens. But anyway, so I was in here one day, right? And Matthew was in the chat, and he was talking, but then it like went silent for a minute, and then all of a sudden I hear Matthew say the Earth is flat. I'm like, "Oh, dude, I heard it! I heard." I thought Matthew was trolling us, but then Justin's trolling Matthew. So, but that was the funniest thing ever when I heard that. It's chilly. Chilly willy.
I have a little short story for everybody. Let's just say there's some rulers somewhere in a country, right? And across the ocean, they found out about some land over there across the ocean, and they decided they were going to go over there and take it over, right? And when they got there was whole entire civilizations in 500 AD, actually, larger than Rome or London at the time. Well, they decimated those populations, ran them off or some other such thing, and assimilated them into their own civilization. A couple hundred years later, you have some people, they've been told that they got here on some such ship, like similar to, let's say, make up a name, the Mayflower, with some pilgrims, perhaps. They came over. They told the people that lived here, that were actually indigenous to this place, that they came from somewhere else, when they're actually from here the whole time for thousands upon thousands of years. Your family, your generations back, we're all here, Americans, from some other place. What if that happened? Oh my gosh.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. So
It could be.
They found America. And then after several hundred years, people forgot where they came from, because the people that are teaching you in the schools aren't teaching you that you came from here. They're saying you came on some ship like the Pilgrims did. Instead, where you're really from is from America, and have always been here. The cradle of civilization, the breadbasket of the world is America. The remains of Atlantis.
You mean space is fake?
And space is fake. And it's all in a contained system, just like Genesis says. Oops. Oh, I digress. just what the science, real science actually says. Pressure requires containment. End of that discussion. We can move on to where we actually are and who we actually are. Love it.
It's here to troll.
I'm sorry, but if this
And
ship goes any further south, we're going to hit space Mexico.
yeah, I'm reporting from Southern California, the place where the flood exited and all the water's drained out. San Diego, right here, was the drain. Literally. Do you ever be walking up a big side of a canyon, like a big steep hill where there's a trail going up the side of this canyon, right? And it just looks like a wall of mud. And the entire way up, there's seashells everywhere, the entire trail. Seashells. The ocean's about 5 to 7 miles away. Oh, that's funny. And between those seashells on that hill and the seashore, there's buildings that were built with a whole entire floor underground, an entire city block size floor. What? What it is? I don't know. Next question. What the Earth is? Next question. No one knows what it is or where it is or how large it is.
Right. But they'll ask you, Sonny. They want to know. They're going to ask you questions like you made the Earth. It's another pet peeve of mine. So then how does the sun move? I don't freaking know, dude. I didn't make the sun. I didn't make the Earth. Sorry.
I know. How did they make the switch from us asking them? One was a direct measurement made of Earth to where they're going, well, how does the universe work then? How do they switch to a God, only God can answer question from us asking them for a measurement, which they don't know the difference? We already went over that ad infinitum.
My favorite is when you say, show me the curve, and they're like, well, show me how it's flat. And it's like, that's the whole point. Show me the fucking curve.
That's the whole point. You see anything but
Wow.
flat?
I haven't heard that one in a while.
Anything but flat being worked on Earth surface, anywhere.
Something is parallel. If something is parallel to something else, like, doesn't it just go on forever?
If it's parallel, yeah. You.
I mean, show me a curve at 5 miles. Show me a curve at 10 miles. Like, show me where the curve is.
Yep. So they ought to be slapped figuratively in the face by saying it's too big when they haven't even checked out how big too big is.
Yeah,
That's it.
Do they understand that 5 miles, 16 feet of drop is easily visible by a kindergartner with a Kmart pair of binoculars?
So,
I need to make it more clear.
So, like, let's say you show me the curve and you say it's like at 55 miles, right? Let's just throw a weird number out there. Like, I'm open to the idea, like, that NASA's even lying to us about how big the ball is, you know? Like, okay, like, I'm one of those people, like, I'm a truther. I want to find the truth. So I'm open up to any idea. As it stands right now, the Earth measures flat. I don't see no curvature. Tell me the curve. And, okay, well, here it is at 55 miles. This is where it starts to drop 8 inches. Okay, cool. Like, all right, now you've shown me the curvature. Now, like, explain how fast the sun's going around above. like you nothing adds up. Like I don't know, man. Like the whole entire thing was based off of a ball that has a circumference of 24,901 miles. Like none of it adds up, dude. None of it.
But
and then you have this other idea.
Yeah.
Then you have
The
this
thing
other
that's
idea.
astonishing- Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
I was saying, now you have this other idea, Genesis chapter 1. Now go read Genesis chapter 1. Like, that completely makes sense to me, dude. If your 24,901 mile circumference isn't real, and your 1,000 mile an hour spin isn't real, then your 8 inches per mile squared isn't real. Your 66,600 miles an hour what is it? 66,600
miles per hour.
Miles per hour for an annual, right? Is it annual?
I think so. Yeah, that's around the sun, right? But you know, you're leading right to the point I was going to make about what's really astonishing is where
none of that's real.
They're missing the point entirely. They seem to miss the point entirely that there are consequences of this curvature on the surface. You notice they just skip past that every time. They'll skip past it. They won't even address it. When it's brought up to attention, they'll go to something else. It's really weird. Like, it's a very strange, like, thing. They have a procedure or something that they're using to avoid answering that.
It makes you wonder if they really know something deep down, or I don't know. Like,
well,
it's what is it? That Matador, right?
It could be that nagging empirical part of themselves that they're relying on every day. Their experiences of motion and distance and things. There's nothing that they can use that's comparable to that ball Earth that's in reality itself. Like, you can't compare anything about it to reality. So they're having a conflict. When the subject is brought up, there's where the cog-dis starts. Like, because they all experience the same thing we all do. We're not. It's flat and stationary just like everyone else uses it. That's just weird. I mean, there are some strange human behaviors, and this is one of the odd ones. Believing in a ball Earth that can't have any curvature, doesn't have any, can't be measured, but there's still, no problem with that. We'll just overlook that part, and we'll move on to something more complex. What?
I mean, it just goes back to the underestimating who a flat earther is. When you're asking them for a curve, they're going to dance around it like, oh, well, just Earth is too big. But, like, they don't realize that you actually know how big it's supposed to be. And, how far the way the curve's supposed to be and all that. But they're going to be like, oh, well, just, no, you can't see it. No, you can't see it. Like,
It doesn't matter how far or how quote big it is anymore, because with the amount of accuracy we have with our devices, you can always measure some type of difference in height if you measure over two lands separated by water. So if it's 10,000 million miles in radius, you can always measure something with the amount of technology we have now. So if they really wanted to show curvature, they could do it.
Sir, the only technology you need is just sticks and shadows.
Yeah. Do you think there were some people sweating when they were publishing those all those linear flight models? I wonder if anybody's sweating in those little rooms when they were publishing those ones with their names on it.
No, but I agree with that. We do have the technology. If it was a globe, dude, we'd be all out there. Dude, look at this curve. I got this sick curve. Because, don't they say, they'll be like, oh, it's not a perfect sphere. So what are you trying to say then? It's more curved in some places and less curved in others? Or so wouldn't we go out and be like, dude, I got this much curvature over here, and this place, I'm reporting from over here, it's slightly less curved. Wouldn't people go out and do that? But it seems to be that people go out and all they can see and measure is a flat Earth. That's what I did.
Then they'll bring out that thalidomide Earth that you see.
What's that?
Affected, the babies that were deformed. Thalidomide was or in the 50s, there was some drug they were giving women's, and their babies all turned out like mongoloid heads. Their heads. That's what they have. They're like the Geodesy model. What is it?
I get what you're saying.
Model or whatever they're using.
I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to be rude.
No, that's funny.
It seems like a good analogy to use, the thalidomide Earth.
I had to think about that. That is hilarious. Yeah, lumpy Earth. Yeah, that's mad funny. I don't even get how that's a response most of the time. Oh, well, why can't you measure? Oh, well, it's just not a perfect sphere. Are we just, okay, well, I guess we'll just stop here then. I don't.
Yeah, because don't you know, CB? Because they have the plumb lines are actually warbling plumb lines. And, with the warbling plumb lines, you'll have no idea. They're basically telling us that there's no way they could possibly ever say for certain that Earth is anything with warbling plumb lines. What? Because a hill is higher than another, then they have to bend the plumb line and add all the bends so it matches a globe. Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's like doing a yo-yo. Maybe someone needs to make a meme with a yo-yo, but instead of going down straight, it's always curved. It's like a curveball yo-yo.
Wow. Oh man. Okay, I think I better go outside. Been inside too long today. Some fresh air. Bike's all charged. Vroom vroom.
I don't know. What's water hill? I've never talked about a hill of water.
Is that the same thing as a mountain of water?
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder that myself, my friend. Apparently, people are confused on what's a hill and what's a mountain. So apparently, we have water mountains now.
Dude, Miggy had that all. Dude, that was so funny.
Straight cooked that guy.
Yeah. There's no such thing like. What do you say? There's a distinct difference between a hill and a mountain. Like, is there?
That's what he was saying. He's like, I don't know. Maybe there's not.
No difference between water and a mountain. Yeah, they're both the same. That's right.
Yeah.
The water in your bathtub is actually a small mountain of water, even though it's completely flat when measured. Okay, great. I like fairy tales. Keep going. Can I hear more?
let me get in bed let me get tucked in first. Hold on.
No, let me get tucked in first.
The difference that I've always thought between a hill and a mountain has like steeper areas over a hill. Hill is like more like walkable without any kind of assistance. Mountains would have like a steeper incline and tend to be like a hill would be more like vegetative versus a mountain would be more rocky, I guess. That's what I've always distinct between a hill and a mountain. But then I've been wrong, I've gone to this place, I'm like, oh, this is a cool hill. I know it's a mountain. I'm like, what?
What? Yeah, but you would
blocking.
know if it was
What's
water
blocking?
or not. You would know if it was water. You would say that's water. If you saw a mound of earth, like a hill, like a mountain, then you say that's a hill or a mountain. You wouldn't say there's mountains of water somewhere on earth. Where has this ever been seen?
Well, apparently Bob sees hills of water. Oh shit! Someone would DM me the second I was trying to click the button.
The bottom of the oil rig there. The bottom of the. What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. Bottom of the oil rig there. What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
A hill of water.
This freaking guy.
Oh, gee whiz.
That is too funny.
This my birthday.
This is exactly. I guess it lets me talk about one of my favorite sports.
What the hell? What kind of nonsense is going on in our education system? I don't know, man. Oh, gee whiz. Yeah, I realize, like, I'm just a reporter of what's going on in the world, and there's actually idiocracy taking place in real life out in the world over yonder somewhere. Just like idiocracy, if you got in there and you were normal, you'd fear for your life because they're all fucking batshit crazy, to use a mild term. I had to get away with my life, Mabel. I'm telling you, it was the most fearsome thing I ever encountered.
It's gotten to a point now where I'm sending text message to a friend about flat Earth, and I mentioned flat Earth in it, and it's not sending my text messages.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, in some extreme places, it's more like The Gangs of New York. You ever seen that movie? Anybody? That's a good thing to review.
It's a good movie.
My
I think what
neighborhood
I think
just
what
like
you're
that.
saying is happening a lot more. Like censoring of text. I think that's Because it's funny that you said that, because that actually just happened to me earlier today. Not me personally, but somebody I know. They were sending me a text, and those texts weren't sending.
I could believe it. There's probably all kinds of shenanigans going on with the information flow. Yeah, so we probably all are experiencing it. I've kind of stayed away from the technology mostly in the last month. In some
They're
ways,
trying to
it's
control
good,
communication, calling it misinformation, so they have to control it. They deem it misinformation, so they try to stop it from
yeah, but
social
listen,
media.
what I was talking about is more like an offshoot of what's happening in a larger context, like in microcosms in cities and neighborhoods. There's lots of sanity that's ensuing.
Right.
Like
I mean,
people are just
that's
fucking getting more crazy. Like they're getting more and more like for me, I have to protect myself because you don't know what's out there after dark anymore. Like I literally have to be physically prepared to protect myself. I have to go to war. Like I'm going to battle.
What are you
I live in a
talking
place
about?
that's like the gangs of New York. Literally, that's where I live.
I mean,
my own hallways, I could be in danger. Yeah, like that. So, if anybody is ready for that, is me. Like I've been prepared for that my whole life. I just didn't think I'd be enacting the visions that I saw my whole life of being in battle to be coming true, but I see it getting closer. I don't mean, I'm not trying to scare anybody. Most people don't live in like where I live. You might as well live in Warsaw, Poland, in World War II.
Nobody
Where I
will.
live. You might as well live there. It's the same thing, same exact thing. I live in Warsaw, Poland. There's no more America. It was taken over. It was done away with.
I don't think
Only the
anybody's
land
going.
is still here, and the people who survived. That's all that's left. That's all. We're all that's left. It's over. It's already been won over. It's taken over a long time ago. If you're not ready to fight, suggest you are. You think I'm being funny or theatrical.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
And I'll be 65 in a year, and I'm ready. I'll be ready. And on to a more pleasant note, the sun did come up over the plain this morning, just like it always has. Thank God for that. Sonny, I'll try to be more cheerful.
But Sonny, are you sure that wasn't just your house moving?
The what?
I mean, how do you know that was the sun moving? It could be your house.
No, dag nabbit. Anyone tells me that the house is moving when I'm looking at the sun moving across the sky, they could get their ear. What is it called?
I don't know. It could be your house.
Ear clamp. Like I'll grab their ear. I'll snatch them by the ear, hold them down. Yeah. I don't mean to be this way. I'm actually being very nice. I've been quite hostile towards well, listen, when you feel like you're the only one against the world, that's the way I've always felt. Nothing new for me. I don't know what people caring means. I've never felt loved. I've never felt anyone fucking cared about me. Ever.
My blood is boiling right now.
You've never felt love?
I've never felt I was loved. No. So I've lived without love my entire life, a lifetime of heartache. And I said I wasn't going to talk about myself, but I will, because this is who I am. I can't be anything but transparent, to be honest. So I'll just be brutally honest. No, I never felt loved. by anyone. I never felt a part of my family, my generation. I've never met anyone like me. I've never met anyone that has said they've ever met anyone like me. So I've been alone my entire life. I don't know what it's like to feel like you're at home. What does that even mean? What is a home? I've never felt at home here, wherever this place is where I'm at in life, here, this life. I never felt like I ever had a home, let alone inside of my own self have I felt at home. It's been the most difficult thing. And I'm not trying to like, I'm glad I'm able to stay calm and talk about it. That's for me, that shows some improvement in maturity on my side, because these are very deep, hurtful things that I'm talking about. Anguish and human misery. It's what it's been mostly like for me all the time when you don't hear me. Not all the time. I have moments where I can just forget about it for a while. But I'm never going to be able to forget about who I am and where I came from and what has happened and the consequences that I have to pay for. I know that's coming. I know it is. I'm prepared.
Why are you following me?
Someone please make fun of me before I do. I will. I'll start before you. Let me.
My problems have all gone. There's no one to deride me. But you gotta have friends. Stop singing! Well, it's no wonder you don't have any friends. Only a true friend would be that truly honest.
Why is this stuff always should be blazing loud? Someone say something.
Was the audio too low? I found a really relevant clip. I'll post it.
We can hear you, Sonny.
Okay,
It's a little faint. You sound far from the mic, but we can hear you.
moved away because this big ass stereo like amplifier. One of these really big speakers, and it should be really loud. But there, I'm back. I don't know.
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there.
To go to my sound settings, let's take a looky here. Let's take a looky. Shall we? System over amplification. I could do that. Hello, is that worse? Wait a minute.
You
Output.
understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Wait a minute.
I can't understand you.
That's better. Fucking
Let me put it in a language you can understand.
volume. Oh, is that my mic volume? Is that mic volume better?
It's high.
That's
You were
high.
fine. Yeah, you were fine where you were at.
Okay. That's probably good there. More than half. I'll go back to Discord sound settings for 1 moment. I think that's pretty good. Right there. How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. I won't raise my voice unless you provoke me. Just kidding.
But you can't ever threaten the production crew here.
Wait a minute. What? I can use.
But you
Okay,
can't
wait.
ever threaten.
Oh, there it is. Oh, now I got the volume. Okay, all good. Do another recording. Let me check it.
But you can't ever threaten the production crew.
Just doing feedback.
Oh, that, yeah, because I have my mic up. Yeah, it's cool. Got it. It's a little loud. All right.
Do you have any recordings from Office Space?
I'm really bad with movies. I have to look that up. Hold on.
You need to have the one where he's like, yeah.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that movie, but I've seen lots of GIFs and funny things from that movie. Let me see if I can find that. I love suggestions. That's funny. And honestly, my favorite ones are ones that would sneak into the middle of a conversation about this topic. So actually, this is pretty funny.
Happening. We have sort of a problem here. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like me. Yeah, that sounds like me. Yeah.
And
doesn't it? Yeah.
okay. Yeah. No, I have the memo.
We got a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to go ahead and welcome.
Earth is not a globe. No.
This is hilarious. That's
Oh, it's from
I
the
believe
Office.
you haven't seen Office Space.
Office Space. Yeah.
You need to go watch that, dude.
I have a list. I'm probably the worst person when it comes to like seeing classics and all that. It's terrible with it.
You should watch that, and then you should go watch Black Dynamite.
Dynamite.
Black Dynamite. Wait a minute. Oh,
I'd love a good suggestion. Let me write these down. And the best suggestions come from people who are like kind of awake too. So I always like that.
You should actually watch Black Dynamite first, but
Okay. Actually, I wrote that one down first.
Sonny, you never got married?
No, who?
You're the one that never felt love. Is that right?
Yep.
You never got married?
Oh,
How about
yeah,
girlfriend?
actually, I've been married. I've had 2 relationships with women. I didn't feel loved by either one of them, but
Really?
yeah.
Maybe you're just like a hardcore alpha male with like just low emotions.
No, I'm not one of those. I'm the opposite. I'm the most sensitive sign. Like I grew up very sensitive, but I became very volatile as a young person. Like I couldn't be consoled, and it's taken me a long time to console myself because I won't listen. I wouldn't listen to anyone. I didn't care who you were. I didn't give a fuck. It was very hard for me to keep a job. Very hard for me to keep jobs, to like maintain a level of like demeanor, normal demeanor with people, because I could see through their bullshit, and sometimes they could just see me for who I want. They want to put out my light, and I won't stand for it. So I'd fucking revolt against it, and I fucking had fucking horrible freaking time in life because of it. I'm not saying it's those people's fault. Is it my fault? It's just the way I am. Is that my fault? I don't think so. I didn't make me. Somebody made me this way. I'm here for a reason. I know I have a purpose. Like, I know I'm this way, this volatile, this, like, I can be in somebody's face. Like, it doesn't, like, I'm not afraid of anything. I'll stand up to the tallest, biggest, meanest person and ask them simple questions. Like, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you met no one like me. I literally have the spirit of the puma. You know what the puma is?
I love that.
Someone can strike with one blow. I'm a Black Panther. I've met myself in the darkness. I know who I am. I don't know if I got that when I was on the Sun Pyramid in Teotihuacan in Puebla in Mexico City, like where the pyramids are. I walked to the top of the Sun Pyramid with my friend. Lived in the jungle in these places where there's all these pyramids and things around, and drove through all those places. Like, I've experienced, like, I don't know why I'm trying to
Can I ask if?
I know you asked a simple question. Never mind. I can't answer things simply.
If you were hurt, if you were hurt in the past that you didn't forgive that person, is that a possibility?
No, I think I was taken from my mother at a very young age by a brutal, sadistic, tyrannical narcissist in the extreme, and got the shit kicked out of me for the next 12 years by everyone around me. Beat the fuck up, tortured, fucking cigarette butts, like little Sonny. Yeah. So Sonny got to the point where, like, Sonny is a violent, wild fucking animal if provoked. Yeah. So I don't get in fights because that one strike thing, because look, I don't know why, like, I'm just telling you so you know who I am. I'm not a mean person. I'm very calm. I can be very calm, very kind and giving. But people like to poke me a lot. And I'm done with being poked by the way I look on the outside. What'll happen is I'll let someone have the first blow, the first strike. Because I
appreciate you. I appreciate you sharing that.
So that's why I never fight. Look, I know what my abilities are. I know what my power is. Look, my power doesn't come from me. So if someone's going against me, where do you think that power's coming from? It's not from me. Good luck on that, because I know it's not from me. So who's stronger in that case? I have a power that's an unimaginable strength, going through me right now, just like everyone else does. Maybe you don't feel it in the extreme that I do. Every day is an extreme case of life and death for me. It feels like life and death. It feels like battle every day for me. Sometimes it's wonderful. Sometimes you're laughing because of the thought, maybe the victories you thought you made, or like that you just didn't have to, like, have controversy that day. Yeah. I had to walk myself through this myself because no one could help me. I'm one of these lost fucking souls, tortured individuals that no one could help. I had to help myself. That I'm able to sit here and talk to you fairly logically and with meaning and a direction in my voice and like where I'm going in my thought pattern is a miracle. It's a miracle. Like I thank God for the simple things. I have so much to be thankful for. Like, but I'm all alone. I've been alone my whole life. Like, this is little Sonny has been alone crying in the wilderness his whole life. But like, I don't want anyone. I'm not trying to get someone to feel sorry for me. It's nothing about that.
Hey, Sonny, you're not alone, man.
That I've lived on the edge and people don't know what it's like out here. I do. And guess what? No one can.
Sonny, you're not alone, man. Jesus loves you. Can be your best friend.
I know that. I know.
You got a whole crew of flat earthers over here. Just Sonny, you know.
And also that, yes.
Well, look, what's going on is I'm in a spiritual battle, and I have been. Life has become, it's not just a mundane thing of like, go here, do this, do that. I have to really look at myself. Some days I just don't go outside because I know I ought not to engage in the way that I really want to with people, because that can be very caustic. And so when I'm
Honey,
caustic, I got to stay to myself. I can go out and be in the woods, but that's what I've had to do since I was a child. I've had to go away, out into the woods, away from people, where I'm by myself in the
never,
woods. God's there. And that's where God has always been for me.
brother, never forget, okay, he is knocking on every man's door.
I know. And I've done horrible wrongs, and I think everybody else has too. Some of us have much more of a cross to carry, a weight, a burden in life. I don't care that I've had to carry a much more burdensome weight or load in my life. I'll help somebody carry theirs, even if I have a broken leg. One thing I do have is an indomitable spirit. I will continue on. I'm a man out of time. I don't even know how I'm still here. I think it's miraculous. I look around me, it feels unreal to me because I can't even hardly believe it sometimes that I'm still here. But I'm grateful for all of you guys. Gee whiz.
But man, you don't need to fight, you know. He can take all the load off your shoulders, you know. You can just drop down in front of him and say it's enough, you know. I can't handle him. I can't be my own lord, so to say, of my life. I need him. I need you, you know. And then he can take it from you, and you feel completely uplifted.
Yeah, and it won't matter. So I know, like, the only prison is what we have in our own minds, and that brings.
Have you tried it?
And that brings
Have
us
you tried
to
it?
Earth. Have I what? Like, I used to live in a prison, yeah. Like, I'm not saying I'm out, because obviously you see I have some troubles, but that's all right. All of us have troubles. We're only human, right? So we all have human problems. Like, I could share some about those problems, but I don't know, where was I going? Maybe I lost my place. It's all right. We all have a path to travel, and like, I'm not complaining about my path anymore. I used to quite a bit. Whiny little bitch, you know. So I had to get like the shit slapped out of me here in this life, because I must be this. I don't know. I'm not saying it's bad.
You know what the good message is, Sonny?
Inconsolable as a spirit, and I had to be turned into something that was malleable to the one who matters, who made us all, the one who created us, whatever that is. Like,
Come to me, all who are weary and heavily burdened. I will give you rest. Man, isn't that a promise? Isn't that the best creator you can imagine? That says, just come to me and I give you rest. Whatever is there as a burden in your life, you can give it all up unto me and I will do the work for you.
There's been
I mean, just think about the creator, man, Sonny. He is he's in control of everything, which means he's just waiting for you to say, you know, I give up. I don't want to be in control. I want to carry all that stuff. And he's like, yeah, man, I'm gonna do it for you because I'm the Almighty. I can handle everything, and I want to help my son. You know, that's, you know, he's just waiting for you to just give over all that heavy stuff. There's still maybe.
Look, I want to tell you something. I think I've been actually assigned something because of who I am in my past, my history, and in this life. Because of who I am, I've been assigned. I have an assignment. I know what that assignment is. I've been told that I need to be a guardian, no matter how fucked up I am. That I'm a guardian. That I see good and evil. I see someone being harmed. I'm supposed to be there to protect that person.
When you say you're fucked up or whatever, you claim you're fucked up, what is that with respect to? Society as a whole? Like, is that what the baseline is? Because, I mean, society as a whole is largely abnormal. So, like, I think in that respect, it's normal to feel a little left out, right? If you're not like that. I wouldn't say you're fucked up. Whatever you're talking about now, sure, it's weird, it's out there. I don't know what you're talking about, your past life and whatever. But I wouldn't say you're fucked up or anything.
Sonny, I appreciate you sharing that. And like people that have been hurt, they tend to put a wall up to protect their emotions so they don't get hurt again. What do you think?
He might have had to drop for some reason, but Sonny, if you're listening, you do good work here, man.
We love you, Sonny.
I was gonna say you definitely garnered a nice crowd here that likes to listen to what you have to say. So
I just want to thank the guy yesterday who sent it in this channel that is like kind of not like debunking, but correcting the false assumptions towards the mud flood and all that stuff. And I also myself pedaled back because I think I just regarding that topic, I just have not made the needed research to, I just watched one documentary or two or three, or I mean, it was more videos, but I was too quick to, accept it as impossible or something like that. So someone sent it in a YouTube channel from the guy who actually made that 5-hour documentary about the lost history of Flat Earth, which is the same person that is now correcting himself from that documentary that, indeed many buildings and other things that have been created have been possible with past technology. So yeah, I just want to thank the person that sent it in. Was my fault. But I actually never believed in Terraria. I don't know who gave me the role. Someone, since I joined the server, just assigned it to me.
Yeah, well, that's the cool thing about being honest. You can admit when you're wrong and then, learn.
Yeah, I was totally wrong, man. 100%. I was totally wrong about that and have no problem with correcting myself. Like, I think the whole Terraria thing is a bit out of context, when not actually reality.
I feel like, not to pat my own self on the back, but I'm just personally, I feel like my gut has led me to like a good places, because I don't know. I never was pulled to the Tartaria thing. I'm sure some people are passionate about it, but I've also heard recently there's kind of a development with it, and people have kind of gone back on what they said about that. So It's like I feel good about like, well, I never was pulled to it. Same with like Mandela effect. You know what I mean? Like, someone told me like, nah, that's cap. You know, so like my beacon for truth, I feel like it's been working fairly well for a little while. I can usually tell when something's suspect or something's off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I the thing is, man. I just. I'm just, I just accepted something without doing more research, which is actually unusual. Normally, I look further into things by myself, but I don't know why. It was, it just how it is, it just shows me that I still need to be aware and just really, before I accept something, dig deep into it, like I did with our geocentric grammar, I mean, that took many months. And still, sometimes I just, ignored it for a certain time. Then I went back on research. At least a year when I really completely said, okay, there is no definite truth of the heliocentric model, or at least any truth in it.
What you said about the Mandela effect, I think it's real, but I don't think it's real in the way that some people think it is. Like, I've heard all sorts of different things, like, oh yeah, it's timeline shifting or some shit like that. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's literally just a psyop to see like how they can warp minds and like make people misremember shit or like change things around with like subtly, like make subtle changes to see what you can change and what people like, how you can distort reality, basically.
That actually makes more sense than what they say. Go ahead, Connor.
No, I'm just responding. I really don't think that's it. I really don't think it's some kind of linear physical thing they're changing websites or pictures or products. I don't think they're doing that. I think it's more than that.
Oh, what do you think?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do tell.
I don't know how to explain it. I mean, it's like reality bent from what it was.
That's what I think they're trying to do.
The confirmation is that people remember it a certain way, and it's different now. And then there's, what you call residual or residue, where there's things happening that confirm the old way it used to be. Call it residue, whatever. And the new way is changed now. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I think that's part of what I was saying is like to distort reality in that regard.
Yeah, it also confuses. Sorry, go.
You think it's a big hoax done in a physical sense?
Yeah, well, I guess what we're talking about is a little abstract. Could you clarify what you mean?
Well, you're saying they, as in there are these, whatever you want to call it, controllers who are messing with that.
Well, okay, yeah, you're right. I did use they a little bit loosely, but literally they could be anybody. They could be a group of scientists just trying to do an experiment. They could be people that actually have malicious intent behind it. They could be anybody, but what they are doing is trying to see how society as a whole deals with this like slight spin and how like changes the story just slightly, or things like that, and how they can make slight adjustments almost in real time to historical events. Or I don't know.
I mean, I'm kind of go ahead.
One thing that's funny though is pretty much everybody, and I'm sure yourself included, if I question enough, is what I would call, or what they would say is Mandela effect. You remember it the old way. You just refuse to, like, and not in all cases, but there's going to be something, that you remember the old way. And what the difference is when they tell you, no, you must have just misremembered. Most people go, oh, I must have just misremembered. It's always been like this.
The Fruit of
but
the
it's funny.
Loom logo always had the cornucopia, bro. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, no shit. Exactly, dude.
I don't know if I have any personal ones.
I have to say that, like, all they needed to do, all they need to do is put out an article saying that, a lot of people remember Nelson Mandela dying in jail. This many people remember it, and then people start going, oh, maybe I thought he did as well. And then it becomes a thing because there's an article written about it, and then people start talking, saying, oh, do you remember Nelson Mandela dying in jail? And they put something into someone's head, and then it keeps on going, and people start thinking that they remember different things, and then all of a sudden it becomes a Mandela effect and becomes a thing when it was never a thing.
What if it's a large percentage of people, though, not just a few people?
Yeah, but then does it become collective consciousness? I don't know. Once something's put out in the open, then more articles.
Because then you're saying that we're all on the same wavelength. So we start remembering shit. We're all drawing from the same memories of something, let's say public, that we remember from the past. And if there's a collective consciousness that could warp, that we can always be drawing on those memories, which maybe they have changed.
Yeah, I don't see why not. They've done a study with animals, works with animals.
Who here remembers very well the movie Exorcist with the girl Reagan who was possessed?
The Exorcist?
Yeah, back I would say.
I don't remember it very well, but yeah, I know I've seen it.
Yeah.
What about it?
Well, the scene where she spits the pea soup. Now she has a oxygen tube in her nose, where I don't think it was before Mandela.
Interesting. Yeah, for some reason, an oxygen tube doesn't ring a bell, but I can't say that I knew the movie well enough either.
I've seen the movie many times, and when I saw the oxygen tube, I'm like, that oxygen tube doesn't belong there. That doesn't make any damn sense. I don't think I don't think they're saying, hey, look at this, look at that. I think people are finding stuff out and they're bringing it up, putting it in social media, like just random people. I don't think there's a group that's saying, hey, there's a movie with it was called Shazam with his name Sinbad.
That one's funny too, actually, because in the beginning with that Mandela effect, like nobody could remember the name of the movie. It wasn't until like a year of people going, "What was the name of that movie?" that someone was like, "It was Shazam," and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's it, Shazam."
And Sinbad was playing a genie, and he had his hands folded. I just remember that,
I remember Sinbad being in a freaking stupid genie movie. I remember that being a thing for sure. I don't think I watched it, but I remember it was a stupid fucking movie that came out.
Well, if you ask Sinbad, he's like, "Where's the money? Give me the money for this movie. I never did."
I know. He gets pissed. He gets pissed. He like talks all kinds of shit to people about it.
I think people are bugging him like, didn't you play in a movie when you were a genie? And people are telling me they had the VHS with Sinbad on it on the cover. I wasn't that into it, but I do remember that. And now it's not a movie. It never happened.
Dude, I'm pretty sure my next door neighbor in the apartment complex that I was living in, like just lived literally across the wall, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they had it, and I think it was on. I watched part of it. You know, I just didn't pay much attention. It was a stupid movie. But yeah, they watched all movies. You know, they were one of those families where it's like, yeah, everything that came out, they watched it. So I'd go over there, play video games, and watch movies and things like that.
Yeah, look into it. It's crazy. I'm not really hip with the ones that are changing like the letters so much. I mean, well, I do have one with letters. I'm not going to talk about it, but I you know, like Bearsteins. I don't remember that at all. Don't know if that's a thing, but supposedly they changed that spelling of the Bearstein Bears.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good one. Like, if it was Stain, I'm pretty sure we would have all been making fun of it, like, in elementary school.
Bearstein. Dude, Bearstein? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't remember that either. That was the big one. I mean, everyone remembers Berenstein. I remember Berenstein, but yeah. I don't know. It's the idea, it's the bigger implication about it that I think that I have an issue with. It's just, because you know how they say, like, oh, we're bending and warping space-time. And like, that's kind of what you're like bending and warping reality. It's like, what the hell is going on? I'm more in line with like a creator and everything. So it's like, if it was created, what the hell's, why is it all messed up all the time? You know, I don't know. That doesn't that wouldn't make sense to me.
I mean, I'm not very good at, like, I've never studied the Bible very well, but I believe there is a part there in the time of tribulation, which is kind of fitting for right now too.
Yeah.
Where it says that in that time, like, you would have to have God's word, or the word written on your heart, like, basically, like, it's how you remember, how you know the scriptures to be, not how they're being presented, or like what you're, you know, that's a one way that you could take it anyway. You know, like, and that's especially for people who are very religious, and they take a lot of offense when you claim that they're changing the Bible, you know. There's a lot of biblical changes in there. So, or like, supposedly, right, a lot of biblical changes. And yeah, so it's hard for people they say, no, God's word can't change, but it literally says in the Bible, or said that it would, and that you would have to remember it.
The lion shall lay with the lamb. What happened? It's a wolf now.
It's never happened. Who was that though that was saying, like, more like it's like a test by scientists or something like along those lines? Because I've definitely thought. Yeah, I've pondered on that also about it. And for example, like, like the thing that went around on, like, Facebook years ago with like the blue dress, or is it a blue dress or a gold dress?
Oh,
like, what do you see?
Yeah.
Or there was the other thing that went around, like, what do you hear? Like, is it Yanni or Laurel? I think, yeah, these are tests that they're like an AI might be pushing through to try to figure out how to manipulate what you perceive. Like, how, like.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I think is is happening. I think that we're being tested in that regard, and people are testing our ability to resolve these discrepancies, right?
I just want to say, Lou, that was a good recall. I do remember those. I completely forgot about those. Even the what are the Yanni and Laurel? I feel like I definitely remember that. Like, I don't remember, but I do remember going through that. Like, I had to look it up, but good recall on that. I'll see if I can post it for other people.
Yeah, no, I've brought that up a few times when talking about the Mandela effect. I'm one of the, you know, typically there's a whole bunch of you guys laughing at people and going, Lou believes in the Mandela effect. Don't you, Lou? And I got to fight all you. Fucking. So, been there, done that.
You won't have to fight me.
Yeah, sometimes the room is more accepting to hear it, and other times they're like, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Dude, it's like the flat globe Earth. You know, people come to fight you about it.
Yeah,
people don't want to lose their paradigm.
Flattered.
Maybe I'll just play it out loud. Maybe you guys can hear this. I don't know. Is that coming through or no?
Yeah, I got Yanny. Anybody got anything different?
I totally got the Laurel on that time. I mean, I do hear. I can definitely hear how it would come off as Yanny. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't hear Laurel. I'm not even getting close to the Laurel. I'm not even getting close to the
That's
Laurel.
like the first thing I
Yeah.
heard when I played the video. Like, I hear Laurel for sure.
But I wonder, if, I wonder if it could be different, like, going through the wire, so to speak, like, to my device. Like, what if I was sitting there right next to you? Would I hear it the same as you?
Right.
I hear Laurel.
Okay,
That's all I hear. Laurel.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to hear?
Well, I mean, I guess it could be either or.
Weird, right?
It's like it's programmed for it to be almost both. This is kind of what, because I can hear slightly how it would come off as Yanny. I have to sort of like listen for that. But I hear Laurel just naturally.
I don't hear Yanny at all. Play it again. That's retarded.
Yeah, all I hear is Yanny. Yeah, when he does it. Yeah. And nobody else hears Yanny?
I hear Yanny.
Shut the fuck up. No, you.
No, I don't hear that at all.
See, dude, this is like
different.
This is a thing that went around like fucking 6 years ago, 7 years ago, or something like that.
4 years ago, yeah, 42 million views 4 years ago.
It's not real.
It sounds artificially.
It's fucking real.
I'll post it.
No, I know. There's no way you hear Yanny. There's no way.
Absolutely, that's the only thing I can hear. I can't hear Laurel out of that.
Shut up for controversial purposes.
Dude, I'm the first one to answer. It turned out later that you guys all were hearing something different.
Yeah, this completely like was out of my memory for a while. I didn't remember it until you brought it up.
Yeah, you got fucking wiped by the fucking dude. I'm telling you.
More of us here's Yanny too. Wow. Yanny. Laurel. It's definitely it's tweaked with the audio and it's not someone directly just saying those words. Those aren't even real words, you know what I mean? So I think the AI thing seems like that's a good little theory. It is interesting how contrast it could be, though.
Neither word sounds. They don't sound at all alike. Yanny and Laurel. They're two completely different words, but yet somehow some people hear it one way and some people hear it the other. Fucking strange.
You got
Yanny is a Greek It's a Greek name for John.
Yanni.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense because there's like, because when you said Yanni the first time, I was like, I thought Gianni, like the name Yanni, but it's in this video, it's spelled like Yanny, so it's kind of.
Oh, okay. Oh.
But yeah, honestly, when you said Yanni, I thought the name.
Yeah, that's how I would spell it, the way that I'm hearing it. Yeah.
The three people here in my house hear Yanni.
Wow.
What the fuck? You're messing with me.
Yeah,
That's
I got
clear
Laurel,
as day.
That's it. Laurel.
Clear as day, Laurel.
Yeah, that's what I hear too.
No, not even close, dude. Clear as day, Yanni.
This is actually interesting. This is probably doesn't help our argument when it comes to talking about the Earth, because the way Miggy has definitely been beating the drum of like objective reality. We can know things for sure. But with this, it's definitely muddying that distinct line between the two. It seems to be sort of graying that line.
So I'm not sure which one is. I mean, I guess I could probably take a guess. It's like I've heard it explained that because as you age, like your hearing gets a little bit worse. You stop hearing certain tones at certain frequencies and things like that. And so they're playing on that basically. They're able to, play sounds that, if your ears are, maybe going to too many concerts or whatever, but like they won't pick up on certain parts of it, and so they'll hear it differently.
What the hell?
So whoever said the brainstorm green needle one, this one's even more weird to me. Maybe I can get this one a little louder, but they're saying you can either hear brainstorm or green needle. Oh, I guess I can play it.
I hear green needle.
No, you don't.
Brainstorm.
No, you don't hear
it
green needle.
It actually sounds kind of like brain needle to me.
What? I hear brainstorm 100%. I don't hear green needle at all.
I heard both. I heard green needle and brainstorm.
The first comment says I hear brain needle.
That means you're by brain ambidextrous.
I don't hear that. This one, I don't hear green needle at all. Yeah,
it kind of sounds like green storm.
I can hear green storm, but I can't hear needle.
Does it sound like Voltron?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
So it sounds like Voltron. Yeah. So
it's a children's. Apparently, it's a children's toy.
Time, I'm still hearing it more like brain needle. Like I'm not hearing the green. Like with you guys saying green, I can be like, okay, I could say that's green, but I'm not really picking up on the G. Like, so yeah.
Green brain, yeah. I don't hear the needle at all. I hear only storm. I can hear brainstorm or green storm, but I don't hear the needle. What the hell?
What if I told you the tone of the voice is like a young fine chick? That'd be weird, huh?
Like a young what? A young what?
Like if I told you this, the tone of the voice was like a young girl.
Oh, is that how the green needle sounds?
Sounds like Voltron.
Yeah, it says it's a children's toy. You click it and it lights up and says something. The toy is saying brainstorm, but many people are saying they also hear green needle. Huh.
That's
very interesting.
Weird.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
There's no way you hear Yanny for that shit, dude.
It's just as ridiculous to say that you're hearing Laurel.
No. Everybody hears Laurel.
No, not true.
Laurel.
Everybody that
it sounds like Laurel
matters.
to me.
That's fucking weird, dude. I'm gonna have to explore into this a little bit more.
It's like when the girl's spinning, like the silhouette, is spinning left or to the right. So,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and it's like interpretable.
I think, yeah, that one, and then Blue mentioned, I think, the red dress or the red and gold dress. Or
I think it's
something like
supposed
that.
to be blue or gold. Yeah.
Blue or gold, yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah.
Did you guys see the news briefing where they're on the street? I think it was in Europe, and the guy had a red laptop, and it turned green, like right in the middle of everybody. You guys see that? That was a while back.
I have not seen that.
His laptop turned colors on the newscast, like right in before our eyes.
If it goes red to green, aren't those invert colors? Like you could just invert that, edit that somehow? I don't know. That's what comes to mind when you said it.
It was interesting.
Blue and red are opposites, and then aren't they?
I'm not sure about that. I think green and red are the same darkness shade.
Anyway, are you digging up the picture of the dress or what?
Let's see, because what came up is like a bunch of different tinted versions, so I just wanted to make sure I was getting the right one.
Right.
Let me see. I completely see a white and a gold dress. But let me post this. Green Needle. Godric heard Green Needle. Interesting.
Yeah, I see white and gold on this one.
I don't even. I remember this more than the other ones, but how did anyone think this was blue?
I mean, actually, like the white stripes, like they, especially towards the bottom, they do have sort of like a bluish tinge to them almost. But I think like that's just like, what, Cuddy? You're saying you see blue and black?
Black and blue, huh? What? How?
See, dude, I told you these things are fucking trippy.
Yeah, this one's weird. I've only ever seen white and gold, and we'll be looking at the same picture, and my daughter will go, "No, it's black and blue." I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my theory on why this stuff went around. Didn't just come naturally. I think they're testing people. It goes around social media. They get everybody to give their answer. They can find out if they're doing it right, tweak it, see what they can get away with, see what type of people see it one way and what type of people see it another.
I see white and gold, but there is a bluish hue, like if it was in the shade, but it is white and gold. But let me ask you this: is the jacket white? The jacket over the dress, is that white also?
Looks white to me.
Yeah, that's more white than the dress is.
Yeah, I see gold and white.
I don't see the charcoal or black, like not even a little bit. I only see gold. That's wild. I do see a little bit of blue hue as well, but
yeah.
But I don't see any black.
Yanny.
I'm glad you brought those up.
Yanny.
It's Laurel.
Yeah, I hear Laurel for sure. Those are fun. I wonder if there's any more.
Yeah, I want more examples.
Let's see.
Windy over by somebody.
Oh, that's probably me. Sorry.
Wouldn't it be crazy if there was one where glowers are actually seeing curvature?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, dude. That wouldn't be good. That would only that would just muddy all the waters. It's like there's already an argument, so it's like we don't want to confuse them even more.
All of science, revisiting all of science. Like, were your eyes screwed up? Were you actually seeing the right way, or?
Hold on. Did you hear Yanny or Laurel? What, you gotta find that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, here's another one. I guess this is maybe I can. Do you want me to say the words or just play it?
Just say what you should hear, I guess.
The 3 words. This one's 3 words. Bill, mayo, or pale. Let's see. Let's give this a try.
Those are kind of close, but okay.
Okay, I get it.
I guess I'd have to go with Bale.
I'd say Bill because it's from Bill Nye the Science Guy, isn't it?
Yeah. Pale. I don't hear mayo. I get the third option is pale, and it keeps showing like pictures of buckets. Pale.
Yeah, that one's not as good.
Yeah,
that one sucked. What's wrong with you?
It only had 3. One of them was the green needle, and it was only 2. It was green needle or the bell bucket thing.
Gotcha.
Interesting how there aren't more. It seems like those are the 2, the main 2. Speaking of Bill Nye the Science Guy, oh my gosh. It just takes me back, man. How they would wheel in a freaking TV on these squeaky cartwheels into the room, pop in a VHS with Bill Nye the Science Guy. Gotta love it.
Timon! Yeah? Ever wonder what those sparkly dots are up there?
I don't wonder. I know.
I always thought they were balls of gas burning billions of miles away. Who told you something like that? What mook made that up? Oh!
Yeah, pretty dumb, huh?
I particularly really like that clip. Shout out to Disney. I know they didn't say it like that, but you know, it's a good puzzle. Sometimes you just got to rearrange the pieces.
About the dress, I've also heard that people say that they can kind of, like one of those magic eye pictures, they can kind of focus their eye differently and see it either way if they want.
Yeah.
That's not working for me, though.
Yeah, me neither.
So just to check also, since I see white and gold, for those who see blue and black, like, is the very top part of the dress, like around the neck there, like, is that the black or is that the blue?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering as well. That lacy part where, you know, the top of your chest would be, to me, that looks all gold.
Right. And I want to know how they're seeing it, like which way it is. You know, is that the blue or is that the black? Because then, if that's the blue, then the white part is black. So I don't know. I'm going to assume the part that we're seeing is gold. That's the black, and then the blue is where we're seeing the blue hue. That's what I'm going to assume.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I feel like when I first saw this back in like high school or whatever, I feel like I cracked the code. I saw both, but maybe I could be misremembering that, like on some Mandela stuff. But right now, it looks totally white and gold. I don't even see any black whatsoever.
Right. Come on. Toby saw black and blue. Toby, where is he?
There were some other. I'm looking up some other stuff like this, but I do remember, like there was a math problem people were all really into for a while. You would like could stump your friends on just a really simple math problem if you put a parentheses in a certain spot. There's some other things like that.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can dig up some other stuff.
It's like an order of operations mistake that people make.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, people never knew the phrase, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally.
But I think what actually happens with that is the divide sign gets interpreted wrong.
So the black is at the top. Okay, that's what we guessed it would be. So the gold is the black.
Posting one now. You guys have probably seen something like this before.
Oh yeah, I have seen this. Saying the like with this one, it's like the same colors or something. Like, but because of the shadow, like I forget what are they saying with this one?
Yeah, they're saying box like square A and square B are the same color.
Yeah.
It has the solution or the answer. I can post that. I'll give it some time to breathe. I'll post it.
Yeah, it looks black and blue to me, with the very top of it being black, like where the neck is.
Yeah. No, thanks. We were curious about that, so that So did you hear Yanni or Laurel?
I missed that one, but I heard the one after it, and I heard
it again
consecutively.
Yep, I'll pull it up 1 second. What'd you hear on the other one?
I heard a green needle first, and the second time
my gosh.
it was the brainstorm.
Huh. All right.
Yeah, that's the same thing that happened with me.
Yeah, the first couple times I played, I would agree. It was like the first time I heard it, I was like, "Oh, I see. I could probably hear this any of the ways if I want to, you know." But then, like you said, like it keeps doing it, and you start hearing just one of the ways.
Is there a name for the type of illusion or whatever that the color changing dress is?
Sorry, what was the question?
Is there a name for that phenomenon or whatever that people see different colors?
Called your eyes are broken. So are your ears.
I went past while looking for other ones. I went past the scientific explanation for the dress. So I'll click on that and see what they say.
Seems like dark arts to me.
Wait. They're saying it is blue.
Yeah, I see
Hold on a second.
Wait, fuck that. They're saying the dress is indeed a blue dress.
It just hold on.
Yes.
Nah, fuck that. They're trying to make you not believe your instincts again. Fuck 'em. No way. Question reality. That's what they're trying to make you do.
Brainstorm.
Oh, sorry. I was reading this. Let me play the Yanni Laurel thing.
Laurel. 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 Laurel.
You guys get that?
This sounds like Laurel.
Laurel.
Laurel. Laurel.
Laurel.
Who said no? Is that you, Lou?
Yeah.
I mean, this one I
Do
can
you have-
sort of.
Do you have cauliflower ears, Lou?
No. Saying Yanni.
Yeah, it said Yanni. Yanni.
Yanni. Yanni.
What?
Yanni. Yanni.
Did you take one too many spills down the stairs?
Play it again. Play it again. Play it again.
Laurel. 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 Laurel.
I hear Yanni.
Laurel.
No, you don't, Godric.
Yeah, you know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to, when it goes, I'm trying to say Yanni in my head, and it's still
Right.
Laurel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing. It would say Yanni, and I'd go Laurel. Yanni, Laurel.
Dude, I don't. That's crazy.
Well, hang on. I was breastfed. What about you?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I still hear Laurel.
Well, that's not it.
That's not the answer.
That one's
Wait,
so
wait, wait.
good. That one's
Hang
so
on.
good because everybody's so sure of themselves on it. It's like, no, you're the freak.
Wait a minute. Let's do this. I was a middle child. What about you guys?
Firstborn.
Youngest.
Firstborn.
Middle children hear Yanni.
Oh well, it's debunked because Lou hears Yanni and I hear Laurel, and we're both firstborn, so that's out of the window.
Maybe you have a brother somewhere. Hang on.
Wow. So with the dress thing, apparently it says that the people who see the dress as white are wrong.
No. No way.
What? Whoever wrote that is wrong.
Just a fucking dumbass Glober.
Like they also say like they think like animals would see it as blue and black also. But I don't know how you would back that
I
up.
don't know how they know that. You know that how they say, "Oh, animals, dogs see in this color," and you go, "How the fuck do you know that?" Like,
Right.
have you pinned a camera to the dog's retina or something like it? You know, how do they know that?
Right.
Just because they don't have the same color receptors as we do, doesn't mean they don't see in color.
But how do they know? Yeah, how do they know what the dogs really see?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think dogs see ghosts, spirits.
I think cats.
You know
do,
what?
too.
I reckon you're right there. They see. You said when they acting weird, staring at and barking in the corner of the room. You go, what's going on there?
Yeah.
I think cats are just mental. That's why.
Well, check it. I would check his dog food first off.
Oh yeah, after that conversation this morning with XO, they're putting kids and dogs in the dog food. He was going off.
I didn't hear that.
Yep, there's missing kids and your pet animal, your animal that you put down. That's all in the dog food. Yeah, it could be, but it's a big stretch. I think you were saying because they found, I'm not sure what chemical it is that they use to put dogs down, but they found that in the dog food. In some dog food. Yeah. I don't know where he got that from, but could be. You were on before, Lou, when he was saying that, weren't you?
I overheard it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen the proof of that, but
Yeah, me neither. Yeah. I wouldn't put it
it's
past
not. It's
them.
not that far of a stretch, though.
Yeah, I know.
Like it's
It's the crazy thing, you know. Like you go, oh yeah, could be true.
Yeah.
How fucked up's that? That something that bad is believable. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can believe that. What?
I'd be surprised if that wasn't happening.
Like if you spoke to some kind of normie about that, they'd go, "Nah, man, what are you talking about?" As if they do that. Why would they do that? What do they have to gain from doing that? The same as fucking lying to you about a globe. Same shit.
So I posted 2 more examples in the chat. The cars is called the Ponzo illusion, but I've been trying to break this one down. So it says that the 3 cars are the same size. Clearly, it's the same car. They're saying if you bust out a ruler and double check, you can see they're the same size. But to me, it looks like.
Wait, I've got a ruler in my pocket.
Like, well, at first I was thinking, okay, what they do? Drive the car up and take 3 different.
The cars are the same size, but they faked the parking. They faked the street to have it narrow, and then that makes it look bigger. So the cars should be getting smaller, just like streetlights get smaller in the distance. But since it's not getting smaller, it looks like the car's bigger because the street's getting smaller as it narrows, as it reaches.
Okay.
That blur's playing a big part too.
I see now.
I see the girl spinning clockwise.
Yeah,
Let me take a look.
Me too.
I actually see her going counterclockwise.
I see her going clockwise, but I've seen this one before, and I was able to with that one. I was able to get her to switch directions, like if I kind of played with it with my mind.
Yeah, I've switched the directions before too. But what's with this gray line in the video?
Yeah,
There's some gray
that might
lines in there.
be. You see that? That might actually just be because I just saved it. So I don't know. Maybe it's just part of the saving process. It's because on my computer, the website is not doing that, but I just saved it off a website and posted it. So maybe some compression or something. I don't know. Refraction.
I just measured the cars, and they're all exactly the same to the millimeter.
The dancer's switching directions every once in a while.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I've had on 2 screens. On one screen, she's going counterclockwise, but on the other screen, it looks like she's going clockwise. So that
is a little weird.
State of the earth.
Yeah, now she's going counterclockwise.
But you can. This one's easy to switch up. I think it's weird how that one works.
What's that? Did you see that? Fun guy. I just debated Witsit gets it on Earth Awakening's link below. Debated them about what? Jump in, fun guy. Come and tell us.
I hope that's not Mango.
Fun guy came in I think it was last week when That guy from Flat Earth Debate came in. I think he came in at the same time.
Adam Meakin? Or was somebody
Yes,
else?
correct. Yeah,
Okay.
Adam Meakin.
Nice.
I think Witsit's having a debate with Fight the Tight Shirt. Is that what they call him? Fight the Tight Shirt. Fight the Flat Earth. On 24-hour Cosmology Tartaria channel. What's this one, CB?
Okay, so this one says that the brown tile at the center on the top surface is the same color as the orange on the side.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
You just say
When
the
you
brown
first-
is the same color as the orange?
So
When you
yeah, the
first
caption
look at
says
it looks different, but if you stare at both of them without focusing, you can actually see it.
that one's
You know how
tough
you
for
can
me. I
make
haven't
your eyes
really
fuzzy?
seen that yet. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's tricky, but yeah. Because there's also the one that's on the ground. That's the one I'm using to sort of like help see. That one's tricky though. But it says that the tile and the bright orange one are actually the same. Oh, this one's gonna blow our Glober friends' minds. I've got one last one from this website. I think you guys have probably seen this before, actually.
This fun guy trying to spell out ether and his phone won't let him. It's fucking hilarious.
But yours wouldn't either.
Esther.
You've got Esther and Eartha.
Either.
That's how much they want to hide the ether. Is it ether, Esther, Eartha, ether? What's that one, CB? The floor?
Yeah, this is just a image, a photograph of a game store in France.
Oh, really? That's their carpet?
Yeah.
I'd be tripping out going in there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like, what do our Glober friends say? Oh, that's clearly curvature.
Yeah.
Looks like space-time bending.
Yeah, that's refracted floor, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry about that noise.
All good. I didn't hear anything. I crushed him. Whoa.
Hello. How you doing? You alright?
Hello.
So, is anyone on the voice chat? Like, I think I failed to send the thing I was trying to send out. I just had a debate with Witsit about Ether. I think I beat him pretty easily. I just wanted to hear it back, but I struggle with the recordings.
Wait, you say you beat Witsit?
Yeah, man, easy. I told him a single thing. I think it's recorded. He said it was recorded on Earth Awakenings 616. It's about an hour and 2 minutes 44 from the end. Yeah, he said it's a debate. I said it's a soft debate. I said I pretend to be Nathan Oakley Jr. and he said he'd be Witsit Gets in South Carolina. And I said, cool. So we had a debate. I swore a lot and somebody told me off. It was cool. Obviously odd in there. But it was a good debate. And I think I taught him about electricity. I probably got everything wrong, but it's my first rodeo. So if anybody can give that a listen and let me know where I went wrong, I'd really appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
I don't know, man. You're messing with someone who's got a photographic memory. So
Nah,
You went wrong was the guy. With it.
Go ahead and link the video.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in the chat, but I'm fun guy. So if you,
It wasn't a debate.
It wasn't.
Like
Did you hear it?
I listened to it. You were just asking him a bunch of questions.
Yeah, because that's the only way to win a debate, right? You don't have claims. You just ask questions. That's all you have to do to win a debate. You be the one who's asking the questions. You're always going to win, and they're trying to give you answers.
Whataboutism.
That's what?
Nobody respects whataboutisms.
Oh, well, have you given the debate a good listen? Did I really do that badly? I didn't win at all, did I? I didn't change his mind about electricity. He thinks electricity is on the outside of the wire, and I said electricity is on the inside of the wire, and that's where we keep the electricity so it doesn't fucking electrocute you. And then he was like, no, because electricity runs on the outside of wires. And I'm like, no. Electricity runs on the inside of wires, and that's not a field. The field is over there. The field is over there with sheep in it or grass in it. There's not a field outside of that I care about. I just care about the electricity inside and talked about electricity. Maybe I'm way out of my league, but essentially, I think you got it. Like, we talked about lightning for a little bit.
I'm pretty sure the current runs on the outside of the copper.
Does it?
Yeah, but on the inside of the insulation. I'm pretty sure about that.
How sure are you? Have you held onto a piece of wire with 1,000 volts going through it with a 16?
Well, then it would be on the outside, wouldn't it?
Why?
If it was on the inside, then it wouldn't electrocute you, would it?
What? What are you talking about?
If the electricity was on the inside of the wire, then it wouldn't electrocute you.
His point was, we need ether because of this thing called electricity and all the other names he has for electricity and his Van de Graaff generator. He told me all about this, and I was like, and then I told him about electricity and that we don't need any of what he's talking about. It stays on the inside of the wire, and electricity is a release of a buildup of tension in the sky, and it earths out. I explained what electricity is, and there's no reason for ether. He wanted to debate ether. He said Nathan Oakley won't debate him. And I said, well, okay, fine, I'll pretend to be Nathan Oakley. Let's have a conversation about ether. And we had a conversation about ether. I called it a debate. I said a soft debate. So whether he would change his mind on ether, he's got a pretty hot, a lot of his spiel is about whatever the fuck ether is. Good, like, great. And he was like, hey, man, let me level with you. It's more that we just want to talk about this. And I was like, exactly. And I mentioned that in the debate, is that I agree with Jaron. I completely agree. But I just think it's just one tiny thing. If he'd said, pseudoscience doesn't prove anything, wouldn't have been a problem. But he said, science doesn't prove anything, which is a big problem because you can get soundbited. And then you're like, boom, we can talk about this for months. And they did. And then there's this rift and there's all this whatever. And then I went on to say my love for Dave Wise, and he said he knew Dave Wise, the godfather of Flat Earth. And I'd love to do the podcast. Because Curious Jay was amazing. He was curious. I don't know what his name, I don't know what J stands for, but he was curious. And I'd have loved to have done that show with Dave Wise. If Dave Wise wants to pick up a Flat Earth podcast, which is where I got my whole education from, it took me 2 weeks to listen to the entire 140 episodes or 14 episodes, however many it was. I think it was 100.
Sorry,
I
I'd
listened to
like
every
to talk
single
right
one.
now, but it keeps on breaking up.
Okay, I might have bad signal. I'm sorry if I'm choppy.
It's
Can
me.
anybody else hear
I'm
me?
out in the sticks, mate. So.
Australia? All right. Ciao, man. Anybody else here? Anybody else hear my debate with Witsit? Gets it? Did anybody get it?
I mean, we've been in here talking, man. Like, no, we didn't hear your debate.
I'm gonna listen to it right now, but is there like a point that I need to go to, like the minutes, like a time frame?
Yeah, so an hour and 2 minutes. I'm only all G'd up because I'm a really green flat earther. Like, I've been given a blue role in Flat Earth, but I'm a very green Flat Earther. And I've never debated anybody before in my life. I've never debated a baller. I've never debated anybody ever. This is my first rodeo. And it was Witsit Gets It. I don't know how I got in a room with Witsit Gets It. There was a guy called, a great guy I had a chat with beforehand called Spakeface. I mean, what a great name, Spakeface. And he seemed to know exactly what he was doing. He really helped me out. I think he's a long-term member here, whether he's in Chill Chat. But shout out to Spake. I couldn't find his YouTube channel, but I think he's a content maker. I'm really new to Discord. I'm really new to YouTube. I just listen to Flat Earth Debate most days if I can and get as much content as possible. And this place has really helped me. And then all of a sudden, I'm in a room with Witsit Gets It, who is a fellow ginger, and his name is Austin, and he's a cool dude. Like I said earlier, I said all this earlier, and I think I've posted the timestamp from Earth Awakenings, which is a great place to be. Really nice guys in there. Some guy who talked to me about a plane for quite a long time. And then I managed to get a debate with him, and we just had a conversation. It's not a debate, fuck a debate. It's just a conversation. Well, and any good conversation.
It's good to hear the enthusiasm. Like, you seem excited to found all this, and but yeah, like, it's actually not that huge of a community. Like, almost all of us flat earthers, you know, we all pretty much know each other throughout the different servers. Which Austin, he hasn't lately spent a lot of time in here, but like, we talk with him all the time. Like, he used to be here like constantly, you know. Yeah, you just like pretty mellow like that. You know, we don't always all agree on everything. Other than that, the Earth is flat and stationary.
Hallelujah, brother. Hallelujah. That's all that matters, right? Like I said, my biggest thing is, like, if you know everyone in the room is a flat Earth,
don't have to talk about flat Earth. But I know this room isn't about that, but you know, you do want to talk about flat Earth, and you know, we do want Globies in and stuff. And I'd love to talk to a Globie on here, but there's not many about. Like you say, it's like a small group, and it seems like everyone knows each other, which is pretty insane. Like, because for me, it's like the most incredible thing ever, and there's only like there's a small number of people who actually know. It's crazy. And then you get to talk to these people. Like, for me, everyone's a celebrity. Like, so Adam Meakin, it's like, I'm a massive Adam Meakin fan. Like, I'm a big Adam Meakin fan. I got to talk to him the other night, and that was amazing. You get to talk to, like, Witsit Gets It. He's been on Globebusters for a long time and talked a lot and knows about Flat Earth. And is, like, revered as, like, you know, he gets talked about all the time. So, like, for me, I'm like starstruck. So getting to talk to Witsit Gets It from South Carolina on Earth Awakenings an hour from the end of whatever the live stream is, and it got recorded. I didn't even have to press record, like, and all that stuff that I find really difficult when it comes to technology. Like, I really struggle just to make my phone work. So, right. I really wanted to re-listen to it, and I don't know whether I can play it on this or anybody can help me out to either find it. I think I had the link, or can I link in the bottom of this?
I mean, you've dropped the link. People can watch that on their own time. I don't think we're going to play it on the bot tonight or anything, but
cool. All right. Cool.
Yeah. No, I'm glad. Like I
all
said,
I want to know is
you sound super excited. Like you've basically, how long ago since you downloaded Discord, or since you installed it and found all this?
About a week ago, 2 weeks ago, week ago.
Okay.
Like I say. No, a friend of mine told me he had a server about a year ago, and I found it very confusing, and I couldn't really get on with it. He sort of invited me to play video games and stuff, and I've never been able to play video games for very long. But his name's Brian. I mentioned him in the talk. But anyway, like you say, it's just I want to make sure I know how to find it the next day. You know, it's quite late here. It's 2:00 in England, and I need to go to sleep. I just want to make sure I'll be able to just find out where it is in the morning, or if there's like a timestamp thing you can do on YouTube. Like,
yeah. So that can be a little bit confusing. Like, because right now, like Helioskeptic has pointed out, the stream that you're talking about, you just finished talking with Witchit, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So that stream is still going, and so once they finish that stream and it like uploads for like, you know, playback, then you'll have to find that timestamp. I'm not exactly sure the best way to go about it. It's just to, I guess, take note of what time it is, you know, now and or when you're having the debate.
Best do it now while it's live. Go rewind it, take a little screenshot of the time, and that way you can go back and find that next time.
All right, I'll go do that now. Cheers, Ben. I really appreciate the advice. That's great.
Good luck. Hey, honestly, nothing wrong with using another flat earther as your sparring partner. Sometimes you gotta still get that work in, you know? Steve Bowers don't want that smoke.
Keeping each other sharp.
Exactly. Got like 25 people in here. A couple names I haven't seen in a while. Let's see if anyone new. Fun guy, you're hot micing. Somebody named Fake Z. I like the profile picture. It's hilarious. Plum Bob. Nice to meet you guys. I haven't seen these names
in here right now.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes you got to put some nice juicy bait on the end of your fishing rod because they ain't just gonna swim up to you.
You guys should put out some sort of like bounty, like for like proving, like, or is that not realistic?
Well, didn't Dave Weiss have some Bitcoin on the line for a while? I think for a little while, somebody was like putting up like a $50 gift card or something. That was hilarious. It's been a while since I've heard somebody put up some incentive like that. But I mean, why do they need to be baited or incentivized? Dude, there was a guy in here not too long ago. talking to Elijah, and dude was misrepresenting things Elijah said. He's like, dude, if you can go back to the live stream and find where I said that, I'll give you $50. And even with money on the line, quick, easiest $50 of your life. And he's like, nah, I don't want to do it. Dude, are you serious? All you had to do was open YouTube. Like the easiest $50 you could ever get. And he was like, nah, I don't want to do that.
He knew he made it up. He knew he strawmanned him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this wasn't even someone like this is someone I would consider someone that's in this server that has the Globe Earth role. Someone that's, how would you put it? I wouldn't call him a trench level bald. You know, there are some guys that float around that are a little bit more advanced than just your everyday, oh, you can see curvature from an airplane type of dummies. So it's like this person was a little bit more advanced. And even they were like, you know, dishonest with money on the line, even with money being presented. They're like, I don't know. So they need some bait, but I don't know what. My thing lately is I've been just hitting, you know, like in wrestling or WWE or just any combat sports or whatever, you can reverse a move. So lately I've been hitting mad reversals on things they do. I'll post a little GIF. It's an old WWE reversal, but essentially just reverse some stuff that damn it. Like, because you know how they'll be like, if the earth was flat, it would do all these things that I say. Like, if the earth was flat, it would be different somehow, is what they say. So I basically go, oh, well, if it was a globe, it would be different. And that usually gets a response, kind of triggers them like, no. So that's a little bit of bait I've gotten to work recently. Same with the Bob and his water hills. I even got it on screenshot now. Let me see if I can post that. So not only did I get him in voice saying, yeah, I think water forms into hills, I got him in text. So give me a sec.
How did they cope with just like us being able to like see farther than we should be able to?
Refraction. Yeah, they just inflate the globe with refraction, and yeah, it just all works. There's our boy Bob in the chat. I asked him. Well, I set him up perfectly. I just said, dude, like, relax, dude. You think that water forms into hills? And he's like, so what do you think a hill of water is? I said, well, it's not blocking the boat or any boats on the ocean. He goes, of course it is. It's basically what he said in voice. But what's so funny is he says this.
I've never talked about a hill of water.
Is it Water Hill? I don't know. What's Water Hill?
I've never talked about a hill of water.
Not a hill of water. So yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I was laughing my butt off when you said that one live.
Oh, you were there for that? Oh,
I was
man.
listening. I don't
Well, it's
remember
just so funny.
if I was listening on the YouTube or if I was in here just with the on mute or what. But I remember hearing it.
I got him in chat just like yesterday maybe. So it's perfect. I got the screenshot and I got the audio clip where he's basically saying, "Yeah, of course. Yeah, Hill of Water." Amazing. So that's my way of baiting people is just do a reversal somehow, or another tactic is like you use a mirror and you just simply, instead of saying things like, "Oh, just the earth doesn't move," because if I'm in a grumpy mood, I'll just be in the chat like, "Yeah, the earth," I'll just say things openly, and that kind of triggers people. But if you want to get the response of them engaging or coming, maybe joining the conversation, I'll just put up a mirror against something that they believe in but haven't really thought about. I'll be like, I'll talk about the moving houses. I'll be like, so you think your room is moving right now, don't you? And they'll be like, what? No, of course not. But then in like 5 minutes or less, they'll be like, well, yeah, it does move. So I think that's a good way to sort of get someone to start thinking a little bit, is just use something that they believe in but don't really consider, like Earth's rotation. Like, are you like when you're sleeping in your bed, like, are you traveling? That kind of stuff. They'll be like, oh, no, that's ridiculous. But then turn around and be like, well, actually, yeah, technically you are.
Well, what do you mean by travel? What is this word?
Dude, some guys were in the chat the other day saying that, like, the Earth has to be moving because it's moving through time and something like that. Like, dude, you're not moving. But he's like, but if you weren't moving, you wouldn't be getting old. Yeah, you age because the Earth moves. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
What do you mean by curved?
Welcome back, Sonny.
What do you mean by curved? Do you mean top of the ball all the time? It's level curved? It's amazing that we're here in an age where we're having to reconfirm for people what level means, actually getting back to the whole fundamentals of what is a straight line. People seem to have forgotten in 2022. We'll hope for better next year.
Dude, they're saying that a circle is a straight line.
A circle is a straight line. Holy mackerel.
I mean, that's where we're at. They're sending me screenshots of a golf ball with a ring around it, like a Sharpie drawn. That's a circle. So they're going, well, that's a straight line.
When you say it out loud like that, I just kind of cringe.
It is cringy. They don't understand, man. Like, I've learned so much more here. I learned what's the term? Dead reckoning. Like they get that confused with going in a certain direction or going in a straight line. So they don't understand east and west are circles. A ring around a golf ball is a circle. If you're going in a straight line on a globe, that's a circle.
With all this motion that we go through as a planet, how is it that the constellations keep together and Polaris is always in the same spot?
it's a good thing there doesn't rotate.
Yeah, it's a good thing with all this motion in mind and traveling while you're sleeping. It's a good thing it doesn't really happen, except when you're thinking about it in, like, say, a dream. It's a good thing we don't have to adjust for any of these things ever, right, Billy? No offense to any real Billies. I'm on a roll tonight, man. I'm in rare form today, actually. Rare form. Indeed. But
And traveling when you're sleeping.
I know I must have
Millions and millions of miles.
Since my internet last got cut off, I must have traveled a couple thousand miles. But it's
In a
only
world.
It's only 6:16 p.m. and I'm already tired. And it's dark already. Like, what did they do to me every year? They're killing me with this light changing. They're like, never mind. Okay. I'll get off it.
In a world.
In a world where they change what time it gets dark. And your mind doesn't
When you're
know
sleeping.
Traveling while sleeping. Does that mean only if you packed a bag?
Millions of miles.
Millions of
in
miles.
your bed.
You got stuck with a suitcase for millions of miles and somebody else's underwear was in it.
Yeah, it's like, and you didn't pack.
Sonny, sorry, your mic is really, really, really quiet.
Oh, it's really quiet. I hardly
Really? It sounds alright to me.
Really?
Let me check his settings real quick.
get closer.
I got him at like 50. I got him at 50%.
I don't know if you want
200.
Or 100. Oh, quiet on. Okay. And maybe turn yourself up a little bit, Sonny.
I can probably turn it up a little bit. Let's see.
I don't know why it's on bad on my end, though.
Is that? Wait a minute. How's that? Is that better? That better? That's probably worlds better. Is that better? Worlds.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Okay. I'm like 2 feet away. Is that any good? Okay. Check, Rooney. I see green light on my interface. I'd say that's a go.
Yep.
Green and blue. We're looking good. How's it from your end? Good, buddy. What
Way
was it?
better.
Oh, it's Jeshman. I didn't even realize it was you, man.
Yeah, and I'm glad.
Character changing.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
It's okay. No, I just caught
How dare you?
I'm eating that second grapefruit, actually.
Attaboy.
It's turning nice and yellow. But inside, these things are juicy. I'm going to go get some more grapefruit. I haven't been out all day. I've finished all my projects, though. Isn't that a great thing? Yeah. Finished my chair. I put my whole chair back. I sat on it for 2 weeks. I finally just did it in one day. Boom, boom. Anyway, I'll turn my mic off so I'm not annoying. You don't want to hear Sonny annoying. Or maybe you do. Maybe you're tired of the plain old everyday talk and you want someone just plain annoying for a change.
Why have grapefruit when you can have space fruit?
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
It's plucked fresh from meteors every day.
I think that's what this grapefruit came from. I think it's space. I think it's space grape.
That has a ring to it. I mean, everything's just better in space. You know?
No, my space
Oh, my space
Now this
armor.
little one,
Get it, you're from space.
this little grapefruit was almost better than the larger one. Delicious.
And then you have like Mars potatoes. I mean, the best fruit and vegetables don't come from Earth. Get it out. What species?
We get it, you're from space.
I mean, spaceships are way better than real cars.
We get it, you're from space, Australia.
I have a confession.
Yeah, good.
I too was a huge fan of the space themed anything.
Yeah, actually, I agree with that.
I like the colors,
Appreciate good space film.
purples and the blacks and shit.
Freaking hyperspeed.
We have specialized counselors that are here to help exactly an individual of your type.
I think it's a possibility they make the space theme really cool and everything else not as cool, so you think space is cool. It's a part of the indoctrination tricks.
Dude, but you know what's so funny? If it was real, it'd probably be so boring and like not cool. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what they have to do, the warp speeds and stuff like that. Because imagine if they really sat and filmed you traveling through space, the whole movie would be
so
you just
boring,
traveling. So it's like, yeah, dude, it's probably super boring if it was real. It's like sailing a ship, but like just takes you way longer to get where you need to go, you know? But yeah, no, I agree. I actually had a phase at first when I discovered flat Earth, and then learned that space was fake. I was like hesitant. I didn't want to watch shows that had space. If it popped up, I'd be like, ugh, like get this off my screen. You know,
I hear that.
I have a good soundbite for that.
Someone's heading now.
So, but after that wore off, actually, I'm like, I've come back to the theme. I'm like, you know what? It's a really good theme for show. That's what I say in the chat to people. They'll be like, oh, the Earth is a globe. It's real. I'm like, no, it's really cool for like themes for like shows and movies and video games. So some of my favorite shows are space themed. So yeah, it's cool.
I really enjoyed Mario Galaxy.
I liked Mass Effect. You could like literally travel to other planets. There's different species and things. That was cool. And then there's really good shows like Cowboy Bebop. A spaceship. They do these little missions and bounty hunters. It's awesome. Of course, if you've seen my profile picture, Dragon Ball Z, freaking traveling to other planets.
So much indoctrination.
I mean, yeah. I don't know why people like. This is the one thing that they get confused. like people don't normally mix up their fiction with reality. Like I'm sure you've never had a neighbor that shines a bat signal up in the sky when they need help. You know, obviously,
right?
That's so it's like that would be an example of like mixing fiction with reality. Like people don't think that there's a Superman flying around their downtown saving people. That's obviously it's in the fiction category. But when it comes to like outer space and stuff, they have a hard time like separating the fiction and reality. They really look up in the sky and say that is outer space. But to me, what I see is you shining a bat signal in the sky. So now I'm much better about separating just, okay, it's a theme. Space, outer space, that's a theme. It's fiction. It's for shows, movies, and video games. So been trying to help new people separate that as well. Bunch of people in the lobby. If you guys are bored, lobby squad. There's a couple new people, no roles in the chat.
I gotta grab something to eat. I'll be around.
Nice. If you're thirsty, make sure you grab our sponsored beer.
Brought to you by Spice Forex. Spice Forex, because Spice BB is this.
I wasn't familiar with those beer brands, but if anyone from Australia, I think these are Australian beers.
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet. Wait, hold on. You're from Australia? Spice Australia, or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. How's Spice Broncos? So, it's like Australia in Spice.
Oh, sorry. I do wonder. So I was typing in the chat, like where the clip comes from, but I wonder if somebody in there, in the team, there's a group of people called Team 4-Star. I wonder if somebody in there is suspicious about outer space. It just seems like they take lots of jabs, and they kind of make a mockery of it a little bit, from my perspective, but I do wonder if somebody in there knows. I have a feeling that one of the guys that does the voices is a flat earther, maybe, but I don't have any like confirmation on that. So, but I just find it interesting. I mean, I literally have 1, 2, 3, Like on my soundboard alone, I have like 12 clips from the show where they reference space in some way, some funny, silly way. So definitely worth checking out if you guys haven't seen the show. It's on YouTube under you could just like type DBZATFS in 2 words and that'll come up. But it's like 12 minutes an episode. It's pretty short and sweet, but it starts off where these guys just do voiceovers for the show and on their computers and stuff, and then eventually they get like a studio and it's really well done. So the first few episodes are a little choppy, a little rough, but eventually they turn out really, really, really well done. If you're into like audio production and stuff like that, it's beautifully done for sure. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I think they are sort of making fun of outer space. I'll play a couple of them and see if you could get the same. If you catch what I'm picking down, if you pick up what I'm picking up as well.
No, my space ball! My space armor! We get it, you're from space! All right, get down here. I'm going to call Space AAA and have them tow us, thank you very much.
Oh my God, you actually are crying.
I'm not crying! Not!
Honestly, now I just feel bad. Usually I just blow up whatever's in my way, but with you, I've gotten kind of attached. It's sort of like putting down old Space Yella.
How is that a thing?
So we're all well aware that all basically equated to a game of hot space potato, right? I'm sorry, but if this shit goes any further south, we're going to hit Space Mexico. I can't believe we came all the way out here and spent a week in the space boonies for nothing. Seriously, I'm surprised we didn't hear banjos on the way in because everybody's inbred and looks the fucking same.
Look, buddy, if you want to add me on MySpace, I switched to Facebook a while ago.
You already owe me a space soda from our last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
And I think there's 2 more. You guys already heard the Australia one, but this is the other one. That's Australia.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We get it, you're from Space Australia.
So, I mean, to me, it seems like they're sort of poking fun at the idea of outer space. Where I love the one who's like, my space armor. It's like, dude, we get it. You're from space.
Armor. Space Australia.
I love it. We get it. You're from space. Like, then honestly, can you imagine if we were in the future somehow and there were people that, let's say like, people were born in space. Like we've seen tons of shows and movies where people are sort of, there's like the outer space civilization and then there's the Earth people.
Like some of them are hybrids. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you have like your hybrids and then like some people come down and mingle. Yeah. So like, do you not think they'd be like, I'm from space? You know, it's like, we get it. You're from space. I'm sure they would honestly try to put it in there as
like
much as they
from
could.
Europe. We are from Europe. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. There's a show.
We're from space, yeah. We just want to pump you up with fake grasses. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
A show that comes to mind that literally is the same idea is called Gundam Wing. There's like a space civilization. There's people that were like born in space and people that are born on Earth. So interesting how that works. Then there's Cowboy Bebop, which is a silly name, but it's a great show. Tried in my top 3. But they have,
I don't know.
like,
Any
Earth
of
is.
these shows. What planet are you from again?
These are animated shows, so it's okay. It's okay if you haven't heard of them. Cowboy Bebop is only 1 season. Yeah, Chris V knows. It's a really good show. If you have time, it's only 1 season and episodes are like 24 minutes. Is a really well done. I had a friend that suggested it to me. I'd never even heard of this like genre before, but it's very good. So I would recommend that. But yeah, it's like people have migrated from Earth. Yeah, I agree. 27 episodes are not enough, but it's not. Yeah, it's very good. So, but yeah, so you have people that have sort of migrated to other places besides just Earth. You have people living in space. Yeah, Toonami, that's sick. And then you have like space casinos and stuff like that. So I'm sure people. I mean, when I was young, I thought that was the future. But one thing I heard recently, this old guy, he was saying, you know, he thought the future was going to be flying cars and stuff like that. But then what he said that stuck with me is that the future is on the phone. It's like, damn, that's kind of true. Like they promised a world with like flying cars and stuff, like the future out there. But it seems like it's really in the phones, on the screens.
You know what I think I'm really noticing though, is a lot more actual drone technology coming out. Like I look at the skies a lot, and I'm seeing some very strange things that are moving. Like I started noticing it when I was at the beach a couple months back. All that time, and but I'm out there at night, and they look like they're a planet or a star or something. Then all of a sudden you see it freaking moving. I'm like, that thing was not moving like for hours. Now all of a sudden it started moving. Really odd. Like I'm seeing some strange stuff out there, but that would make sense. It's a military port right here. You know, it's a large harbor. A lot of like military things going on here. So I would understand.
That is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like you go outside a lot and you know, observe the skies and stuff. So that's a good thing. I saw a video today. I might try to post it if I can find it. People see some weird stuff in the sky. I mean, I've seen one thing in particular that I was like, what the hell is that? I couldn't explain. But yeah, I also saw a video recently on Owen Benjamin. Like I guess he lives kind of out in the sticks in like Idaho or something now. So I can imagine there's lots of stars to see out there.
Yeah.
And so he was looking at some night vision, something on his phone, looking at the sky, and the star like flew across the sky and then stopped or something. So I'll see if I can post that as well.
I'm telling you, man, I've seen some things like that.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be outside and looking and being observant to see these things. If you're like inside, like on a screen, you're not going to catch any of this stuff. I'll try to find what I was talking about. This is interesting. I had this list of the optical illusions pulled up, and I was just happened to scroll through, and one of them is about the moon.
I need something sweet. I have to make some coffee. I guess the caffeine won't be much of a bother, but gotta have some sweet. I don't know what else to have something sweet when I want something sweet. Like I could have tea, but if you don't have the right tea, it's still got caffeine. Well, that might be good though. Tea instead. It's not quite as strong as a coffee, right?
Do a decaf. Decaf coffee. I used to do that for dessert all the time.
No. All right. Here's some Earl Grey. It's Ceylon black tea. So I'll have the Ceylon black tea. I'll try that instead.
Look at this. So it says the moon illusion. If you've ever spent any time gazing up at the night sky, then you've probably noticed the moon illusion, in which the moon looks bigger on the horizon than it does higher up in the sky. Why does this happen? It says many theories have been proposed, although there is no universally agreed upon explanation.
Lensing at the lowest levels of gases.
Other factors including the color of the moon and presence of the atmospheric haze. I like that they're not saying, well, technically it's refraction and blah, 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 blah. It's clearly 300,000 miles away, so, that's why it looked like this. Yeah. It's nice to hear them say, well, we don't freaking know.
I wonder what's going to happen when the first inkling we get that. I don't know. I think there's going to be a time when it just opens up because it has to, as far as like too many people out there talking about this topic. They're never going to let it open, huh?
Well, it's funny you say that because I think did you hear about this dude perfect thing?
The what?
Recently, like a week ago, there was this wave of people who saw this YouTube video called, this channel called Dude Perfect, where they, started off like shooting basketballs from trick shots and stuff like that, right? So now they're saying they went to space and like shot a basketball and made it on the Earth or some shit like that, right?
What?
yeah, dude. Sonny, if you were logged off last week, you probably didn't see it, but this was people were coming in here going, "You flat earthers, so stupid." We went to space.
Dude Perfect.
Yeah, Miggy's been playing videos of it too. I could grab the clip he's been playing. 1 second. It's so cringe. Like I'm sure you remember like the what was his name? The guy that played in. He went up with Bezos in that freaking blue origin or whatever.
Yeah, blue dildo. Yeah.
I mean, they all make him look like that. So weird. The actor, I have him on my YouTube. What's his name? Kirk. He played in the freaking
William Shatner.
Shatner. There we go. Thank you. So he did something like that, right? So when he gets out of the capsule, it's just the most cringe moment I've heard in years. Here it is.
We went to space!
And everyone's crying. It's just so cringe. But yeah, they basically claim that they went to space.
Idiots.
I know, it's ridiculous. We've been arguing about the math for a long time. You know, people say normies. They'll say, you know, just get a plane ticket. You can see curve from a plane. So we know that that's not true, and not just because, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson says so. It's according to the math. You can, if you don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying it, just go check on the math yourself. But we know that that's not possible. So they don't know how high you need to go to see curvature. So any picture of any curve, they're that's good. Yep, done. So same thing with YouTube videos. They've had these videos of like, oh, we put bread in space. We delivered freaking French fries to some lady after it went to space. So all they do is put this GoPro on it, and people just go, yep, that's it. So this is the latest update to the video game. And we've been talking about Flat Earth. I don't know if this is a response, but they come out with this dude perfect video. Post that here. Yeah, I can post that. One sec. I just grabbed this out of the another room, but I can post that for sure. Hopefully that works. Yeah. So let me go to the original link of the Dude Perfect thing. Look how many views. 16 million. And millions. 16 million views on this video 10 days ago. Let me post this. There you go, Sonny. So this is the latest hotness that they've got. Just more, you know, GoPros at altitude. I'm sure this video is all many people needed to hear. Just there's a whole storm of people. This is all they needed to see. Done. You know, Flat Earth isn't unpopular. I'm sure most people are familiar with those two words. They don't really know what it is. They've obviously been presented with a bunch of space discs and magic carpets and ice cream cones and all these things floating in space, but they don't really know what it is. So they've got it somewhere in their mind. People think the Earth is flat. So this video comes out, and they even ask him in the video, "Is the Earth flat?" "Oh no, it's not." So this is all plenty of people. This is all they need to hear. So they're done looking after this. So I wonder though, because for me, I heard the words flat Earth, and I had questions. And really, it was sort of, I didn't even get a chance to like start interviewing flat earthers and stuff. I was sort of shoved away from the globe. I was like pushed just by asking questions to friends and things. Hey, have you heard about flat Earth? I was like shoved away. Oh, you're weird for asking those questions. I was like, damn, what the hell? I can't even ask the question. So, but I still, at the time, I still was a little bit tied to outer space. So I didn't, I believed that my whole life. I was kind of passionate about outer space and stuff. So when I was presented with a flat Earth, I wasn't sure how that really worked. I still had outer space in my mind. But then they did the Tesla car in space thing. And when they did that, it pushed me away. Well, again, that actually pushed me away again from the globe. I was like, there's no way that's real. So I wonder if there are some people that saw this video and they go, nah, that's cap. That's ridiculous. So I'm sure there are some people that saw this and were like, nah, that's not true. Because I think the more ridiculous things that they do, the more people will wake up. Because that's how it kind of worked for me. The car and space thing was ridiculous. And that woke me up a little bit further. So go ahead, let them keep doing ridiculous stuff. I think they're launching a rocket tonight, right? A couple hours. Just some research on this. Pretty sure they're launching a rocket. T-minus like 5 hours, maybe. So is there a reason why they only launch from Florida? Like, they can't launch it just, Kansas, like they can't just launch it from anywhere? Why does it have to be near the water? Or, I guess we don't want to be launching stuff over people's houses and it's loud. So I guess that kind of makes sense. But there's like no middle of nowhere. This can't go to the sticks somewhere, or does it have to be near water? So wait, is this kind of big? They're going back to the moon. Is that? I guess there's just nobody on it, or let me see if I can read up on this. There's an op-ed here that says to the moon again with a good reason. Yep, go ahead.
They're flying mannequins, I believe.
Flying mannequins? Is that what you said?
Yeah, they're flying mannequins. Some dummies.
Wait, they're saying that, or you're saying that?
No, that's what I've heard, like, from other people. I haven't read it anywhere.
Are they the same dummies we hear talking with the mouths moving on TV?
Wait, so you're saying it's like Rocket Man with the Tesla car? They put a little dummy in the car. You're saying that that's what they're going to do?
Sure, but like when they shot the monkey in space and dog and all that stuff.
So they're
They
just
might have
shooting
somebody
another
stuck in there
couple
for
of
like a
monkeys.
sacrifice, some weird occultic stuff, but you never know.
Must be some more monkeys in space shenanigans.
Wait, this is interesting here. It says the rocket and spacecraft will be no longer visible to the naked eye after reaching an altitude of 42,000 feet. So how the hell are people seeing like the quote-unquote ISS?
Yeah, exactly. And by then, at 42,000 feet, it'll be going horizontally. Guaranteed. All right, I'm going to take a little break. I'll see you guys in a little while.
Says it's going to take 25 days. Take care, Sonny, by the way. A 25-day journey to the moon and back. I don't see where it says there's anybody on there.
You have to be retarded to want to go live on the moon.
Well, Elon's trying to convince people that you should go die on Mars.
Can't wait.
I don't know if it was a good sales pitch, but he was trying.
Why? I don't. To be clear, I don't want to die on Mars. It's like we're all going to die someday, and if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars. But it's not some kind of Mars death wish.
Oh, Elon.
Bumbling buffoon.
Honestly, though, people think that because he speaks like that, that's why he's intelligent.
Yeah, like Joe Rogan is like all up his ass. Oh, he's the smartest. He's so intelligent. His brain works at so fast level. Get the fuck out of here, Joe Rogan. The guy's a retarded. He's just a freaking pawn. He's a freaking puppet. Oh my god, it's just so silly.
I do have like secondhand.
Idiot's smart.
I have secondhand testimony because I did have a friend I went to high school with who ended up working for SpaceX and Tesla. He said he met Elon and he's just as weird as he seems.
Have you seen his freaking girlfriend? Have you seen his girlfriend, dude? She wants to get elf ears. So she wants to change her ears to elf ears. But he's against it because it's a pretty hardcore surgery and the cartilage, something with the cartilage and all that stuff. Dude, I'm like, yeah, this guy's intelligent. His girlfriend's some weird singer, dude. Really weird music, man. I checked her out. I forgot her name. Grimes is her name, yeah.
Shit, it's more like what's the kid's name again? Bash 2255? Like what the what the hell?
Very bizarre.
Elon Musk looks like he's wearing like an Elon Musk skin suit.
Ooh, that is a deep topic. The skin suits. That is interesting. You bring that up.
It's kind of saggy sometimes around the face.
Were we getting to lizard people now?
I don't know. I don't think that's what it is. I think just because when you watch movies with people wearing like masks and stuff, they make it look so cartoonish and ridiculous, right? You're like, oh, well, clearly that's. But I think the ability to do that is way better than what they've given off. It's like they have these rubberized masks you can just buy, So it's like they can make you someone else, basically, bro. It's like crazy. It's one of the topics that's not flat Earth related that I find to me, I find really fascinating. Because I don't understand why it's being done. Like why you would have doubles and people playing roles and things like that. But I do see evidence of that happening. Who is that?
Just work. Just
Orion.
fucking work. Sorry. Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're unmuted, Tard.
It's okay.
Fuck, dude. I just got this new phone and I just spent $300 on it, and now I just realized it won't even pair with Bluetooth, dude. I just spent like a whole hour at the cell phone store trying to fix my old phone. I'm like, fucking kidding me, dude?
Damn.
Bluetooth is really weird sometimes. You might, I don't know.
I think Samsung is really weird. I just had to throw away my second phone that was perfectly functional, but the whole reason I had to throw it away is because the updates wouldn't go through because they won't update older phones.
Oh, yeah.
The second perfectly good phone I've had to throw away and buy a new one just because they won't update it.
What's your carrier?
Hey, we had to destroy the technology to, advance the future.
It's a T-Mobile Metro PCS,
Roger that.
Metro. Metro's so old school.
I've got that Cricket Unlimited.
I dumped Cricket for this. Not that Cricket was all bad.
Yeah, I get full coverage everywhere. So far, so good.
It's freaking Elon dancing. So, sorry. That was weird that you bring the phone issue. I actually had a weird phone issue today too, but sometimes you got to destroy the technology, Orion. It's how science works. We destroy technology.
Well, if you think about it, it's actually a vaguely similar scam. I mean, one is just, scamming your tax dollars out of you, claiming that you're, developing more technology or doing whatever the hell. And then the other one is just, planned obsolescence. Oh, we're not going to update that phone that's 2 years old, so now you got to buy a new phone. I mean, just a scam to get more money out of you.
Those iPhones are gouging.
Sad. Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to gouge your elbow? I mean, I'm just kidding. iPhone. What else are you gonna gouge?
Maybe buy them a bright.
Beside your eyes.
Like lease them or whatever. Probably not that big of a notice.
But I don't know. That's one of the more sad elements about this world, I guess, is like how that type of stuff is so rampant. Like cars, phones. You got to have the latest, newest thing. You can't just have like an old thing that works. Like I remember, I'm not an old person, but I've heard stories about how like in old Mercedes you could drive for like, 1 million miles. They're built like tanks. They're built to last. But like now they build to break. It's like that's so sad because like I don't live too far from this like collision place. Like I see lots of expensive cars just sitting in lots and stuff like that. It's crazy. People have to spend all this money for shit to just break. It's wild. It's wild. It just kind of makes me a little sad. Same with houses and stuff like that too, right? Like, I've heard, maybe older wood was stronger. So I don't know. Maybe that's some bullshit. But, people used to build things with quality. I mean, I've worked several jobs where I see how people want to cheap out everything they possibly can. Let's get the cheapest thing. So I've always not liked that.
It's called built-in obsolescence. Built-in obsolescence promotes the reduction of quality for the increase of profit. Therefore, the consumer must always find the sweet spot between reliability and cost effectiveness, or just take care of their stuff, like know how to fix it themselves, I think. Which isn't always easy when it comes to mobile phones, because I would have no idea how to even open my whole Huawei phone. I could put oil in my truck.
What did you say? You said
built-in obsolescence.
No, you said reliability versus effectiveness, right?
Cost effectiveness. So reliability versus cost effectiveness. So how much is it going to charge? Like how much is it going to cost you over time?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because in my mind, I was thinking you were going to say reliability versus like swag factor. Because sometimes people want the thing that is. It glitters, right?
Sexy.
Shines.
They want a sexy.
Yeah,
they want
sexy.
a sexy
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. That's it.
Yeah. They can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, it's clear my throat. People are buying. Well, it's a classic sort of high school buying popularity, right? So you're just buying your association with a sexy thing. So you're just buying approval. And approval goes a long way, especially if you're low on self-esteem. Approval goes a really long way. So if you can just buy it by just working really hard, then all power to you. It's a tough game to play. It's easier to just enjoy what you have, and not need those things, because essentially you're giving time to own that thing. So you have to provide a lot of time just to be associated with something that might be considered sexy by some people, which is pretty tenuous as far as I'm concerned. So I'd err on the side of reliability, because when shit gets tough, you just want the thing to work.
Yeah.
If it's working, I don't try to change things that are already working. Like, let them be until they break, and then if you can't fix it, buy a new one.
Yeah, I like that. That was really well said. I agree with that. So it seems like people really want the sexy thing, and they'll trade off the reliability, and people will offer them that sexy thing, and you don't want the reliability? Fine, I won't give it to you. It's like, oh no, that sucks for everyone else.
Yeah, because I mean, ultimately, it's only ever going to the top 10% of consumers, because the people who are powerful enough to put something into production, say a car or a range of clothing, they've got to be high enough up the marketing ladder to put that into action, and then they will only have direct feedback from the top 10% of consumers, and generally people at the top are selling to people at the top, and then everything trickles down from that point. So yeah, like you say, it's one-upmanship between, I'll give you sexy, it's super sexy, they can make this look so sexy, but it's not going to last, and it doesn't matter, because people are fickle, and there's always a new thing to buy. And as long as there is always a new thing to buy, we will keep making factory loads of new stuff to sell. Which, globally, it's fine as long as we can build sheds quickly enough to store all this stuff in, and it doesn't just go into landfill. That's fine. But as long as it stays in the factories, or it stays in circulation, as long as it doesn't go in the ground and ruin the soil, then it's okay by me.
I've heard a quote, I'd have to look it up, but I've heard a quote about that, having to build bigger, I think this is in the Bible, like once you have so much stuff that you have to build bigger places to hold the stuff. So that's really interesting. That really stuck out.
Have you noticed the size of warehouses along the bigger roads where you live? Have you noticed how big they build these buildings now? Yeah, like they are so vast. They're just I'm in awe. I'm in awe of them. Like they're inconceivably big compared to a farmer's barn that would store a winter's worth of wheat or corn for the year. These things are just epic. I'm like, I can't put them into scale, but if you've seen them, then you know. It's like, wow, yeah, we're processing a lot of stuff in one place. Here, yeah, lots of people.
It makes me kind of takes me back to what you said about like being okay with what you have, and that's a lesson I'm sure many people haven't had the opportunity to deal with because there's a lot of abundance out there. But yeah, I agree with that. I've had the opportunity to sort of appreciate, what you do have, and like for my car, for example, has been through a lot. Like literally one of the craziest things I've ever been through. But I go out there and turn the key, and it works every single time. There's no payments. You know what I mean? It's like it is something to be said about having something that works and is reliable, and it's like what you have. So yeah, that was a good point.
You for me, it's like, well, that thing is faithful. Like a dog that is reliable. It's like Old Faithful. Like that's a reliable dog. And for me, it took a while to appreciate my dog. He's a puppy and he's grown bigger. But he's a really great dog. He ticks all the boxes. Very reliable. He was cheap. He's not sexy. Well, he is actually. No, he's a really sexy dog. He's half a collie, which is like a sheepdog, and he's half a Saluki, which is like a greyhound dog. So he's just all lungs and legs. He can run forever, and he's just really versatile. But everyone around me has these little tiny yappy dogs that they put in handbags or they carry around, and they're not like real dogs. They just shout at you a lot, but they don't do they can't fetch a tennis ball. They can't even get a tennis ball in their mouth. Like utility wise, they're very low, but they're very sexy. Like they have Instagram pages about them, and you have to groom them every 8 to 10 weeks. So for me, it's like, well, that technically is part of the species of canine. However, is it a dog? They're not very reliable. They're vet bills because they've been inbred for a long time to be a certain way or to be way smaller than they're supposed to be. Can you imagine if humans try to make other humans smaller than they were supposed to be and made miniature humans? Like that would be, that'd be tough on the miniature humans.
Oddly enough that you say that, that's one of the things that kind of part of this whole New World agenda, trying to one of their, I've heard, I don't have all the details, I wish I did, but I heard that they were talking about wanting to, engineer basically people to be smaller so that they have less of a carbon footprint, so that we require less food and everything else. Yeah.
Like that Matt Damon film.
Up. I don't know. I didn't see the film, but
there's a film where they shrink Matt Damon to the size of a miniature vodka bottle, and you have to decide whether you're going to be shrunk down to this tiny size, and you're doing it for environmental reasons, and you're a hero, but you have to spend the rest of your life as a person that's 1/24th the size of a human. so they obviously know how to shrink people. But the whole film's about how he deals with now being this little person, which is interesting. It's a really interesting film. I can't remember what it's called. If anybody knows what that film is called, I'd really appreciate it, because I could do with something to chill out to tonight, if anyone knows what it is.
I
Yeah, Damon. I think Emily Blunt's in it. She seems to be in most films these days. Hey, Gregory. Cool beard, man.
Hello.
That's a great beard. That's a great beard, man. Do you still got that beard?
Yes.
It's just freaking awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. You from London?
No, I'm from Fairfield, California.
Wow, you're the other side of the plane, man. Whoa. That's a long way from me. The furthest west I've ever been, Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Buffalo, I think. In America, that is. Yeah, in America. I've done the
New
whole
York.
East Coast. Yeah, I've been in New York twice. I never slept in New York. Went there twice, never slept. It does go to sleep, that town. It's very quiet at 3 o'clock in the morning. When you're walking up the Upper East Side, it's very quiet. There's just a lot of homeless people trying to sleep. I walked all the way back down. I basically turned left at the UN building when I thought I was going south, and I was heading towards the Liberty Island, but it wasn't. I didn't realize that the UN building is on the East Coast. So I went left thinking I was going south, but I was going in completely the wrong trajectory, and I was going up the Upper East Side, and it's boring up there. There's no big bronze ladies holding a torch. There's just a lot of homeless people. But it was cool. I still enjoyed it. I got back to Penn Station and got an hour's sleep, and then got the train down to Clearwater, Florida. That was a great journey.
Very good.
So California, is that anywhere near Toledo?
Where's Toledo?
No. I'm closer to Toledo, and Sonny's in California. So he's on the west coast. California.
My apologies. I think I've got the wrong name. Where did Alan Watts live?
Oh, Sausalito. That's in California.
Okay, sorry. I apologize. Yes, Sausalito.
Toledo, yeah. Toledo's here in Ohio.
Well, Toledo's actually in Spain.
Oh, really?
Toledo.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's got one of the oldest cathedrals in the world in Toledo. Beautiful cathedral.
Interesting.
Beautiful. One of the oldest as well, like that's still standing. So yes, give me a quick geography lesson so I don't make the same mistake again. Toledo is in where?
Ohio.
In America?
Well,
Ohio.
Mm.
Okay.
That's on by the Great Lakes. And then Alan Watts is from Sausalito.
Sausalito. Well, of course
he lived there, yeah.
Yeah, he's from England originally, of course, but yeah, Sausalito. And he said about those forests that no one ever goes into. I bet people go in there now, but yeah. Gregory, you live in which part of California? Because I think California is the same size as the UK with a similar population. Is there 60 million or 100
California is
million
much
people?
larger than, yeah.
Much larger than the UK.
Yeah.
Okay. Like how many square acres?
It says California is
tens of thousands.
1.7 times bigger. It's almost 2 times bigger than the UK.
Wow, what's the population difference roughly?
Says that population of the UK is about 66 million, and
California is half that.
Says 28.5 million fewer. So let's see, about 40 million people in Cali. Interesting.
Okay.
So it's more dense population in UK.
Oh yeah, man. We're like Japan. Like Japan's got 100 million people. But have you seen Tokyo? There's 100 million people living in a country that's half the size of California, and you think you're running out of space? Get real, man.
Damn, dude. It's so interesting.
England and Wisconsin are almost exactly the same size, like damn near exact for like square miles. But of course, population, that's a whole nother thing. We're nowhere near their population.
So I find it so fascinating. I'm kind of a city boy, so like these really densely populated areas I'm very fascinated by. Like, why do all these people want to be here? Even you look at places, for me, I love, like I just typed in the chat, I like California. I like the coast. I want to be somewhere it's warm. I want to be on the beach. So that's my happy place. But you see people like in New York City, you know, densely populated, you know, people are in like Philly in these like little areas. I'm very fascinated by these places and how they seem to drive a lot of attention, a lot of people. They have a lot of gravity.
Well, they've just been stable for a very long time. The UK doesn't suffer from very many natural disasters at all. We'd never get a tsunami. We have no earthquake fault lines anywhere near, really. It rains a lot sometimes, and a very, very few amount of places maybe get a bit of flooding, but very little. Essentially, nothing changes very much in Blighty other than the weather. Like, you know that England's famous for weather. California, like Bill Hicks said, it doesn't have any weather. It's just hot and sunny all day long. Hot and sunny, hot and sunny. He's like, do you know what I could do with? I could do with ladies in scarves and cappuccinos and rosy cheeks. Like a little bit of weather. You think you got weather? You know, and then he talks about England. And he lived in England towards the end of his life. Well, he toured a bit in England. And, you know, we have lots of rain and sunshine, and it changes a lot. So we have seasons like you do in Maine. You know, we have that every autumn, those colors. It's a beautiful place. And it seems like there's a lot of people that live here, but there's so many empty spaces. There's so many beautiful green empty spaces. So like California, it's got it all. Like we've got vineyards, we've got great wine. You know, it's still warm. So now we're in mid-November. We've only just turned our heating on, and it's like 11, 12 Celsius outside. It's nice, it's clement, but it's not hot and sunny. Like, and I've got nothing against hot and sunny. I'm just jealous, mate. Gregory, I'm jealous of your beard and of your weather.
Yeah, you know what? Like, I did spend quite a considerable, not that I spent a month in California, so that was considerable for me, and it's not a very long time for most people, but I'm from the Midwest. I'm here in Ohio, so that was a bit of a shock. It was like really eye-opening for me. And then so I came back, and then I realized like you start to see the seasons. You know, we're just now getting snow here. Just this week we got snow, so it's like we get all the seasons. The fall is really cool here, and the spring is beautiful. So you do start to appreciate I love that skit you brought up, the hot and sunny thing. So yeah, it's just nice. It is nice to get the seasons. I grew up not liking the cold, but after going out there and coming back, I sort of realized like, you know, this is where I'm from. I kind of enjoy the cold a bit more now. I appreciate it. Being a polar bear. So
there's something cleansing about the cold. All the insects go away. They all go to sleep, right? Everything kind of hibernates and it goes away and it calms down, and there's no rustling on the leaves because they've all gone. And it's just, it's more still. I mean, when it's a blue sky, it's a very blue sky. But it's cold and kind of like it kills everything off that can't really survive. So it's quite a cleansing kind of time when you do get a proper winter. And obviously most of America get a real good winter. But like you say, some places in the world never experience winter ever. They're like, you know, the film Cool Runnings. Like, I love that when he's just like, like it's not normal to be this cold. Like, you can't cope with how cold it is, because you'd have never, you know, anything within the tropics. Anything within a couple of degrees of the equatorial path of the sun, it just stays all the time. Apart from maybe at nighttime in very exposed areas where deserts get incredibly cold. Yeah. Anyway, seasons are great. I think seasons are great. Sometimes are great too, you know.
It's kind of funny just hearing you say that just now. Kind of makes me think seasons, like how seasons work. You put seasons on things. It's the spice of life, right? So I mean, it kind of makes sense why the seasons are a thing. I've often wondered if I were going to make this world, like if I could make the Earth or whatever, like make my own little Earth that I could enjoy, I'd probably set the temperature settings to, you know, California, San Diego. So, but then, like, I do wonder why it was made to be like so cold in some places, especially where people live. Not, you know, I'm not talking like deserted places where there are no people. I'm talking about like heavily populated places that get like real cold, you know? So it's like, that's very interesting why the creator, I mean, however you see it, made it that way. Why? I mean, I guess variety must really be the spice of life, or, you know, the seasoning, the season. So, I mean, that makes kind of sense.
I love the analogy. Yeah, I can dig that analogy. I love the idea that seasoning is salt and pepper, the things that kind of, you know, make food taste better. So yeah, the difference is, okay, my own view is the world, you know, like that scene in the, I hate referencing the film, but the scene in The Matrix is the second film, the second Matrix. I don't know what the film's called, but the old guy is talking to Neo on a balcony. He can't sleep. He says to the old guy, you know, the old guy says, I can't sleep. How are you sleeping? He goes, I can't sleep. And he says, you know, these machines keep us alive. And all these machines they're all filters. They're just filtration systems. And he says, you know, without these machines, we wouldn't live. And we've got to kill the machines. And there's all this back and forth about machines. But essentially, for me, the Earth is this just ginormous self-filtering system. It's a system of filters. Filters upon filters upon filters, which I couldn't comprehend in a million days at school, or a million days even on this planet, or maybe in a million, I could probably work it out. But whatever, I've had 10,000 days so far, about 10,500 days, trying to work out so far what's going on. But as far as I can tell, you know, it's filters. Things move. If things stay too still, they go stagnant. It kind of doesn't produce very good life. If things move continuously, they tend to sort themselves out. For me, it's a settling process, and in any filtration, it's the settling process. So essentially, things that you don't want around, denser things, fall to the bottom, thank God, and then things that are lighter come to the top. Lighter things tend to be better for life. Things like air and things like water, whatever those things are. The cleaner they are, it seems. So the cleaner the air, the cleaner the water, cleaner the stuff inside our food, the better it is for life. As far as I can tell from my experience.
Yeah.
The cleaner the produce, the cleaner the soil, the cleaner the person, it seems to make a more beneficial, longer life. So I think it's a choice, you know, how you live. Like, I don't shower that often. Like, I don't believe in like cleanliness in terms of like scrubbing yourself clean. Like, you don't need a shower. I completely agree with the comedian who says, you know, he doesn't even wipe his hands when he's had a shit. Well, he might do if he shit on his hands. You know, if he was having a piss, he wouldn't need to wash his hands. It's like, what the fuck? You know, he's got life to get on with. He doesn't need to. What's the guy's name? He's the best comedian Best comedian ever. He's American. He died recently.
Died recently.
Yeah, he was on here. He was on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Someone played him yesterday. It was the best skit ever. It cheered me up no end. Come on, the best comedian.
Black or white? What is it?
White guy. The old white guy.
Carlin? George Carlin?
Thank you. George Carlin. Yeah, George Carlin. I agree with basically everything he says generally, and he makes it funny. Do you mean to make it funny as well? What he was sort of talking about? Yeah, so that's for me. That's my thing about the world. It's a big filter. And the cleaner the filter, the happier the fish. Cleaner the filter, the happier the human.
Interesting. No, that's really interesting. That kind of reminds me of the the idea of like the terrain theory versus germ theory.
Yeah,
where
totally.
The cleaner your environment, then you don't need to do things like stick juices in your freaking arm or whatever. So
yeah, I've been meaning to watch that. Someone made a film called Terrain, and I've been meaning to watch it. I think it's on BitChute. I don't know if you're allowed to talk about that sort of thing here. I won't if it's not if you're not able to. But yeah, Terrain. I completely agree. The inside of my body will completely sort of, will look after itself happily without any interference from me whatsoever. The only thing that can go wrong is if I try to interfere with it. Apart from that, like you say, you want the input to be as clean as possible, whether that's content, whether that's thoughts, whether that's ideas, truths. You want them to be as clean, as pure as possible. I don't really care about details. I don't really care about having to prove anything. It's just
no, I really like that. I mean, it ties. Like I go out of my way like to drink really clean water, and so I made a really so many trips to this local like healthy Whole Foods store, and there's like they have a water machine there where you can get like really filtered water, alkalized or deionized, like all this stuff. So I started going there and made, I don't know, after smiling at the manager enough, she's like, oh, you could just have it for free. So I just, whenever I want water, I just go there. So I haven't drank tap water in like, I don't know, years. So that's nice. But yeah, I mean, sounds like you're kind of on the same wavelength with that kind of thing.
Totally on the same wavelength. Yeah, I completely agree. We've had a Berkey.
Ooh, yeah, my old roommate bought one of those too.
Yeah, it doesn't apparently take out fluoride, which my mum was sort of like ribbing me for. She's like, yeah, it doesn't take out fluoride. And I was like,
wait, it doesn't? I thought it did though. Maybe I was mistaken.
It doesn't. This one does. Was like, shit, I've still got it. Whatever. I think if you can provide your body with enough, you can get rid of the heavy metals. So some people really struggle with getting rid of heavy metals. And people don't think that aluminium is a heavy metal, but it is. It's a heavy metal. Your body can't get rid of it. We're in the age of aluminium. This is the aluminium age. It's the most abundant metal on the planet. There's never been so much aluminium in humans. And well, from what I've heard from the likes of like Chris Exley, he's done some great stuff on aluminium. When you add it to people's water accidentally, because aluminium is a man-made filter for water, things attached to aluminium and they drop to the bottom of the tank. And then they go, right, that's clean now. They ship off that water, they add some fluoride, and they give it to poor people in England, like in Birmingham. They've had fluorinated water for 50 years or so. But if they accidentally put too much aluminium in, people down the road, downstream, they all start getting dementia and Alzheimer's, which is horrific. Imagine losing your mind and still being alive. It would be like hell on earth. And for me, that's hell. That's real. It's a real place that people are in. And I hope I never have to befall that. Do you know what I mean? So stay away from aluminium if possible. I'm sure
Yeah, especially nowadays, the heavy metals and stuff. Like even they're saying that it's even in like cereals and stuff. They're putting like iron and metal in your cereal.
Don't get me
and
wrong.
stuff like
Don't listen to everything a crunchy mum says. Like you can't stay away from everything. You got to build up some natural tolerances.
Right.
You can't completely. I think if people hide themselves away from everything, then they still have weak immune systems. Like my friend Brian from Canada, his nan lived to like 97 and she smoked 20 a day her entire life. You know,
Right.
her body was built for smoking. You just keep doing the same thing. Do you know what I mean? You become immune to it if you want. But she didn't change a day in her life. She was a creature of habit, and she's lived a ripe old age, and she was a happy, you know. It's all those people trying to get themselves healthy that keep. Oh, it's another Bill Hicks thing. Man who did jogging online, or can't remember what the guy's name was. He died jogging essentially. It's a sad story.
Is that the joke? He died jogging? That's funny.
And then he goes, Yul Brenner fucked and slept his way through the whole of Hollywood. Died the same age, fucking happy as cue ball noggin. I can't remember the guy's name. Jim somebody who like promoted jogging. And he just did this, jogging, and then he died jogging. And it's a good skit.
Well, I mean, you did have me wondering, like, how you kind of brought up what I was thinking, like how fascinating it is that people can bang on with such, to me, seem like maybe hurtful things, like drinking soda like all day, every day. I don't drink soda. I haven't drank soda in a long, long time. But you see people leaving the grocery store with racks,
tons of stuff. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, just like a lot of it, and it amazes me that people can just down all this stuff and just seem like they're fine. So it is interesting how the human body can take a beating as well as, I don't suggest you just do that to yourself, but like it is interesting.
There was a guy talking this morning or yesterday morning. I think his name's XO. He's got lots of X's and O's in his name. He was talking about human adaptation, and I was fascinated by his conversation with a Scotsman who was trying to say that things do adapt. And the XO guy had such great points. He really explained it to me like I'd never heard it before. And that basically you have the capabilities to do virtually anything. You already have those abilities. You don't need to adapt to anything. Go on.
Was him and Spike having an argument?
Spakeface?
Yeah.
I was talking to him earlier. He's the Scottish guy who was having the conversation.
Yeah, that was him.
That makes sense. He put me through to Earth Awakenings this evening, and I was chatting there to some people there. That was cool. I talked to Wits It Gets It. I tried to debate him, but it was my first debate, and I messed up because I swore too much at one point. But I think he got my point. I think I won the debate, if it was a debate. So I appreciate, shout out to Spankface. He's a cool guy, a really cool guy. I appreciate that. I really needed a bit of direction, and he helped me out.
Well, you seem like a great addition to the team. So glad to have you.
Appreciate that. Love being here. It's been a really pleasure. I've only been here like a week, but it's been really fun, really interesting, helpful, and rewarding as well. So I really appreciate it. Everyone who's here and has been here to build this place up, because it's a really cool place to be and hang out. So yeah, thanks.
I never really watched. I grew up playing football, but I was never really into the NFL heavily. I didn't watch a lot of football. But lately I've been a little bit bored. I've been watching a little bit of NFL. And like, so I don't know, the vibe I'm getting here is, this is why I love having all these different characters and all these different people in the flat earth. It's almost like an NFL locker room. These guys don't just show up and make it to the team. They've spent their lives crushing. They were on the junior, their little league team, killing it, scoring touchdowns or, whatever, doing the best. They were the best player on the team. And then they move on and, they're in high school and they're, doing a great job. And then they go to college and they're a star and then they make it to the NFL. So now you're in a locker room with a bunch of legendary people. So it kind of feels the same way. It's like, we don't all have to be like each other. You just have to be the best, most evolved version of yourself. And like, that's why I like this place too, because there's a whole bunch of people that have been through a lot of things and learned a lot. And oh my gosh, I couldn't have all this. I can't be a bank for all this knowledge. So I'll hold a little bit, you hold some, and then we'll meet together and, share notes and stuff like that. So I do really like this place a lot myself.
What's your name? What do you go by? Whoever you are.
Well, I change my name from time to time. My original name is Creation Bear, but I've heard it shortened to CB. Yeah, so you can call me either one or whatever. CB, it's easy.
I've heard you. I've heard Nathan refer to Creation Bear. You've been on there maybe a couple of months ago, maybe.
Yeah, I was definitely in the Oakley camp.
Sometimes he goes by like Trusty Baller or something like that.
Yeah, I'll switch it up every now and again.
Do you ever pretend to be a baller for fun?
Yeah, actually, I was inspired. Not in soccer counts, but I was inspired to do that after hearing Flatzoid go on Nathan's show. He did a whole show as this, like, he put on his French accent. He was like Professor Francois or something. It was one of my favorite episodes ever. And so I realized how difficult it is to put your baller hat on and pretend. But yeah, Flatzoid did that one time, and so now I practice.
Yeah, I could try right now. Is it too?
Go for it.
All right, I need some sort of a character, so just an accent or something. Anyone?
You've got an accent, mate.
I was gonna say, the accent is just bonus, but it's the dialogue that's the difficult part. But it is impressive.
All right then. I'll pretend I'm David Beckham. Hello, I'm David Beckham. I used to play for Manchester United. You might know me from being David Beckham. I'm famous. I've heard that you think the Earth isn't a globe. What are you talking about? Of course the Earth's a globe. Everyone knows it's a globe. What are you talking about?
How do you curve that ball?
What do you mean? I curve it with my foot, mate, right into the top corner. I made a living out of it. I'm worth £500 million. How do you mean, how do I curve the ball? I just kick it on the side. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you a question.
Ban him. Ban him.
So when you kick the ball, does the field move in any way?
What are you talking about, mate? Does the field move? The field's never moved.
Oh, well, let's check in with one of the experts and see what they have to say.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted, the winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
What's an inch? What's an inch? Define an inch.
Oh, basically...
We use centimeters, mate. How many centimeters is in 1/3 of an inch? What are you talking about?
One moment, I'll convert that for you.
You find it's about 2.4. Well, 2.4 centimeters to an inch. So what did he say? 3/4 of an inch?
1/3 of an inch.
2 centimeters. 1/3 of an inch? Well, that'd be negligible. I doubt I would have felt that even if I'd farted. No, my goals go straight in. I kick the ball and it goes straight in. What are you talking about? Who's this fella? Wasn't he on Sesame Street or The Cosby Show?
Well, he is the expert. They gave him a microphone to teach people about the globe. So he says that when you kick the ball, the Earth is actually moving underneath you.
Well, that seems crazy.
So you can't
That
take the
sounds like-
credit for your kicks. You got to give some
That
credit
sounds
to the
like
globe.
two inertial reference frames. How on earth am I supposed to play football with two inertial reference frames? Surely it's all the same.
Well, from what I've heard from Globe Earthers, you can change your reference frame and still be in the same reference frame, just like you can change your pants and still be the same pair of pants. Shout out to anyone that's ever heard that before.
Well, I quite like wearing a sarong. I'm David Beckham. You got to be a bit more convincing. What else have you got? What's your proof? I'm from Essex. I don't really understand what you're talking about, mate.
Okay.
It's the globe.
Well, what shape is
Surely.
the field that you play your
It's rectangle.
sport on?
I know it's a rectangle. It's a rectangle with two other rectangles, and there's a circle in the middle and a line going through the middle, and that's called the centre circle. And we've got two boxes. There's an 18-yard box, and hang on, I'm not finished. Please don't rumpus me. Bloody hell! I'm trying to tell you about the game of soccer. All right, shapes on a field. What's your point?
Well, is the field curved or
No,
is it flat?
It's the pitch is about 80 yards, and it's between 80 to 100 yards, and it's flat as possible. Sometimes it curves down at the edges. Depends what the groundkeeper's like.
Just on a personal preference, do you like playing on grass or turf?
They're the same thing.
Actually, I would only ask because right now in the NFL, there's a big thing.
Do you mean AstroTurf? It's called AstroTurf. Yeah. So turf, turf is a sod. Turf is grass that's been cut into a small square. That's turf. AstroTurf is man-made synthetics, which no self-respecting team would ever play on in the UK.
Yeah, see that they're trying to ban it here in the NFL. They're trying to get rid of the AstroTurf fields.
It should always be real grass. Totally.
When I was
I'm
young,
calling out a baller.
No, I know.
Did I do all right? There's a fake ball. Yeah, did I do all right as a fake baller? I know it's pretty bad.
That's pretty good. It's hard. It's harder than
it's hard, isn't it?
Seems. I don't know how they do it.
To convince somebody who has got no foot on the staircase of disbelief is almost impossible. But yeah. Soccer.
When I was young, I thought AstroTurf was new. When I was little, I thought it was like the coolest thing. But now I see why it's not such a good idea, and why grass is much better.
Every second can be different. So why replicate anything?
Right.
Why replicate grass? Right. If you can't just have grass, there's plenty of fields of grass. Right. Every second can be different. Why replicate anything?
Yeah.
But we're replicating everything so that we can turn it into money.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's such a weird corporate mindset. Businessy kind of corporate-y thing. Well, we don't have to pay a groundskeeper if we just put plastic grass. So I don't know. I can see the business decision behind it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I love that thing. The word corporate. It's a dead human entity. Corpse. So a corpse is a group of people who are dead already, and you act in their interest. So, the humans aren't part of a corporation. It's just about, does it make more money? It's a system. It's amazing, fascinating thing. But I try to stay away from business, try to stay away from money. Have as little bit as possible and own as much time as possible.
I like that. It's kind of funny. You made me think of something I've said in the past when I was a globe believer. I was like, I would compare, it was just some analogy I heard comparing financial stability to the orbit of planets and things like that. So it's like businesses have this idea where they want to go faster. We got to get bigger. We got to do more this year. And then so like at the time when I believed in outer space, I was like, well, so look at the planets and the way they orbit. They found a balance and they've maintained this. They're not increasing, they're not, it's like if we were going to go faster and faster around the sun, like would that would be chaotic, so I don't know. It's just interesting analogy I heard back in the day.
I was saying earlier to my son, like I had a great evening earlier. I took my son to bed just on my own without my wife. He's been struggling a little bit, and I showed him outside. And at the time, you could see Jupiter and Mars, the real lights in the sky. Jupiter, and it's the real wandering star. If you look back at Jupiter, wow. I said, "You see that yellowy one?" He's like, "Yeah, what's that?" So that's called Mars. You should see both of them at the same time. I can see half a moon at the moment. The moon's just coming up. It's like, wow, you can feel through. And it's like, wow, it's great to be able to talk about the planet as real thing, rather than the idea that they're, only for spacemen and it's huge. That he can just look at them and wonder what they are. And the real light that we can see. It's a beautiful moment, It's like the first time I really appreciated the night sky, owls and foxes in the background, looking at the planet. We call the planet. Well, the ones that are still Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, but my guess is the answer to in the 2900s. And because you can see the four little lights next to Jupiter light. I think amazing. And he showed me pictures. Got these four lights. Have you ever seen it for 3900? I've never seen it since, but I'm hoping to do so soon. It's just cool.
Your mic was a little bit muffled there for a while.
Sorry. I was trying to go to the loo outside. Quiet outside. Sorry. I was just talking about the stars.
I caught most of it, I think, but yeah, that you reminded me to look for something I said I was going to grab earlier.
I appreciate that. What's the time where you are?
It is 6 minutes until 11 p.m.
Wow. I definitely need to go to bed then. I'm like 5 hours ahead of you.
Yeah, you don't have to stay up for us, buddy. Get you some rest.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to go to bed. I appreciate that. Night, guys.
You have a good night. Appreciate the conversation. Take care.
Pleasure to talk to you. Okay, bye.
Likewise. So if there's any golds out there that